出力量，入之。现在不是范围。哦，还在积蓄力量，就这么。
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. Judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths.
Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals. Only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot
Danger lies at every turn. Treasure, secrets, everything lost is meant to be found. Oh, light, the never-fading light. The gloriously radiant light, the darkness-piercing light. The gracious light, the sin-cleansing light. Praising light. Guides the lost. Purifies the defiled.
沐浴光辉，沉溺光辉。沐浴光辉，沉溺光辉。 不尊老的裁决。
在电力委员 Go away, go away. Yo! Oh my god! Yo! What the fuck? Yo! What the fuck? Yo! What the fuck? Yo! Oh! Yo! Am I hitting you or no? What the fuck? You hitting me?
You're hitting my stuff.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, why are you so weak?
Yo,
why are you so weak?
I have to use my grabble.
No grapple, no grapple. Okay, you ready for my ult?
Your ult?
Yeah, my ult.
You don't have ult.
Yeah, I have my ult.
Through me so? That's gonna do nothing. Oh! 啊？不是，他直接拿武器找我的。他是没有戴眼罩是吧？他说没有戴眼罩，我当时就知道，操！哎呦，我的心太崩了，我的心太崩了。我心太崩了。You were not blinded all this time, right? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. That's why I was talking to you. I said, you can see me. I said, yeah, I can see you. Like, oh my god. You pay me all the time. Oh my god, yo. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Severio, alongside with God Moxie. Paracast is coming through for J Cup 2024, and we're going to be going through the trio side and seeing how these teams are going to perform for these next 12 games. Obviously, one of the key teams here, we got to start at the very beginning, at the very top. GG making their way through for CN.
Yeah, I mean, that's the surprise too, right? That GG are the current top team and not JL, who have 2 defending world champion players. So I know there's going to be a lot of additional pressure on that team to be able to defend that title.
Yeah, off our side, right, from C Server, BBE making their appearance once again into the trios field. I know that some teams coming in from the NA, such as with Team Aries, they're making their appearance with teammates that are playing in solos, such as Misu. So having those type of players inside the mix of trios and solos, it could create that great sense of urgency, but also tenacity without playing in the server itself.
Yeah, I mean, talking about tenacity, we have to talk about compositions, because there have been a lot of different compositions coming through. It's been really interesting because we have a melting pot of traditional old compositions that we've seen, like your Sand Siphon, your Viper Attack and Titans, your Sandformers that Hypercube have been playing, and we have the new kid on the block coming on through, which is that Valda Tianhai composition, which you know there's going to be a lot of CN teams with the Tianhai already raring to go with that composition right off the rip.
Yeah, these playoffs are going to be coming through here for J Cup, so don't forget to watch every single stream live, and make sure you guys understand that this is going to set the precedence for the upcoming year, and the excitement is only just beginning.
Oh, 是的，可能 BB 要成为最大的获利者。
Đến Thượng Hải sắp 1 năm rồi. Bọn mình đã tiến bộ rất là nhiều ở EPBL. Chia cúp năm nay, bọn mình sẽ giành được thành tích cao hơn.
既然已经来到这里，我们只想不留遗憾。
我们的目标不仅仅是打进决赛。
我们会尽全力展现我们的所有。
2024年是属于成都积极的一年，今年一整年我们没有输过，没有队伍做到过全年大满贯的壮举，但是现在我们要登峰造极。
第一时间被逼出来的结局比，
大地，你已经把对方追过去了，
抓到一个，
再抓一个，
吃了一脚，那再传好像是把大哥直接秒掉了，
把司机秒了，而且这一个翻摔大哥之闪，成都老队被淘汰了。震刀，主角，战绩走完，B线抓到。
我们曾经在世界赛上证明过自己，今年的目标也是如此。季姐，黄金纪录的美梦该醒了。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome through and being in Shanghai, China. My name is Cerverio, and we are going through and casting Raven for day 2 trios for the Jacob qualifiers. How you feeling, dog?
I'm so excited for today. A lot of friends are going to be playing today. IDC members Brandoro, coaching KFL Ryomen, one of the few members from IDK, but no sense as well. I'm going to be rooting for the EU guys. I always consider myself 50% EU, but still the NA boys are going to be fighting Can Miss You and Kuzo. And Yishan pull through for NA, or will they go packing home? Plus, we are going to see the champs playing today. GG. They are a force to be reckoned with. I'm excited to see what they have prepared for this year's Worlds.
Yeah, and seeing into day 1, if you guys missed out, here are some highlights to get you caught up to speed as to what occurred in day 1.
JL's one thing is Sliver of Health able to complete one grab into Slam, so he does get a little bit of it back. Finds the grab onto 521's Pampy, but the jabbing takes him incredibly low. Massive play from VV to go through with the F1 coverage, and then One Thing's able to find the parry, and somehow the Tianhai is still alive. Wolves waited for the attention to turn onto another Tianhai before taking full advantage of all of the chaos. Exiting with the second transformation finds 2 grabs, one of them onto BBE's battle, unless they can find a parry, but they get grouped out of the follow-up with the Decatur ultimate from SS with the Furon shove, and they're going to go down, losing the familiar bird spike, but the huge hit of the Volta V1!
Now Wolves looking pretty healthy for a second round Yang victory, and this is going to be where OUG looks to try to cut through as the King gets a reset. I can't believe the F1 got R&B release. There it is. King goes down. Xingyu is trying to hide out here, but holding to see the R&Bs. There's the 1-2s looking for the R&B release. He gets 1 kill elimination. He's going back into the turnaround. A little bit of seconds here for the F1 to come back up. He looks for the F1 again. We're looking for an ACCA in the background. SS with that gold consort. That's a lot of scale damage here. R&B parry. That's unfortunate. There's going to be an extension. Nope. Just go straight hit off the jump horizontal. And whether or not is that case looks to use longsword. That longsword being comes out. 5 seconds on the clock. No parry with the F1. There it is. Comes out. He turned it around.
DXJ is going to pop that ultimate BDB down to the last point situation, but he is going to get picked up. The Syra healing balls coming out, picking him up. Now, but one Fang is going to follow up. TWSS turning this around. Syra not being as aggressive right now. DXJ is going to get parried on that double charge R&B with the Fist Blade. Ladies and gentlemen, today is going to be an exciting day of trios. The highlights showing JL's dominance, the former champions rolling through that first day, showing what is possible with Syra, and even some of the counters to the new Valda Monk, the new Transformers of 2024. It does have a vulnerability that Yushan Feria Matari / Syra that JL brought out. They showed dominance on the Monk Valda, and they showed even how to beat it.
Yeah, and earning 102 points in yesterday's game, meaning that they can allow themselves to just get more usage out of that Farius Shen, out of Matari, and having Wei Shan on board. And that's new comp from the Transformers, having the Valda and seeing Hadi on top of Tianhai making waves throughout this past couple of months, especially coming out of the CN main lane qualifiers, where we were able to test and seeing how crazy the teams are able to go through. Seeing that team comp, having the MVP stacking up, and just in one day, 3 rounds being able to see the success in its run.
Yeah, I think this modern Transformers, the 3 MVPs really shows how dominant it is. It's decent off spawn with Valdo getting ult. It's very, very strong for Yang, and it's super strong for endgame. You cannot challenge this team for Spirit Roll before Siphon with Takeda could go in, very, very scaled up, and force you out using that Temi and Takeda. But with a Monk waiting for you on the Spirit Roll, it is very, very tough to compete against this new composition.
Yeah, and for you guys out there in Discord going through the channels and messaging out about your highlights into Jacob, we got a message from Zai the Bai. The message saying this, I think this Jacob has showed just how strong Valda is, and if you know how to use her, you know, you can also love watching the different combinations and synergies each team uses. You know, good words coming through there because Valda, right? We've seen how wombo combo-y she had been in the past, and I'm talking like way back in the past and seeing her with Tianhai, but seeing the new variation ultimate to be utilized in now in the main stage and seeing that V2, I guess that's just gonna going ahead with time, and some things just never change.
Yeah, I know Vivaldo Nation out there super excited to see Valda finally in the competitive play, viable outside solos. In trios, she's never really been used outside the gimmick of Wombo, but I would say the variation of this composition really shows us the peak of Wombo. But speaking about today, groups A and B, GG showing up. I'm excited to see. They are the titans of endgame. They go to endgame with 2 to 3 kills, and they always end up finding a way to MVP, getting 10 plus kills in endgames. Even though the endgames now are thinner, GG still finds ways to win in these situations. All throughout the year, I've seen them clock in, look almost expecting to win each round. No excitement or anything, just another day, because they have their sights on challenging the JL boys for this year's J-Cup Championship.
Yeah, and they've been doing, you know, good work going through. JL making it outside of the mainland qualifiers, but then just straight up decimating their day 1 scorekeeping, making it sure that nothing of the sorts can happen, and now been able to go up against GG, taking in the reins of 2 seasonal champion wins coming from this year in 2024, and having a chance of seeing new teams on the block. I mean, taking into the foreigner teams, right? We saw yesterday with day 1 with Team SYN, but more importantly, you know, seeing how strong the solos player out of GG, 3-3-0, right? Having a chance of seeing him and the stats going out, I can't believe it. They got my stats on the standby. They got my IRL stats. That's crazy.
330, one of the premier monks, Surveil, one of the premier casters, and clearly damage as well. I wasn't aware of how much damage you actually accomplished, Serve, with your stats. You are comparable to 330, one of the goated monks of the league. I'm happy to see what he can do on this stage, just as I am happy to see what you're going to be able to do this year casting on this stage compared to 330. One of the GOATs from endgame. We'll have to see even how Serve ends up in the endgame for Jacob.
That's crazy. Yeah, and seeing how I got 1 more kill than him on the highest point in the game, meaning that maybe I am part of the, you know, the top tier Zais. I'll stop. Listen, everything coming out there though, 330 is going to be one of the key cycles of GG's composition picks in terms of the, you know, the scenario of the big 3, right? And outside of the points of that, right? Other players coming in from other groups, right? First time playing today, having CYN's Kamoka coming through as one of the key components in that team as a support line. And not only that, having to break the stat lines, being the only female J-Cup player in 2024.
Yeah, Kimmy has been around the scene for a very long time. Since the beginning of the game, I'd say. Normally she was just a streamer, but this year she actually competed the entire seasons in trios. It's no surprise to me that she was considered as one of the replacements last second to come here to the Worlds. I'm happy she gets to see what Jacob has to offer, and I've talked to her myself. She's having a great time here.
Yeah, and especially being able to practice up against the teams in terms of the CM players and having a great chance of just getting some insights in how to perform better or even being able to surpass some other teams. Now, putting Kamoka into the field of play, being part of the CYN, it's going to be a good chance of seeing about those players. But just like how we like seeing things and having things in the hand, we got ourselves a QR code right here, you know, and that QR code kind of go crazy a little bit. Put out your phone, make sure you get your camera out, make sure you scan it. If you haven't joined the Discord community yet, make sure you guys know that membership is continuously growing. Ever since we started into the J Cup, we're having more and more people join the Discord. And also with moments, we saw those messages earlier, especially from Zai the Bai, and seeing the other comments come through. Your comment can also be showcased outside, inside. We're going to show it on the stream for us to read, and you just have to put your best thoughts into it, especially coming out from the J Cup and having your message to be seen, featured on stream, and getting rewards as part of that process.
Yeah, shout out to all the Twitch viewers who do get their comments. I recognize all of the consistent community members. It's really cool. You're definitely making my J Cup a lot better, reading your comments. Make sure to go out there, try to get your message through. It's exciting for me to read. And the message about Valda, man, I cannot wait to see more Valda among today. I'm wondering if the teams are going to adjust from what JL discovered with the Yushan Feria, Syra, and this new Cannonball composition.
Exactly, yeah. And another message, you know, you get a little bit of sneaky in there for you guys. I got another message this time coming from Ghost Eyes. Ghost Eyes saying, wishing Team DRG all the best for J Cup. May your strategies be sharp, your coordination flawless, and your passion drive you to victory. Go out there, make it unforgettable. Let's go DRG. My man threw the ellipses because he's like, wait for this exclamation point real quick. I'm about to send you out one of the boom, you know, coming through here. And that's, you know, one of the reasons why you guys, you know, the reasons that the community thrives, right? The activity, the, you know, consistency, everyone making their chances, just making, you know, that camaraderie ship into the play of things, and just knowing what players are where and having to go through. But just like how you guys are on the message board and making sure to go through, we got to go onto the floor to see what's going to happen live for Day 2 Trios. We'll see you guys in just a bit before we go to Game 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship. I am Raven PLZ, and I am joined by Surveyo. We got another day of trios. We got the defending NBPL champs, GG today. I'm excited to see them. I'm very excited to see how EU stacks against them. I'm going to be rooting for Ryomen. No sense leading their teams from EU. Do they have what it takes on this world stage to put a dent into the Chinese pro teams?
Exactly, and some teams coming in here from day one, still competing into today's scoreline, having Team Bauda making their appearance from the CN roster, having a chance of seeing them outperform throughout today. But before we go through, there is a QR code for you guys right there. Yeah, you see that right there. You gotta make sure you pull your phone out. I mentioned this once before, I'm gonna keep mentioning it for y'all. You gotta make sure you get your phone out, scan, and be part of the Discord community for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. There are a lot of goodies to showcase, because you have comments that you send in there. You'll be able to get some goodies alongside of that, but more importantly, just being able to have a community to be part of, as well, just getting a good understanding of how other players think and how other combinations of things to go along that matter.
Yeah, the honest comment will be rewarded with a peerless chest. Just get your comments out there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm super stoked to read them. I'm not gonna lie, it's one of my favorite parts of my cast, seeing what you Twitch chatters are talking about.
But, it's more important the drops, because you get a bubble, you get an avatar, and those are for the free finals instead of finals. So make sure you guys notice that it's going to be the case. But the lucky draw is always going to be coming through here, as they're going to be giving out for all days that we're playing. And that is just free goodies to be, to be awarded to, alongside that rare chance for the Kurumi outfit that just came out with the Halloween, the Blue Lantern's Life. If you guys haven't gotten it already, that's free stuff. We take a free legendary skin coming out here. And talking about the, the Peerless Treasure Choice gift, right? That's the Mortal Treasure, that's the Brocade Treasure, and that's the Lotus Chest. And I'm still waiting to see about whether or not I'm going to get myself the SAG armor for Takeda. I've been trying to get that armor for X amount of years. Still haven't gotten it. I got every other legendary, it feels like, but it feels like that one is just the one that's cupping away.
Yeah, I mean, the devil's in the details. Remember, you're going to have to be tuning into the pre-finals and watching for 2 hours. But let's get back into some NARAKA today. GG, the creators of the new Transformers, it's known all over CN. It's taking trios ranked by storm. They do use the Hottie variation V2 for the Burn Wombo with Valdem and Monk. I haven't seen that variation yet. I've mainly seen JL using the Cube variation, but JL has been dominating the scrims. I haven't had the privilege of seeing GG. I'm excited to see their take on it, and are they the best team of 2024 on Transformers?
Yeah, and taking Transformers with the V2, right? The burn effect coming out from Hottie versus his other variation, which is with the first ultimate, right? And having the escape given to the teams. Now, seeing JL taking success with that route really comes to the motion of the mitigation of just catching your teammates out and getting them out of danger. Something that comes into the end game circle, something that comes into Rummy Yang. So the most important aspect into the trios team's lineup, just being able to prepare themselves, maybe going up against a mirror matchup comp, or even one of the other key comps seen into the scene. Zai comp with the Zyphon, meaning we have Zai, Matari, and or just a mixture of Kurumi, or even to the Zippying. But seeing a new character on the block, taking that support role, Syra.
Yeah, speaking of Syra, Bauda showing up with the new Zyphon composition. Instead of having that support, traditionally Kurumi or Zipping, they're putting Syra there with Zai Matari, and they were absolutely crushing in scrims, and they crushed for their first day of group play. Now, they lost their little bit of head of steam. The rest of their composition's not performing as well, but I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of Bauda's You. Shout out down to my man. He's carrying even a new organization to these victories. I'm excited to see what he can do. Did they make the adjustments, and how do they stack up against GG?
Yeah, and having the killer scrim day, being able to secure 30 kills at one point with the Sand Siphon technique, or with the Sand Siphon, with the comp being, with its mulch being the Takeda, and then having offensive pressure. Having the scene day one in terms of trios, we saw a lot of chances for those verticality fights come into the motion of just being able to survive. JL took the notion of being able to survive with One Fang being the sole survivor for the team, but in seeing later on and how often that no contested came through from other members of other teams when they had a high ground spot. Now, repositioning over in terms of the ravine, we saw in Hallroth into game 3, having no one take any sort of predictions in terms of what to do next, because we got ourselves going for what is happening today. JL's not playing today. This is going to be groups A and B, and running through into the schedule, this will give you a good overview. Make sure you take a screenshot if you can, or you just look back onto the VOD that we do have onto the YouTube channel, just making sure you guys have a chance of watching back in those games. But with today being able to go through, we still have to see how these teams are going to end up, because we're just qualifying. Because once it comes into the 14th of December up into the 15th, that's when we're going to have those grand finals in Changsha, China, and is having a chance of the world stage in all of its glory.
Yeah, we were just talking a little bit with Zoe about Changsha, a city in the mountains. I'm excited to see this. Make sure to tune in, ladies and gentlemen. Like Serv was saying, we still have another trios day coming up, another solos day, and then we'll be going into this pre-finals. But it all really leads up to Changsha for the World Championship. I cannot wait. New city, new teams. Are we going to have a new champion, or are we going to get a NARAKA Trios 2-piece? J-Team, the other Trios team, be able to do it twice. Will JL be able to do it twice? Looking at the overall standings, SCA's Sin at 14.5. Aries, their last day. Can they bring this back at 21.5? MVP at 23. The top 6, 5-2-1, having their year in NBPL at 48.5. Bauda, super fast start, then slowing down, but still pretty much qualifying off one day at 52.9. Alliance starting the day really, really slow on the opposite end, and then picking up speed at the end at 60 points. OUG dominating, having super consistent performance no matter what. Same thing with Wolves, and same thing with JL. But JL, with those 100 points, they are unleashed. They even admitted that we're going to be testing out some things now that we guaranteed qualify. And when you got the experimenting general of CNTXJ, I would be worried if I was any team.
Yeah, things to be prepared for when it comes to the finals or even to the day 3 for trios. But we got our teams on the board here. Starting off here, EWG's first day playing from the CN region, and CYN from NA, DRG from a CN side as well, but EU's KFL are making their approach with GG from CN as well as HyperQ from EU. But SYN or Synergy from C Server is also coming through, and they're on the board in terms of just trying to catch up for those points. Because first day coming into Predoria, we have that to be the daytime. No Fireflies for trios teams for the first game. Second game is Hollerod Sunny. Third game is going to be Morris Isle midday. But then that's when we transition to the rushing, going through and finding hot drops for those Fireflies. 50% rage given for each Firefly picked up. That's going to be giving us a startup in terms of Hollerod Dusk into Morris Isle night, and ending the day off with Predoria midnight. Taking the chance of seeing these teams inside of the rooms, right? We got Bauda going through, GG looking up, going ahead, give me 2 thumbs up. And of course, all the players with EWG and Alliance, they've been having a good chance of now seeing what happened in day 1 and just trying to see what they can do for day 2.
GG. Is there a hair dye buff? Look at the EU boys showing up. Kimmy and the NA boys, Nunu and B, miss you. Kuzo, can they bring it through? I was hoping, I was talking to Miss You right before he got up to set up for the day, and I asked him, are we going to play some of the Menda compositions today? He assured me that they would. Now, I was wondering why they had a really, really good game that could have salvaged a lot of their previous day, and they still went into second Yang, and I had to ask Miss You, why go in and risk it all when you know you're going to be fighting against JL with gold armor, with gold weapons? And he's told me that Kuzo just wanted to fight.
Man was aggressive, and that's the thing that caught him out, because we saw Matari ultimate be utilized there fairly early. Tian Hai can punish that immediately, seeing how Matariel breaks that line of sight necessarily for 12 seconds, meaning that there's semi-invisible transparency for the team to try to look ahead and reposition outside of it. But that's when we saw the fight had. Hoping Aries took a chance of looking at studying it through, and the team's already going to be preparing themselves for today for this game 1. For YZG, having the chance to see the appearance again for the second time for trios. This is going to be the second day for them to catch up on the scoreboard just to confirm themselves for top 12. And we know YZG coming in from earlier in terms of this year and seeing how they're able to go through with their key solos player TT25 coming into the mix. But EWG having their first day playing here, remembering the last interviews that we saw with EWG Cookie, but more importantly with the team just trying to connect to themselves into the scene.
Yeah, seeing YZG is still a little bit jarring for me just because KLA was a staple of the top 5 trio scene, but seeing them rebrand, I see the colors, I always recognize that's a new KLA. YZG rebranding this season for this year's Worlds. Now, I was privileged to see EWG's Cookie. He's one of the few, actually, trio CN players who has really good English. I'm hoping to get a hold of him just to pick his mind about the CNC now looking at HY. No sense bringing another team from EU. He was here last year with IDK. One of the brightest minds. I've heard from many players that No Sense has been one of the premier trios players of EU. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do with this year's squad. Now, CYN, these guys are menaces in rank. I run into them all the time. What can they do on the world stage? Now, Kimmy is feeling she's not their main third player, so they've had a week or so to implement them in the strategies. So we'll have to see how well she's going to be synergizing with the boys. She mainly played with a different team leading into this year's Worlds.
Yeah, and taking the time to practice against all the other CN teams through scrims, now giving her a good insight in terms of how to prepare herself as part of that support line. But we do have a chance of looking at the first phase coming out here. GG, DRG, Aries, and KFL rocking through that scenario. EWG, Bauda, YZG, and MVP, they're in the second phase, while Hypercube, CYN, Alliance, as well as Team SYN are in the final phase, the third phase. And this is on that patch for 11-14 for you guys at home. If you're unsure about where they stand in terms of the balancing and whatnot, this is going to be the most recent patch with the buffs to Sierra and seeing her chance into the grand floor. But for our first phase selection, to see the first 14 comps be selected, whether it's going to be a mono pick, if it's going to be a mix and match that we've seen with Sand Siphon, we've seen with Zyphon, or even a random Viper Witch and Tessa off the rip. Let's take a look see about this one, Raven.
Now, I believe the Monk composition is probably the strong comp right now. I'm curious to see what GG thinks the best comp is. Now, there is another consideration besides your phase and the strongest composition. Map selection is super important, and Predoria is really wide open, and GG is going to be opening up with their Takeda, with their Siphon, to show everyone and test everyone. This has been their staple composition for the last 2 years. I've always gone back and looked at them. They've always set the meta as far as even the old choices, the ability choices, and they've dominated with Siphon for such a long time. I'm curious to see how they're going to be doing at this year's Worlds on Predoria.
Oh yeah, and in seeing Aries and MVP taking Viper, Witch, and Tessa here for that second round selection. Another Zyphon coming in here from YZG, and with the Kurumi slottage into there, now Zyphon having the Zipping Ying for their support line into EWG's hands, as well as a mirror side up from Team Bauda. They are both taken into the team comp selection of that nature. And now for the final phase, the bans are set for Zyphon with the Kurumi in mind for the supports, but they lost to Batari for a +1 as well as for Zai for the teams. Viper Witch and Tessa is necessarily not a guarantee for a team comp to run, but it is one of the more staple picks for that because Alliance has already framed that one into play. CYN is taking that into the motion, but there's a Transformer comp both coming out from both Hypercube and from Team SYN into that final phase.
Now, there's going to be a lot of Vipers in for this day, and with Alliance going on Viper, besides GG, Alliance has one of the most dangerous Attack on Titan compositions. Their Viper assassination has carried them through so many different rounds. They're able to find so many early and mid-game kills. Now, I'm privy to see a lot of their strategies. Frostmus has told me that their coach loves getting them in, loves getting them very aggro in that early and mid-game, and Viper really enables you to take the fight to your opponents, to stop these Monks from getting here, to stop these Takedas from getting here, find them, cut them at the feet early on, and then finish them off in endgame.
It's always the case scenario for these guys. I mean, taking out one of the most detrimental end moment comps in terms of the heal-offs and just making sure to pick them apart piece by piece. If Alliance can make it out through here, this would be a great setup for them, and this is going to lead them into what they would hope for in just having that first game momentum. Now, skill selections. Looking across the board, I ain't seeing anything too crazy here, especially coming out from the builds of V1 from GG though for that for the Temi. But more importantly, seeing no changes for the Zais or the Mataris. Now coming out into the second row, I'm looking at towards if there's anything changed up. Not going to be the case, at least towards what I saw from the Transformers. And we're seeing the F1 being brought up from SYN as well as from KFL for the Baldas. So something that we've seen have significant success from day one. But a V2 ultimate from Aries for Viper, that 2-second silence and stun to be applied within the tether range.
Gloves on Balda is going to be running F1. I'm curious, I didn't get to catch KFL's setup for their Balda. I believe they're just going to go with the normal combo break. Now Ryomen, super excited. I was excited to know that Monk came back in the meta. His eyes lit up thinking, I know I can carry this situation. He hasn't had Monk the entire season, and right before we get to go to China, he pulls a miracle, qualifies, and even gets his main character that he loves and enjoys. I'm so excited to see whether my man can carry his team. But first, which of the following teams will rack up the most eliminations in this match? Or, if they have the same eliminations, who will deal the most damage? Is it A, CDGG, or B, YZG? Now, if I'm a betting man, sir, I gotta put my money on GG. They are on their composition, their siphon. They are the premier team. They are the team to beat. It is the first game, though. A lot of times, first game starts off a little slow. I don't think that's the case for GG, though.
No, they're not going to slow down. They got two enemy opponents coming through here with Hypercube and seeing about Team YZG into the Twilight's Pass. But game one's going to begin here for day 2 trios. My name is Severa alongside with Raven PLZ. We're going to go starting off here into the A's off a peak. Now, of course, Team Alliance, they're rushing straight to the heart of it all and trying to get as much gear. How many choices can we open in the next couple of seconds to go into a fight? Because YZG and Hypercube are taking that early game aggression right off the bat.
YZG versus EU. What can the EU boys show me? QGG able to find the first focus attacks, getting the nice aggro up. Their team lucking out with the armors, but Konghai is going to get that parry, get the nice RB, but he is going to fall right now. 2v3 situation. What can you show me? Can you bring this back? But GG's going to be coming out with a nice timing tap, a nice flank, and now YZG is on the back foot and has to peel out.
Yeah, QGG getting caught by that parry, getting a full elimination from GG. There's going to be their first kill on the board. Having the opportunity of using F2 for the Cicada. Now this is going to be where CJS can use it to psych it out. Plus it's also a lower cooldown skill to see about its usage in the trio's mindset for CJS. Having a chance of backlining this, finding BLZ down for Hypercube, and finding the second elimination up to 4. We have just accrued to the kills after we just started off the loop, still with common armor, but not without the amount of damage that just came through into this house.
Yeah, like I was saying, I didn't think that GG would play this early game very slow. In the scrims, GG showed a different side of themselves. They really took it to every single team. Normally, in NBPL, they play very, very methodical, just really, really slow off spawn. They don't really try to challenge off spawn, not even really going for timing attacks. They go for a full Blue Jade setup, blue armors, and set up for that first Yang. But we see them take that aggression and go for a nice timing attack. Looking at KFL, they're looking really stacked. We're going to be following this new variation of GG we're not accustomed to, this aggression, and they're going to find YZG's res.
Now this is over by Ancient Sake. This is an immediate kill to the pickup of loot. Now Moonbanes have been purchased already. I saw Ares was able to pick up one of those Moonbanes, but we do still see GG rotating out straight north. They are heading in past towards the Purity Chamber. They're making their approach towards Imperium slowly but surely, while YZG, seen CXZ, seen QGG be the only ones left alive. 17S is still inside of his soul form. Now, Team Bauda, Arcadia. The objective gameplay usually from Arcadia is to get that Volpine's Essence. If Bauda was uncontested for this, even with the 3 kill eliminations for right now, they can solve that puzzle by picking up those Thunder Coins, which are going to be taking up the inventory slots, as you can see from Peak right there. They're going to find 7 coins, get that Jade, hold it on, and have it for their, probably for their Zai, most likely, since Yu is able to kind of utilize it and use it aggressively inside of Romy Yang's, or even just being able to hold it on for the end game.
Interesting. Bauda actually switched back to zipping instead of Syra. They were absolutely crushing with Syra. There was one vulnerability that I did notice by the end of the day for the first group stage. OUG was with full gold armor, but because they had Syra contesting a Spirit Well, they weren't able to sustain and get out of that situation. They end up getting poked out by most of the lobby. And because they didn't have a true support heal, they end up falling as they come in from the zone. The rest of the lobby focus fires them, even though they had the most stacked loot. So big adjustment coming out from Bauda.
Now it's up to this fight here. Ares making sure they're approaching to Alliance. Wow, early off into the V2 usage. This is going to be the surprise. Maybe the ace up their sleeve for a moment, because the other opponents with the V1 from Alliance forcing out that Wu-Chan port coming in from Yishao. Now, Kuzo had already casted his Test Enchant. He still has to build up Rage, but passively in the distance, you can see GG looking to try to invade themselves. They got level 2 for that Variation 3 ultimate for Takeda, meaning they have 4 slashes, but they're not using it just yet. They got to make sure to kind of see about the backline that just disengaged, and they recognize it to be with Ares, but the F2 is invested from CJS, not holding it out for his ultimate, and now is the time that it comes through. 1, 2, 3 vertical coming out, no connections there. CJS eating up a lot of damage and using the Furin to kind of push back while that aggression still keeps on coming.
Temio's going to be invested in Takeda, connecting perfectly onto Ares. Ares in a really tough position right now, stuck with the double ultimate. Can they survive? They're stuck against the wall right now, but they're doing a wonderful job getting LXM really, really low. A little bit of a pickup with the Kurumi heal. Kuzo in the thick of things, looking for the parry. He's going to get it, and LXM is going to fall. CJS in a bad situation now. He is getting staggered over and over, but Alliance going to be coming in with a third party. Can they find a closeout onto GG?
Yishao looking to try to chase this down here. Another ultimate coming from Misu with the V2, finding the F3. CYN's big, finds the kill steal off of CJS, but we still have blue armors, and we're looking for a fuel shield reset for Ares. Taking that longsword beam, Kuzo is going to be in a tap dodge position, but gets caught into that mid dodge. Now there's going to be a chance here for the test and chant from this time from Ares to look for that knockback. There goes down Kuzo. CYN is now up to 2 eliminations, and seeing that this kill spread has gone through with the Moonbane being casted, all teams are separating themselves from this area. Now, if this Moonbane is under Ares, they are going to go ahead and try to get a reset. If the teams look to try to contest that, they're only looking for light range shots.
A little bit of NA on NA violence with that 4th and 5th party coming in. We are going to get DRG on the outside versus EWG Cookie in an isolated 2v1 situation. He is going to get double charged and deep fried, taken down. DRG on the board now, looking at the off spawn. Ares with 4 kills, actually. GG with 5. Very, very strange seeing GG going for a lot of kills off spawn. We are going to tune in to KFL, the EU boys versus Bauda. What can you show me? Ryoman's going to be ulting right now. You backing off on the Zai. Matario's going to be invested, getting out of line of sight. F3 is going to be invested. Wow, the disengage coming out from Bauda, denying all of the pressure from Ryoman.
Now Ryoman's going to have half of his ultimate expended in search of the opponents. Now the Matari ultimate is over. This means that they have full vision, but there's so much terrain advantage right now for the opposing teams. And now from Team Bauda taking the bow shots, they can make it very well known that they are not afraid to go right back in. They still have Zai ultimate to be available for them to go back through. Ryoman's going to have to deform here, maybe having full chances of seeing about you getting caught out because he still hasn't procced his F skill, because he still has it back from the cooldown moment. Peak, proccing that zipping ult, looking for the knockback, jumping extensions coming out here from you, looking for the R&B to hold check if he can, but the drop down with the ultimate from you to knock back and spread the opponents out. It is not going to be going through for KFL unless they can find a turnaround, as Ryoman's getting targeted by you.
Yu delays his ultimate. Now he has full control of this fight. He's trying to lock down Ryoman. Ryoman backing off, trying to pop the heal. Yak, nice peel coming out with the hottie, but how long can you deny Yu? P gonna get the parry, take down Windy, and now Yak has the cube out of here. Ryoman's doing his best to peel for him, stuck in the thick of things, but Bauda is gonna be cleaning up KFL right now. Ryoman with the last health situation. Yu's ult is still ticking. He gets a nice whip in, and Bauda will clear up KFL.
Horizontal's being released left and right. You know, the pulls are coming out here from you is going to come through for the gear on hand. Nunchucks on the ground, a purple rarity, having purple dual blades, having the skill necessary to go right into first roam game. Got about a minute or so before the cave starts to go ahead and be open for teams to try to reposition for that if they lost their first set of fights. In the meanwhile, Ancient Stockade, we're running right back into this area. CYN looking to reset here. After losing their first set of lives, they have 2 eliminations, and they're having a good chance of getting the good RNG set. But in the unfortunate circumstance, GG is in the ropes of the distance, and they are looking to hunt around, and they have just reappeared at the Ancient Stockade, looking to kind of kite around here on the northwestern end of it, and just going straight toward Tincture Woods.
Yeah, it looks like GG is cashing in on the amount of research they were doing during scrims. I had heard from Ryoman that they were definitely deviating from their normal NBPL strategy. They actively hunted and moved around the map trying to figure out who was landing where, and we're seeing a lot more active GG than we're accustomed to. Now going into this first Rumble Yang, we are going to see all these siphons posted up, the Zai composition, the budget variation. Now Zai has a little bit of advantage onto Takeda in the beginning just because she gets a lot more value earlier. It takes a lot more investment for Takeda to get going, but we'll have to see how GG is going to stand here, only with a purple ultimate. GG, though, the premier Siphon team.
What's crazy, 330 has a blistering edge and Sapshade as a Kurumi, meaning that once that parry occurs with the ultimate, it might be set up. There's going to be the cast for the F3. As it comes out, the Binding Prayer is going to create that mitigation aspect and go straight to offensive mode, but the Zai ultimate might not come out yet, but the Matari will. EWG, see into the skies. You can see Liwei is going to be right up in the alley into the moment. Trying to kite around there, waiting to burn time for that semi-circle, and then the drop-down blue comes out. The vertical blue focus doing more than enough damage for TGS. We're looking for the Takeda ultimate to be casted out here before we can use the Zai, but the skill from Zai comes in, the comments are released, the blue focuses are spammed, 330 casting his Kurumi ult.
Yeah, Takeda really, really low. CGS is going to get picked up. Nice job from him, avoiding the execution onto him, but 3-0 with this blistering, flanking everyone right now. Cookie's doing a good job with the Zai, peeling for his teammates, and now EWG going into the second phase, has all the ults, baited it out for GG. CGS on the Takeda, no armor to his name, but Kurumi's going to lock on to him, keeping him up right now. Last little bit, no abilities left except the Zai ult from Cookie. He's putting on the pressure, but still, CGS is getting peeled perfectly from his teammates.
Now that F1 comes out in clutch moments as Cookie gets the mitigation, gets the heal back, and is continuously putting the fight into the pressure, but now it's going to be a 1v3. The situation just switched on his head. Cookie is now the only one left from EWG as GG holding the ground for it, looking to try to buy as much time throughout here as he's escaping and looking for the bow shot. You're going to get a wild bow shot from me? I don't think so. The horizontal gets released from Cookie. He's going ahead and keeps kiting out. We got 25 seconds, but the bow shots, they still not connecting. The clink, that's going to be the death sentence, unless Cookie is just that much of a slippery slope. He gets caught into that LMB. That's going to be a victory for GG, taking into that gold weapon into account for the team.
Yeah, GG just makes it look so easy. Running that double pole sword, halberd, rare weapon composition. I rarely see that weapon composition. It does make sense that GG's 3-3-0 has a blistering. Really makes the brings a lot of reliability to the pole sword focus attack. They do a wonderful job of bending, weaving, going on the offensive when they need to, backing off when the execution on their Takeda is coming in. Great peel from them, but they make it look so easy. The amount of bursts that the Zai Matari team has is very, very tough to deal with, especially for that first Yang. The Xiphon composition was designed to beat Siphon and the Viper attack on Titan. So really, really good job from GG. There's no question that they are locked in this year for this year's Worlds.
Now we got a double off for Yang drop spawn. YZG taken into the steady line against EWG, and this is Siphon versus Sand Siphon outside the realm. Yang now taking into account that QGG also has a moment of using the fan, having when he turned into the background, whether or not he's going to be throwing a horizontal to try to connect it. No, it looks like he gave it to his teammate because CXC got a proc ult out there. The Temi comes out, elimination on the X side, having the ultimate and burning the soul bloom to be picked up for QGG just to ensure that he can get that as early often as possible. With the proc though, QGG will look to try to grapple chase this. 9 in his hand, and looking like in the distance, another team CYN could potentially look for this third party inside of the Honor Temple.
Yeah, QGG is going to pop that Takeda. Temi also already invested as well. Matari from the Loye putting on the pressure for him. He is going to be backing out, waiting for these next two shoves to come out. He can't get away though. His team hasn't come out of field. Temi in front of the Zai. Krumiel is going to be invested. YZG is going to pick up, go back to full health, go back on the offensive. Cookie, though, standing in between them, not letting them get to his Matari. Nice job for him to peel, but for how long can he hold on?
Perry coming out here, though. CXC takes his chance in a third party. CYN, Viper Wuchen Tested team comes in and almost completely disarrays fight QGG in the enchant threshold, but he is too far from where the team's position is. CYN were in a great spot to find the eliminations big. Repositions back in, still has that variation 1 ultimate, and the Wuchen poured out comes out from a Kamoka. Now, as the team looks to reset over on top of the Honor Temple, it was unsure whether or not they thought EWG were willing to go right back in, or if YZG has something under their hands. Otherwise, they're completely out from that position.
Yeah, it looks like even though they get the nice timing attack in with the Tesla, one of them gets buried and they go too low to secure the kill. And it looks like EWG isn't going to pick up where they left off. QGG jumping in with the blue fan, trying to get an opening for his teammates. 17S is going to go really, really low. Kurumi has to get in the backline round, goes for the tether, but QGG with the tether, gonna go on the offensive versus Cookie. Montari also gonna be coming out. But we got the Takeda ult back online, ready to go. YZG with the momentum now.
Now they're up to 3 eliminations, and they're trying to hunt down towards Cookie's direction, towards this area. Now, of course, Cookie gets caught into the stacker. 3 Fear and Blast, 3 blue focus spam, and a lot of stackers coming in. And that's going to be YZG's 4th elimination so far into his onslaught. Now, CYN are back in the mix. Remember, V1 is still being saved. There's going to be the ultimate from the Tumult in the Tessa hit. Missed its target as QGG is out of there for the moment and comes right back in. 1-2 crouch LMBs coming out, back and forth. The F comes through, and Big gets eliminated in succession. CYN having a moment, but then executing it throughout this time, parry by parry. YZG come up into 6 kills into this game.
Oh my goodness, CXZ, his teammate stunned right next to the Temi wall. Great positioning. sets up perfectly for the flank play, denying the burst. They're stuck out in the open with very little to line of sight, but nice job from the Temi to create the opportunity for everyone to make a big play right there. And they make it look easy.
Yeah.
That was a really, really tough spot. Well played by them to avoid that Viper stun execute.
Yeah, and Cyan Fan going to be picked up for QGG, and having that Soothing Boon now unlocked to be in its utmost power for the Romy Yang #2 showing up here. The teams are looking to rotate throughout. Now, QGG not going to have ultimates on standby, so they're just going to be looking to maybe potentially go to a Spirit Well, but DRG, they are waiting outside the Romy Yang as there's a lot of action outside. Alliance and QGG are trying to contest the Spirit Well north of the Black Tortoise Gate. Kind of interesting scene that they just want to try to get that free realm potentially.
Yeah, GG's going to be going in, but look at the Takeda. We're only at 57%. Oh, and wait a second. Did Alliance go in on their Viper composition? I'm pretty sure Alliance is on the Viper. Weird mix-up right here. See, they have their work cut out of them. They do not have many ultimates online. I'm guessing they have ultimates closely coming online. We'll have to see how CGS is going to be able to create an opportunity. Everyone's going to be pop. No folks is coming in, but Yuma is going to keep up the pressure with the light attacks. Tesla ult's going to be invested. Viper ult is up. They're trying to hold the Takeda in. Nice job from CGS holding and just getting out of there. Temi giving him the opportunity to back off. Did they dodge the V1? It looks like no one got stunned.
Now it's going to be the V1 for the Wu Chen to port the team out, and if they have the more HP, the more attack they're going to have, because now it's up to whether or not Alliance wants to go ahead for the re-aggression, but they don't even know when the Takeda ultimate's coming up. They didn't even see it being procced earlier. They're like, where's his ultimate? F2 off the pillar, dog? Crazy. And there's a drop-down blue coming in the place. That's the Takeda ultimate. That's the Tesla enchant, but it might have been too late. But all the F skills are being invested from this point on. As Tesla's going to spam it out, the enchant is good, but the damage is going to be regenerated from the Kurumi ultimate for the RMBs. We're charging out. We get caught in the background. It might be GG's position right now to use those two Furins to try to lock down. There it is. RMBs coming left and right for the parry and into the connection with the pole sword and the last Furin to be available. And this is going to be where the F2 might come in clutch for GG CJS.
Alliance is getting picked apart. I cannot believe this. GG went in here with no ultimates, and they absolutely worked Alliance out. NY7 doing his very best. The last one remaining, scale rushing out. Can he stall for 36 seconds after he's going to be invested? But the light attacks are coming out. GG has him surrounded. Nowhere to go, and Kurumi is going to put him out of his misery. GG is looking unstoppable.
Maybe a good chance to see what they got picked up. A Razor Swift actually being picked up in the gold fan. An explosive armor to be accrued with the Flamebringer on standby. The buff of choice definitely going to be maybe Draco Storm, as it's always going to be used as a full refresh on the ult now, guys. If you guys don't remember from going through, if you haven't played NARAKA in a bit, that ult refresh comes out from Draco Storm now. This means that the teams can just go full aggression into heals that come from that, giving the host wearer an additional heal on top of the baseline heal for your teammates' white health. And for that moment, GG rocking the aggression from this point on only comes if there's any opponents in the vicinity.
Yeah, I love the Draco Storm change. Even before they made the change, I always felt like with Draco Storm, it is extremely hard to lose any type of fighting situation. And even though you didn't have ultimate, you would win fights so easily. That AoE proc basically gives your whole team Storm Stride, allowing you to just hold focus attack in people's faces until you see that stagger and just releasing consistently. The regen on Draco Storm, absolutely insane. Now, moving on, Ares still alive. They found a way to recover. It looks like they were able to claim the Spirit Well, setting up for this assassinations play. I'm a big fan of Viper for the first day. You don't really have to go into Yang, put a ton of pressure on yourself to be firing on all cylinders. Instead, you can go around, play the full game, and find some kills.
Now Team Bao to lose their Romy Yang are going forward in 100%. Don't stop in this car. He was driving it, and now it's going to be a chance for him to go for gold focus spam into the other F skill. Now is a chance to see MVP burn out. The Wu Chen point is located. There it is. They spotted it out. They got the res, so that shield wall might protect him for a second, but the denial with the Viper ultimate to come out is denied because we held our Matario. Forbidden Seal is in active state, and now no one's going to have any ultimate active. We're just going to go full hand-on-hand action to just slap around and get the kills. About to have a... You know, they got out of the Romy Yang depletion in less than like 30 seconds. And they have themselves with nearly up to 17 kills in their first game today.
A little bit of miscommunication coming out from MVP. They pop their ultimates and no ult zone as Bowda's going to be diving in now. Tough break for Bowda. They don't have any ults, but they do have the no ult zone to work with. CJS with GG, probe it in, check it out. What the vibes are like, noticing it's a very scaled team. GG instead is going to opt out to find a different, weaker team now. Aries, 2 blueberries on the team, 2 blue armors. If they get armor checked by GG, it might activate them into putting on some pressure. And this is what I was saying, Serve. Normally we see a very defensive GG. Right now, I see them constantly pressing the issue, looking for opportunities. Now, they're still not going full Ooga Booga, fully committing to each fight with Alliance and Ares scoping out this situation. It's going to be very dangerous leading into this endgame with 2 Viper teams hawking for third parties.
Exactly, yeah, and taking a chance of seeing the Forbidden Seal, the initiation for third to fourth parties are easily to happen as Alliance sees their opportunity. Okay, Y7 was right there on the cusp. Can he get a step? He just walks in. It's okay. He can take the aggression. I'm okay with that. He's got F skill up in 3 seconds. He's looking for the connection off of somebody who is potentially in their backline into making sure they can connect it. A Tessa enchant comes out, clean sweep from Ares. So far for that enchant to proc, but more importantly, procking out that Wuchen port. Now up to Alliance with these armors and the health that they're at and the Rubbing depletion in play. For Alliance, they have to be careful, but you spotted him out and he just dashed horizontally every single one of those full sword strikes and just goes for the full commitment, investing his F skill. Another test enchant this time coming out, but there goes down Alliance as immediate elimination comes out, but you finds a solo with the pickup.
You will not be denied. Bowda diving in, finding the vulnerable Alliance without ultimates, still not even having to invest any ultimates, just chopping through with this gold pole sword. Yuma doing a wonderful job smacking you away, getting him to retreat, but they will fall as Bowda repositions into this building as the lobby descends onto the commotion. Alliance Yuma is going to get surrounded by Team Ares. They're going to find a nice pickup here, bite off a nice little drumstick, an extra kill, and now Team Ares up to 5 kills, getting to the end game. It's looking pretty good so far. Can the NA boys pull through? We'll have to see. This first Spirit Wall is going to set us up for the following end game.
You got Draco Storm on that Spirit buff, and QGG are going, or YCG are going to want to kite that buff as long as possible for the duration. Ares gets spotted here. This is where the potential for the spam with Takeda comes out. Misu gets caught with the blue focus for free. V2 comes out. He can't Takeda Fury. That means the teammates have to look to lock him down. Hoping to see whether or not the Fury can come out the second time because QGG is looking to hold it out. There's Misu looking to dash enemies and looking for the Fury, but there blue focus is coming out from QGG. The Wuchen force to get the team out. They understand that there is a Draco Storm. They say, we gotta get low. We gotta get out of here. And they're pushing away into potentially another team's position. Meanwhile, QGG are chasing down GG. If they potentially think it's the same team, and they realize that's a Takeda in the distance, they might just back off into a whole other direction.
Yeah, tough break for Ares. They have to kite this very stacked YZG, especially with GG trying to avoid the focus fire. Miss you and the crew trying to hide in the bush, trying to avoid the situation, but the triple ultimate, the refresh from that Spirit Well, they have all their ultimates online. Ares desperately heading for the hills, but on top of the hill, awaiting GG is blocking their way. Ares stuck against the wall. Kuzo is gonna fall with the 1-2-3 coming out from YZG 17S.
Now this is up to elimination 7 for YZG, having the chance of losing out their Wuchen. Misu possibly the second one to be caught out here as Kuzo is keeping himself nice and tidy towards Tincture Woods, invisible bushes. Now Misu, who are immediately to get caught before that, so this gives the QGG another chance. The F3 skill coming out from the Viper as Misu tries to disengage. He gets the tap dodge rolls, and QGG is going throughout this whole entire operation. The only problem is I see bow shots coming in here from GG, and that's why GG go ahead for those range shots, and there's a musket to kill off Misu for that kill.
Yeah, GG just going to their tried and true, staying very safe in this end game. They're already up to 12 kills, getting the MVP of the round, getting that first place. Very critical for maximizing your points when you're in this stack loot situation. Only first place really gets the multiplier. It's a big change of 2024. Kuzo, last man remaining standing for Ares. He is going to get a parry back off of him. YZG chasing him through the tree line, but Kuzo makes his way to the cliff. 1-2-3 going to be going in. He's doing his best in a 1v3 situation, but the Moonbane is going to come out, and now Kuzo is going to get shredded by the Moonbane. Triple blast on top of him, nowhere left to go, and Ares will fall.
Falling with 5 eliminations, they're going to see their gear get picked up from DRG. Having a Soul Slash on hand for Kakaxi and having a jabbing, it is a lot of sustain in this team's hands as well. 2 tunas on the board for them, including for Dongqing, and just being able to repossess that 15 heal per second tick. And then looking over to GG, right, bringing that Romiang, having a Razor Swift, but also a Dreadful Whale this time on 3-3-0, and building up the alchemy as often as they can, and finding that their bow usage is going to come in clutch. A Fire Arrow's target lock is going to be the hands of 3-3-0. Blistering Edge has been swapped over for LXM as the team is just finding the rotation in the right hands for each pool.
Now, 15 people left alive, 5 teams ready to go. Cannons are out. Everyone slowing down, waiting for the Moonbane to go down, waiting for that next Spirit Well. YZG set up very, very pretty on their side, but now there are 3 teams very, very stacked. The key to winning these situations is having dominant range Jades, especially with the Spirit Well. You want to have really good melee Jades like Dreadful Whale and Merciless, but you can really only go for one side, so it really depends. Where do you want to play? Do you want to hold on the center, or do you want to poke on the outside? Range, definitely the safer option. Gives you a lot of movement in this end game, and you're seeing all of these teams posturing, not sitting in the middle. I don't really see any space controlling Jades out there. No Dragon Roars, no Merciless Havocs, no Aurora Burst, just raw focus attacks. And Bowda's going to be coming in with that flank, and it looks like GG's going to start posting up, trying to claim the Spirit Well.
Preemptive Temio coming in here for GG just to make sure they can lock it down, and there it is. It might be a chance for Yorana to F2 the heck out of there. Matari making sure that she can try to play sneaky, and it's not going to be allowed from GG. There's his Takeda ultimate. We are at 80% for the Spirit Well clear. Are we going to kite this buff, or are we going to immediately pick up, and GG takes that initiative with the Draco Storm to go crazy for the next 2.5 minutes. Now, with YZG's CXZ taking his spot here, taking a lot of damage and burning his combo breaker. The Draco Storm Stagger might be the killing blow right here for the blue focus, and there is GG picking up their kill elimination and another ultimate proc, and that Soul Bloom just to tick away slowly.
Yeah, CJS leading his team through. GG with another Draco Storm, absolutely vacuuming as many kills as possible. But SYN's Minds has something to say about this. He's going to pop the Monk ultimate, slow him down, looking for the double grab. In the background, SYN slows down this Juggernaut, and now YZG with GG on the back foot is going to go for a flank play. Minds is able to get one scoop. Hottie Dash is going to be coming through, not able to get that nice reset. His opponent is able to get out of there, but SYN lives to fight another day. Forces GG out, one of the first teams to survive a GG attack.
Yeah, and SYN still having loves, having the Baldo ultimate. GG looking to try to go for those tick damage from range. CJS looking to lock through. He's at 59% rage right now, looking to try to throw blue focuses here. Right there is a double parry though from Minds. Oh, the damage. Oh, the connection to the zone. This might force that Temio, and there it is. It's going to come out throughout this area with a V2 Baldo from gloves and holding it down. CJS is at 92% rage. He's going to have the ultimate ready to go in case he needs to use it for peel off. And there is a chance for Minds to find a blue armor, but he gets caught in the thread of Thrasher mode as GG comes back and forth and gets him throughout. That Tian Hai is gone from the lobby. We have a massive score lead so far for GG, up to 14, and we're still having Team Bowda still alive with 19 kills.
Yeah, Bowda's absolutely decimating the other side of the lobby. We have GG splitting out on the other side, Bowda on the other side, DRG's Donkey making moves right now, but Kakaxi and WX98 under a ton of pressure right now. It's going to force out the Kurumi ult. Kurumi still getting shredded by a ton of damage. She's down to 1 HP. Her health keeps getting picked up, but she's taking too much damage. Peek with the cannon is going to do a ton of damage and pick up the kill, and now GG is going to activate as a lobby descents. They still have a little bit of Draco Storm, but CJS again has another Takeda ult, trying to find an opening. He's at 40% with a minute and 50 up though. GG has to lock in, has to set up their cooldowns if they hope to secure us. Bowda has still a ton of loot, a ton of ults left. You absolutely devastating, but still GG makes a play, surrounds him, and takes you out of the game.
crazy Dreadful Whale into CJS Takeda ultimate, now putting the pressure onto Bauda at 22 kills and maybe just losing that multiplier. If they take out Peak, it might be over. The Takeda Fury and tap dodge left and right from Peak, but the Dreadful Whale confirms it, giving Iran a lot more to worry about. Having F2 go straight to the sky, trying to buy as much time as possible. YZG17S having a chance of just going ahead and cutting up to the sky now. Of course, while CJS gets caught by another of seeing Dongqing getting knocked through for that Dreadful Whale, seeing Kurumi hold that onto hand, we're going to see the Matari from YZG17S to get straight to the sky if he can. For this moment, 17S actually on the ground, but the Mataris are just going ahead, going crazy into that moment. I mean, if GG comes out here with MVP, more than likely getting their score lines for the next 45 seconds after the amount of kills that are left to go through the next 4 opponents.
Yeah, GG already up to 90 points. They have 4 players left remaining. It's critical to pick up every last piece. Don't let anyone out. We have 17S hiding in the Mercury River, trying to stall out to claim that second place. There are a bunch of people air stalling up the top. This Kurumi trying to make a play is going to get found out. The bubbles will be spotted. Bauda's Uran all the way at the top, trying to hold out for that second place placement, but CJS is going to spot him out. Temial's going to come down, cutting up the last little bit of breathing room as GG suffocates the lobby, smothering everyone with their dominant Takeda play. Out of the gate, GG will take your first round, your first MVP, and they're looking devastating and poised to win it all.
Yeah, they got themselves a big game. 22 kills going up into that motion and hoping to get the multiplier that just sets some cool-mindedness to come through for the next 5 rounds. I mean, these type of games, this type of high-scoring games that they just earned is something that just gives that mental push to go down. They don't have as much to worry through, considering they're their opponents, right? And especially with Team Bauda staying as long as alive as they did, finding the Jade usage in just the right manner and fashion and giving that Dreadful Whale towards the Kurumi, forcing the lockdown, having Takeda to look for the medium 1.0 focuses. And in the case instance of using the fan, we saw the usage from both sides of GG, having LXM use a fan on his end as well, giving GG just all the clean sweeps they were looking for.
Yeah, GG and Bauda definitely a step above everyone else in their fighting capability within the realm of Yang. Now we saw some very aggressive play coming out for GG. They're not really known for that early and mid-game aggression. Every single time though, they looked for fights off spawn, after off spawn, transitioning to first Yang, after Yang. Normally they slowed down, but there were no breaks on this freight train. GG was absolutely running a clinic on fragging for this lobby. Now, we didn't really get to see Bauda as much, but on the other end, Bauda was eliminating the other half. They pretty much split up the map, 22 kills on both teams, but GG's endgame is legendary. They've been the strongest team in endgame, and nothing seems to change leading up into this Jacobs World Finals.
Yeah, and we got a question for you guys coming through after that round into the Twitch chat. Make sure you guys are noticing that fact. It's going to be a question for Team Bauda. How many kills did Team Bauda secure in this match? Is it A22, B23, C24, or D25? Make sure you guys put yourself the question and answer in the chat. Raven just said the answer. If hopefully your mind is opened up and you open your third eye, you'll be able to find out, oh yeah, that's what's going to be. But we have a spot going through for that answer. Make sure you put your whisper into open, make it open, and put your NARAKA ID on standby just in case NARAKA BLADEPOINT asks you for it, because guess what? That means you won. You got a good chance. But if you can come through in just a little bit of a second, right? We have a spot and hoping and seeing what the other teams might be going through. Now, Viper Witch and Tesla coming out in the early to mid, having a little bit of success, seeing how Team Ares was able to kind of bring it out. And CYN also having the opposition set themselves up. But we saw how the disengagement came from CYN in motion that maybe had been used in terms of for the team or just for just in case, because we saw EWG getting ambushed upon by CYN as a third party, and yet they still didn't go through for the elimination spread to come back in because the teams already moved out.
Yeah, I was very curious to see whether or not teams were going to use Syra today. Now, in the previous group, in the first day of trios, we did see a ton of Syra, but the problem with the first day is you give all the pro teams a lot of footage to study and look at, and it looks like a lot of CN teams made the adjustments, and it looks like they don't really believe that Syra is necessary. They found ways to run traditional compositions, and we saw the Viper teams run into still Siphon even with no ultimates. We saw GG win outside Win in Yang without their ult sub, getting them online halfway through. We saw C1N coming in, flanking EWG and YZG on the outside and not having success. The amount of detail put into the Siphon for the last 2 years, these teams are just so strong when they run that Sand Siphon that will Syro really come in and change that comp? I don't think so. I feel like Siphon is still here to stay, but does it do well versus the Monk comp? That's what I'm excited to see today. GG Siphon versus a Monk comp.
Yeah, and also it could be a chance for seeing whether or not they want to hold out for those 3 points, right? Like Kurumi, always a top-ended pick. But before we go more into that conversation, we got to look at the scoreboard. A 23-kill game coming in from GG with that 31.6 game. Wow. And the answer for Team Bauda, 22 kills. That's what the answer is going through as it is 24.5 due to that placement. And now seeing DRG with 11 points, 8.5 for YZG. Aries taking 6 points, 5.5 for SYN. EWG with 4 points, 3.5 for Alliance. MVP taking 2.5 alongside CYN. While HyperQ and KFL both having 1 point earned that game. Now, that multiplier goes into only first place for you guys. It means that only GG earns it for that mode. And this is their stat lines coming through with LXM with 9 kills and nearly 29k damage, nearing the 30k, but then here comes CJS surpassing 30k up to 31,000 damage and playing that Takeda with the F2 V3 variation and having 9 kills with the 10 assists.
Good googly mooglies, 30 points off the first game. That's what teams are hoping just for their day. They did it all in one game. Looking at the scoreboards, HY and KFL not being able to survive past the off spawn. Both having a slow start to this, but still a lot of NARAKA to play. CYN having some success with the third party with the Viper, but jumping into some mosh pits. MVP having a little bit of success as well at 2.5. Aries getting going, but in that end game, in the mosh pit of all the super stacked scale teams are not able to survive. They did pick up 6 kills, stepped in the right direction. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have to get top 12 to move forward. GG 31.6 first day at the top 6. 5-1 not playing today, but Alliance starting at the day a little bit slow. That's fine. They started the first day slow as well, and they picked up speed later on. But again, Bauda showing up really, really big, starting off the day very, very, very fast. At the top, though, Wolves and JL after their first day, setting the benchmark of what the top teams are looking like. Wolves, JL, GG, OUG, GG. I'm excited to see how they're going to stack out. Now, this is just the day 1 from all these teams, and we're going to see the highlights of the team brought to you by Thunder Robot.
And we're seeing the Romy Yang fight coming in here. The second Romy Yang. Look at the bow shot. Look at the microphone making coming out here from the trio. Instant parry after the blue with that sap hit. He tried to jump vertical, but it didn't come out. He's still taking the chance of chasing down and going right into the full amount of danger. And then look at this from that fight on, continuously seeing this chance and just going for the releases and then switching that bolt sword out to that dash. Why? Kurumi having the chance to be able to just heal the F skills and then just going in for just the fine pick up that spear rope, meaning the team has a little bit better chance of just not having to worry about getting instant kills. But obviously, it's more so in just making sure that Kurumi keeps those kills going.
Great lead coming for the Not only seeing with that epic hair, devastating opponent. Go with the dagger, so you got parried, but is going to keep up the pressure with the Dreadful Whale. And GG in these endgames, their focus fire is impeccable. In all the chaos, they cherry pick each target within seconds. They're able to close out them, pick up the fight. You see the Tempeon cut off this last little bit of circle. Last players remaining, cleaning up, finishing the play, and securing that first win. 30 plus points, 23 kills. Outrageous start to the day coming out from Team GG.
And we're going to get ourselves going through a Temi MVP, making it happen, making it loud. It was GG's LXM. Razor Swift on hand after that first Romy Yang gave him a good guarantee, especially for that massive amount of control from his gold focus. And having the spear be his primary weapon because he also had a Hex and Harmony spear on standby. And when it came down to where it was using those vertical blue focuses out of the halberds and just looking to try to lock down as he comes from, downtown. You saw it coming out into Rummy Yanks, you saw it outside of it. Ripple 7 Phantom Step was a good guarantee for Scene with LXM. Why? Because if he gets himself and having an ultimate ready to go, if a Viper Witcher Tessa comes out, he can ult after he tap dodges, and he sets him into protecting the team from any foe whatsoever. That Sap Soul Jade, which is extra, flame on top. And talking about the flame, bringing out the flame bringer inside of the fight and taking that ranged weapon into usage for a tempo is something that makes GG come out on top of this game.
Yeah, GG looking like a well-oiled machine. Normally you see Takeda with the premier stats, but for GG, all of those guys are role players. All of them set themselves up for each other, and we see LXM on the Temi, devastating attacks when you have your Takeda setting you up. LXM, I normally look at position 2 from the Chinese side as a role I call enforcer. You're not really on the front line, you're not really in the back line, but you're always enforcing both teammates. If they dive on your support, you're looking to flank. If they dive on your position 1, you're looking to flank. And we see LXM being one of the premier flankers of the league, and his stats are there to prove it.
Yeah, and taking it into the first round, right, not seeing as much variation from what we've seen in the past, having a chance of seeing what might change up in Holoroth. I mean, we're going into another daytime map, meaning that the teams are going to be looking for those drops, and when teams take those drops, they look for the most useful spots, such as for the Salvation Podium, taking a potential gold weapon pickup of rarity that gives the team the necessary push to push around the entirety of the map, taking Plume Castle, maybe looking towards into the dunes and an economy spot just to break those boxes, but also just pushing east towards the city of Tang, maybe even to the Moonfall Pass. Some of these teams, such as GG, excellence in terms of performing out those routes and then making that happen when the fights occur in that Salvation Podium. Whether or not the foreign teams want to contest that, that's something that we have to see if that is happening today.
Yeah, like you were saying, sir, there are some S-tier locations on Holoroth. Now, Holoroth was a new map in the previous seasons. This year, Perdoria is a new map. So Holoroth have seen many different metas that have come and gone. We're seeing that Sand Siphon absolutely dominate, but now with the new Valda Monk composition, will we see that being challenged? Now, you were talking about some of these locations, the Puzzle, KLA, or now YZG. They have been known to claim this. They do not have their main contesters, OUG, in the lobby. They do like to go in and control that area with the Moonbane. Now to the north, that's GG's territory. They control everything in the north. They are king of the north. They play this map very slow, and they usually go Sand Siphon on this map and absolutely crush. Now, they were phase 1, so they're not going to get their first choice pick. There's a chance that Sand Siphon will get banned down, but this year's J-Cup, man, everyone is not sure which composition is the absolute strongest. Is it map-based? Is it composition-based? Where does all the power really lie? We're still seeing a ton of experimenting, so I'm excited to see what this group is going to bring to the table this year.
Yeah, and even taking steps out of that for those spawns and seeing about the compositions coming through. An uncontested spot from JL, such as Yushan Ruin, that does end up getting contested, and then we look back onto them, +3 kills off drop. Those type of spots comes into play. If they don't play today, who's going to take that into their stead? Because with the Yushan Ruins being another key spot in a very important part of rotations, just because it comes with a lot of loot, but more importantly, the Firefly gauge that is guaranteed, the secret room with the portal, forcing the teams into that spot off the rip just means that they can go ahead and pick that up and start pushing. Team Bowda, having the offensive pressure and loves taking that aggressiveness, are going to be deciding this round of whether they can just pick up a fully stacked out comp after the Siphon play last round to maybe potentially get themselves that Sand Siphon, or looking for that variation change for the Transformers comp to be in use.
Yeah, Bowda setting up. I'm not looking a lot more serious than I normally see. He's usually all smiles and giggles, but he's looking super locked in. I mean, after 22 points, he's definitely a killer. Cold as ice, absolutely carrying Bowda through that first round on his Zai. Now, CXZ. Will we see more out of him today? We saw some great plays peeling for his teammates earlier. Can he keep that up as it keeps going? Hypercube, Chili, back again at Worlds with no sense. Will his team be able to pull through? One of the things that they mentioned me in the practice room is they wish they took a coach this year. The amount of detail in trios is just so much for one IGL to deal with. You need someone to come in with these strategies, scout out the landing spots, and with the new compositions, the new strategies are a little bit overwhelming, but these guys are the best of EU. Hopefully they can come out and adapt and show us what EU is made out of.
Yeah, especially coming in to represent the teams and having themselves in terms of the region. We are going to see EWG and Bauda with YZG and MVP take that first round. So for the first round phase selection, this means that Sand Siphon is available for Team Bauda to take in part. And if we do see HyperQ for CYN and Alliance taking their fights up for SYN in terms of team comp selection, this could be a chance of seeing how well that goes out. Because in the third phase, GG, DRG, Aries, and KFL, they are locked into potentially picking up a fourth comp to be in the selection round pool, such as how we see with the Transformers, but more importantly with the Viper Witch and Tessa in taking it this time. Now, Aries has already chosen the Viper Witch and Tessa, so any sort of variation comes out with even a out-of-pocket, or rather, I should say, out-of-the-lineup pick for a hero, just in case those point bans are just too heavy to handle, especially coming off of +1s or even the +2s, if it wasn't what they were looking for in the first place.
Yeah, there's not as much overlap, and I would say in this current meta, now so far we haven't seen any team really utilize Syra yet. I still think she has a place in this current meta. Now, it does take a ton of investment in order to figure out those edge cases, those very, very specific scenarios. And when you have so much experience on the other comps, it becomes a pretty hard ass to switch it up at the last second with so much on the line. Now, the other lobby had a lot more experimentation. It looks like the other lobby's just full guinea pig, because we're seeing the traditional comps coming out, and instead, and big counter pick coming out that every team is leading out, or the majority of this lobby is going to be leading out with the Siphon composition. Now, Bauda does go with the Sand Siphon and a Viper composition, so a little bit of disagreement between what to play on this Holorath. Sand Siphon has always been one of the most dominant compositions, but remember, Zai has a chance to cut them at the knees for that first Yang before they get that power spike going. And I'm gonna say, Bauda, it does have a tough road ahead of them. A lot of countering gonna be in front of them with the Viper compositions as well. With that F3, it's very, very hard to live off spawn. Can Bauda and you find a way to get you online with this Takeda and get them through the Yangs?
Exactly, taking the chances here and seeing the last round selection. Team Aries, GG, KFL, and DRG still opting in. There's a Syra coming in for DRG, opting in to switch her out in a Sand Siphon comp for the Kurumi. There is GG taking in the Wei, Sean, Fury, and Shen Cannonball. And this is a Cannonball comp that comes into play where we see the escape nature of Hottie, but if they find any sort of other usages for it, we'll have to see, because a Syra shows up again, this time from Team Aries with that Sand Siphon, considering there was no ban. It hasn't been chosen the more times of the 3 count for a +1 ban. That means that only 2 teams having Syra into the comp selection, having to locate it out if they are into the endgame circle for other teams to want to try to get her out as soon as possible. But otherwise, seeing a chance to see the Cannonball make it through and the Transformers comp leads into game 2 for Holocaust.
Man, GG running the Cannonball. We haven't seen this composition in such a long time. Now, we've seen Deo reinvent the wheel, switching out that position 1 with Syra replacing Hottie. But after the Hottie nerfs, pretty much everyone switched off Cannonball. It was already moved to the 3rd strongest composition for playing trios. Really that phase 3 pick that a lot of teams would just pick in the end. But a lot of teams started moving away from it. Too much of it had been figured out. Normally, when it first premiered into the league, the F3 silence combo coming out from Varia allowed you to burst someone down in neutral before abilities came out. But as teams figured out the counter of shooting around the air, of line of sighting, of waiting for it, saving your stamina and dodging, the Varia composition lost a lot of power and everyone started switching off of it. We'll have to see how GG's going to use it and in which situations. Are they going to be going Yang, or are they going to play Spirit Ball situations?
Yeah, exactly. Taking the counter against Viper Witch and Tessa teams that are in the availability pool. Now, Spectoxic from DRG have playing Syra into playing the F2 as well as seen as Team Aries and Z-Shout. And looking at the Valda, Windy taking F1, the combo breaker for SYN's loves taking for the combo breaker in terms of their Valda. This gives an opportunity if they find a little bit more trouble than they're asking for to look for the disengagement, and something that makes Valda more of an issue if it comes down to backing off. But when there's trios teams, there's pressure. When there's pressure, that means that we're seeing it off the rip. And then especially coming that EWG are not contested for the Salvation point, but Team Aries opting for Ember Hawk. We got a question for you guys in the Twitch chat for those channel points, but the question being, will the top points scored in a single match reach 25 or more? Yes or no? Who's going to get the pop-off game is the question pretty much.
25 points is a lot. I'm not gonna lie, seeing the 22-point kill coming out from Bauda and GG. Now, they were devastating everyone inside scrims. Can they do it again on Holorath? I would take the under on this. 25 is a peak. First game, generally all the teams are warming up. Everyone has those jitters on the stage, but right now people are going to start heating up. I would still say game 2, you're not fully locked in depending whether or not you survived on spawn. We'll have to see how this season is going to be looking after game 2, but we're going to be going to Metab. It's looking like a party. We got Team MVP, Alliance, and Bauda all looking for loot, but Kings of the North fighting it off versus NY's CYN.
Now this is going to be where CYN is going to be early for the armor pickup. Big being able to find the blue armor and having a little bit of pressure from the opponents is now going to be looking to find, scattered loot. CJS all the way through for GG inside of the waterfall. And they have armor across the field and weapons, it feels like. And this looting spot gives them all the gear that they need to go right back down south for a fight. But switching it over here and seeing a parry off the back line. HyperQ Chili having to look for maybe a drop down or a kill steal. He's looking for the scare rush. It's not successful. And the F2 from the Hottie gets him out of the fight in just a matter of seconds.
HY's Chili finding Ryoman, a little bit on EU violence right now. Light attack's going to come out. Ryoman's going to fall against the fence. Chili trying to find the last player, and HY is going to get a nice pick off here onto KFL. Ideal situation for that Viper Cup, finding the monks off spawn, and now they have SYN in their crosshairs. But first, we're going to go over to Metab, DRG versus Bauda.
Bauda U having purple armor off this chance is something that makes it difficult to kill off the Cicada, but he finds the Scare against Hong, the level 3 swing coming in from Alliance, and looking for that Great Sword swipe for the Soul Bloom, coming out of here and seeing the Syra in action for Bauda, losing all the armor, forcing the Kurumio as Peak is looking to try to defend his teammate, and there's so many blue focuses and Scare Rushes coming back and forth from that Zai. But if anything comes out from Revenge, he's going to look to try to force him into their territory. Since they are trying to get the passive res off of Yaron in a moment if they can, the Alliance will not allow it. This is up towards whether or not the ultimate from you can come in just in time for them to look for that turnaround. They might catch with just spamming out the blues because of the Fear and Blast to be available.
Bauda's U is going to get out of there. He wants to keep that purple armor. Doesn't have really his ult online yet. It's going to be a white Takeda ult, not as strong off spawn. And Alliance has NY7 online. That Zai ult is ready to go. MVP's LTZ's running away. Dove in again. NY7 leading Alliance through this off spawn, picking off kills, and they're up to 2 kills. Alliance heating up right now. First couple kills in the bag. You don't want NY7 to get online. He's an absolute juggernaut once he gets the loot advantage.
Everything goes down the hole. NY7 puts himself on the spot right now with the purple nunnies, so if it comes down to him having to force ult, the early game loot spawns are not going to work in the favors of other players, such as Shiyun from MVP. Bush check. There it is. All right, listen, I was about to say it, but I was waiting for the moment. I hesitated. Now Shiyun goes down for their life, and now it's up to MVP to look for that turnaround in terms of their other lives to come out, because it might be a chance for them to go straight into the western side of the map, maybe even towards Camel's Hump, but we'll have to see. Cookie, though, EWG, they won their fight up against most likely Ares, taking the chance of seeing about their 3-kill spread and a gold pole sword on their Zai. Of all people, for the players to look up against, as Zai scaled out to gold rarity weapon.
Yeah, the Zais are looking very, very juiced up, very, very stacked. And like I was saying earlier, once that Zai gets online, off spawn, that first Yang is very, very tight for traditionally these siphons. Now, Ares going to be running the Syra variation of Siphon. We saw the first day this comp go absolutely nuts, but we saw Bauda actually using it when they were going crazy, getting tons of kills, but they've switched off their healer. I'm curious to see why they have switched off, but we'll have to see for the first Yang. But first, Alliance NY7, purple weapon, ult is going to be engaged, V1's going to be engaged. All ults are already out for Alliance. It looks like they're backing off right now. They're backing away from the Syra ult. The Syra ult really sets up for an easy wombo with the Takeda ult as well, but one of the weaknesses of Syra is just backing off and grappling out.
Exactly, 16-second duration for that version variation one of the ultimate, so that teams can go ahead, back away, come right back in, unless they had a preemptive lockdown. But for Kakashi getting caught by the parry, double parry coming in from Yuma, might be looking for the F1, but that whisk throw could connect, and it does. Revenge gets caught through, invests the F to back away, gets caught by another blue focus, and the spam comes out of the way. DRG Kakashi with the parry, and finds Yuma again and again with the dash LMBs. This is another kill for DRG, coming up to 5 inside of these fights outside of the outskirts of the Medtop region.
I don't know, sir. I feel like Syra is a decent pick, and HY is going to be going against Aries right now. That Syra ult, just off the back of that Syra ult, they're able to fend off the pressure from HY. Chili's down to 1 HP, and now EWG on the outside is going to activate the running away. Hypercube is going to get picked off and ended. Kanghai has a Moonbane though. Can he pick up his teammates right now? Lue is going to get the parry onto Kanghai. Goldem's going to come out. Can this Wuchen survive? He gets lifted off. Light attack is going to come on. Burn is ticking down. Kanghai needs to survive right now in the Moonbane. He's not able to. EWG ignores it and finds the kill.
Now the disengagement coming in from CYN after the Moonbane cast, meaning that they have a spot in their mindset to look past the opponents, but noticing that they haven't seen any ultimates active. This means that CYN can take a risk against soloing it off here. There is going to be a chance as Cookie, charging the full sword in the background, utilizes the F skill to come right back into the fight. Now Kamoka procs the F skill, procs the ultimate, having to worry about the pull sword action coming back and forth. EWG will back off and cast their Moonbane, the second Moonbane in the game, the only one left. And this is where CYN completely disengages towards these wall 4B, getting caught by that grapple strike into the last strike from the pull sword. Cookie finds the elimination for 6, and now looking to try to lock down the remaining members of CYN.
CYN has to back out here, and this is the tough part of selecting fights versus the CN teams. They don't use Moonbane offensively. They always hold it to hold their location on the map. You don't know they have it, and out of nowhere, after you aggress on them, after another fight, they have an ace card up their sleeve. They have an extra Moonbane. CYN in zone, trying to ice their way out of this situation, trying to cut noise, but it's not going to matter. Kimmy's going to get found out by EWG. Surrounded by 2, what can Kimmy do except fall? The gold pole sword has been devastating from EWG's Cookie off spawn.
Yeah, and CYN's Vegas is going to be the only remaining player left, making their way towards a Grizzly Rise. Having to be careful about any notion about any of the players. Hypercube in the vicinity of this field. If they hear anything from the background, Big spotted him, but he got spotted. F2 to uppercut, you can't do it, bro. R&B, bow shot, headshot, I can't believe it. And it happens right in the face of danger. Lue getting the elimination for EWG. 8 kills so far. Having the, the amount of gold they have, they could just go ahead and buy purple armors if they're still available. But for EWG, harnessing this gold means that they're able to buy Jades of their own selection later on into the game. They still have to take the Rumyang if they want to just create the superseded lead, or if it's too risky due to mitigation factors alone.
Yeah, EWG, even though they have blue armors, having that gold rarity weapon when you're these burst compositions, when you're the Viper comp, when you're the Zyphon comp, weapon rarity actually matters a lot more than your actual armor rarity. A lot of the times, your strategies are set up to burst a singular target, to surround and execute. You don't really need to go the distance, you don't really need to survive, you just need to land that first kill, and Zai will clean up. Matari plus his defensive Krubio to open, absolutely devastating, especially on the outside. We saw on the back of Matari and Kurumi, teams able to disengage from that Syro pressure. That's the one tough part about Zyphon. Unless you get on top of your opponents, they do have a chance to back off and get away. Now the Temi ult, we'll have to see how well the Temi ults are going to be placed to trap people. Now, one thing that's different is inside the Realm of Yang, you're going nowhere. There's no kiting choices. It's mono a mono, and we got EWG versus DRG for Polarott's first Realm of Yang.
I'm seeing a Cyan Fang for Dongqing and a jabbing for their Takeda. So now we see an immediate parry off the rip, and there's the F skill to be casted out. DRG Concoction drops right throughout the effect, but gets knocked back. Looking to charge up, releases the blue into a parry. Now the ultimates from Matari comes out. The invisibility might be a little bit more dangerous than they're looking for. The Takeda ultimate is being burned out for a couple of seconds, as well as its Mulch ultimate dissipating completely. Scare rush into the spot, into the drop down blue, doesn't happen, but Kakashi ultimate now, the Syra ultimate for the next 16 seconds could turn this fight around, or I could just give the heal off.
DRG's Donkey Cicada is going to get taken down. This is a tough part of Zyra. Her heal just isn't as much. Now we are going to trade out kills. Wait a second, I spoke a little bit too soon. EWG is going to lose one member. Now Kakashi putting up the pressure on the Zyra. Is this a support player or is this attacking player? Oh my goodness, DRG is turning this around. 2v3 situation down to a 1v1 situation. Loye versus WX98. Overhold's going to be coming in. Focus attack is out. 1, 2, 3. Grapple cancel into the light attack, into the crouching horizontal. But Loye fighting back with the dice through. Gets the uppercut, but combo break is going to deny the damage. Dropping down, getting a little poke damage. Loye backing off. Last hit situation. Max range release. WX98 looking for that last little bit. He's gonna get skill rush. Wait a second, we got ultimate back online. Gold F is gonna come in now. Loye with the Dashu is gonna clutch it up for EWG.
Absolutely clutch moment and catching the ultimate at the moment that he needed, and having the gear to be picked up, another cold pole sword in the hands of EWG, and the purple bow to be picked up alongside just making sure they can get a a good amount of going through here. I know they actually picked up an overlord as well, so both pole swords have any benefit for it. If you get struck by the stone form, that's an immediate level 3 charge, and that's a lot of damage, especially since Zai's in the mix to try to deny the parries just by going for gold focuses, and then boom, release. Meanwhile, we got GG outside of their remaining victory, taking fights up against what seems to be Bauda, and Bauda having that focus slide, forcing out CGS to use the F skill, comes right back into the fight as the Hottie ultimate is active.
Man, Vermilion's buff team on Vermilion's buff team, and GG versus Bauda. Both of these teams devastating in the first round. Now with their horns locked in again. CGS looking for the flank. Cannonball back. One can show me GG. Does this comp still work? Yushan's going to come out from CGS. Second phase engage. CGS coming in with the slam. Sferia all down. Temiel trying to peel some of this Sferia pressure. You bobbing, weaving, skill rushing, using it as Takeda shoves right now, but CGS staying on top of him, smothering him with the pressure. These rocks not offering much cover, and the barrier ult from 330 is gonna put you down.
Putting the launch into the launch pad, making sure that the V1 comes out. You can see the third party comes in from the Tesla Viper Wuchen, and which chain could it other than seeing 330 get the elimination, gets peak, and it may be YCG's position of finding that third party. Now there's one set of kills that comes out because this is Vermilion wielders, right? This is extra kills on the board. The V1 comes out from ZXZ. CGS looks to try to kite around. He's safe from the stun. He can go right back in and try to protect his teammate, or even get a kill. 17S gets caught by the blue focuses. Now the Mortar Defiance effect still coming in for that one for the Wuchen comes through, but there's CGS trying to burn it, forcing the Wuchen port out as it comes through. DRG are rushing right back to the situation, and Dongqing is looking to proc out his ultimate as Takeda.
Oh my goodness, GG's in a tough position. They have to be careful with their buff getting lower and lower. It's down to 90 seconds right now. Tough situation. This is a fresh team. This is a fresh DRG. They still have 3 ultimates online. Takeda ult's going to be invested. First player is going to fall. Bauda's your round coming back in, and he's going to fall as well. DRG with a wonderful fourth party cleaning up the remnants of this fight.
Now the Tianhai ultimate, KFL Ryomen, baby. Going out here towards this melee grab range, finds some MVP, and a double slam whammo, and a ballista shot to come out to just help him out just a little bit more, but Hypercute's BLC finding the kill against Hong, and is creating the spacing that was not in the benefit of KFL for now. The Rummy Yang depletion has another 90 seconds before it takes Ryomen's life, and most likely for the team to drop down. Viper ultimate might be enough trouble for Ryomen. The 5-second stun duration doesn't get fully target prioritized, but he ends ultimate. He has combo breaker for the F1. We lost Wendy, but we still get caught by another Tess and Chen, just being saved for this occasion, and the extension downhill goes on from there. Yak still alive, but for KFL losing 2 key opponents.
Yeah, it looks like KFL did have Yang depletion, and another again EU1 EU violence. They fought each other off spot, and now in the mid game, looks like Hypercube is going to get the best of KFL. MVP coming in with the third party, seeing what's up. They don't really know what happened here. No ults on their names. 20% on Hong. They're happy to grab some loot. Back off right now. Now looking at the scoreboards, Bowden is all the way up at the top at 5 kills. GG with 8 kills again, starting off the day super fast. They did go win that first Rebel Yang. Now we're gonna get a replay. KFL versus Bauda. Ryomen in the thick of things. Bubble's gonna be coming down, going for the classic parry in the center, looking for the opening, but getting flanked by you over and over. Ryomen's gonna pop this ultimate. What can you show me, Ryomen?
Now the Temi ult comes down this direction from Bauda, just to separate the Temi from the Tianhai, and Tianhai look to take the bait, because then Yak gets caught to the elimination. Ryomen has no ground to shoot between the wind wall and the pillar, but he finds one grab. He looks to slam down, and it's Takeda just takes care of winning the background from you. And now it's all 3v1 in this spot. Ryomen gets one grab, but not enough time for this land down, but the situation was dire anyhow. Bauda's you finding gold halberds off of that Rummy Yang victory, and having 5 eliminations for the team right now. They're looking to try to kite around here at the east of this Plume Castle. They're looking to try to get into the Rummy Yang, because YZG is here, MVP is here. I see a Meteor coming in here from most likely Team Ares, and they are making sure to go off this end to deny a fight, because EWG are coming off this end.
Yeah, precise play coming out from Bauda versus KFL. That Temiel able to ice off Ryoman's pressure. Now we're going to get GG again. Always a pleasure to watch him inside Realm of Yang. What can you show me on this cannonball? We haven't seen this comp in such a long time from the perspective of Yushan. We take to the skies, dropping down, staying out of the center. Matari's going to be diving in on us. We are denying the double team right now. CGS is going to use the cube, come back in. Now coming back with the flank. Matari ult's going to be invested. We are going to respond with the Yushan ult. CGS looking to peel off this Matari right now, getting the stagger of the Invis players. Hadi ult's going to be invested on Team PD as well. At the pillars, we cannot take too much damage here. Yushan very, very vulnerable in the 2024 meta. He's not as tanky as he used to be. And we see TGS falling down on a 1 HP situation. He's going to pop the damage reduction, but can he survive as he de-transforms?
We have 3-3-0 on advance and group heal, so he's able to go ahead and start the mech mode and try to get the kills off. But the burns come out here. The Zai tries to force it out. There's the kill. TGS goes down. Cookie looks to invest the F skill, catches the Hadi in midair, and goes for the gold focus strike again, and looks towards the Fairy Shen, who's denying the push coming out, but there goes down for GG, with EWG having all 3 teammates still alive into this fight. The F2 shot comes out from the Fairy Shen, but with that last ensnared soul from the Zai, this is going to be EWG's victory, catching themselves the gold armor, as well as another gold weapon in the field to play, the greatsword, so many greatsword weapons, and having a chance of actually picking themselves up a prize fall. Now coming into play here, prize fall pole swords go a little bit more in a dangerous situation, but we got other dangerous situations happening right now. YZG are up against Team Ares.
YZG is going to be investing that V1 ultimate. Stun's going to come out in the cruise zone, but on the back, Ishao is going to pop his ult, but Bowda's U comes down with the Takeda, with the kill steal, just a freight train coming through, and Kuzo is going to run for his life right now. KFL Yak on the outside as well. Kuzo has a flat ground, has a lot of room right now, but the max grapple distance is going to narrow the gap. Kuzo desperately trying to go the way, pops his Takeda ult, but Yu's on his back. He is going to get Juggernaut now. Yu with the double charge again, putting Kuzo out of his misery. He can't get away, and Bowda's going to pick a nice 2-kill with their Draco Storm.
Yeah, 95 seconds left in that Draco Storm, and they can still put that pressure. 8 eliminations for Team Bowda, and a Firefly cage for them to invest into. Yu does not want to take that time yet. He wants to see if there's any outscore players leading into this area, into the Feather Lake. Now, for MVP, over by the Camel's Hump, they're making their approach in terms of this area and just pushing into the western side of the map for Shadow 3 to be closing in just 40 seconds. For MVP now, having fully kitted out purple weapons and purple armor, the mitigation is there. The resets are available for them, considering that Xi'an is playing out the Matari and is seeing if whether or not MVP can get more eliminations into their games, considering that if they get themselves into their day 2 scoreline just to pass that 12th place threshold, they're currently at 3 and just hoping to try to do more since there is 21 opponents left in the field.
Now remember, Servio, and ladies and gentlemen at home, top 12 have to get through, and we're seeing that threshold being around that 29 points. Now, singular day, I imagine it's probably going to be around 60 to 70 in order to get through. We are still only on game 2, and we're seeing just how hard it is at this level to survive just past the mid game. Even if you try to play very, very slow, the level of play after this year, after 2024, everyone has this map downloaded. Everyone has really, really locked in rotation strategies, hunting paths. Everything is, there's nowhere left to hide. In order to make it past this mid game, you need to find decent fights off spawn. You need that loot in order to withstand the winning Yang teams. Now, even GG has fallen inside the realm of Yang, getting upset. This is one of the things I was curious about, Serve. The reason why Cannonball phased out is that it struggled against the new Matari buffs.
Yeah, and now seeing Xi'an, the Matari, getting targeted off the rip, being in the line of fire, going straight to the back line and making sure that whether or not the Matari can capture that Fairy Shen, the combo breaker comes out, the parry comes through from CGS, and looks to try to jump extension it and can't do so, but the Fairy Shen mech is involved. There's the parry in the background coming out. CGS having the teleporter ready from the Hadi from LXM, looks to try to re-aggress upon the opponents inside of the Fortress of Kaviani. Now the cannon mode is going to give something of a, of a nuisance for MVP right now, but that Forbidden Seal says otherwise. Not having proc ult, CGS won't have an issue with this one, but he's going to use the F2. He gets himself the uppercut, but the denial blue focus vertical comes out from MVP as Hong makes sure that he can try to keep the team going through, but the blue focuses get spammed. CGS is looking to turn this one around.
Nice job from MVP to reset and reposition, but the consistent pressure from CJS and the backup from his team absolutely decimating. It was looking good for a second, then out of nowhere, an explosion of damage is going to come in there. Now CGS looking to close this out, but Hong has another thing to say about it. Dragon Slayer's going to come out. Krumion on the outside's coming out. F2's coming in with the uppercut again, but GG cannot be stopped, will not be denied, but Bowda's you showing up with the third party.
Bowda with a smiling face right now, knowing that these kill eliminations might be easy freeload, but the problem is whether or not another party might come in here, because I do see whether or not the res is going to be occurring up there. LTC looking to try to get some heal back over there, but Yu is getting pressured on by that Wei-Shan. This is outside of Forbidden Seal Zone, so they can take any investment they need necessary as the Fairy Shem that comes out from 3-3 again. No burn procs might give enough chances, and there it is. Since Yu is able to get that Flame Bringer, he's able to pick up the Soul Bloom. The rotation for Team Bowda is flawless right now, coming out at 9 eliminations and picking apart these teams piece by piece as the layers lead on. The Forbidden Seal has given the whole map an entire signal as to where to go and where that fight is occurring, because DRT are also here in the mix.
Yeah, YZG as well. At the top, though, EWG has been slurping up all the kills, already up to 17 kills. Looks like Miss Hugh's able to pick that Rebirth Charm, but everyone's here for the party. GG, were they able to cleanse their soul blooms now? Do they have the money? Didn't get a chance to see it to res their teammates. Will there even be a res now that Miss Hugh has res both his teammates? YZG, though, showing up with the Viper Comp, wants to pick off one of these lone players right now, but everyone is spread out right now. GG found out, is gonna get that parry, doesn't get surrounded by Weasley. YZG, CXZ still searching for those GG members, but they are out of there. They're not getting surrounded today. Everyone has to be careful, though, because EWG has shown up here. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity. They got 17 kills. Are they going to get more?
Yeah, EWG Cookie, though, just snagged the kill off of LTZ, but YZG can loot up that body for free. They have this area in their dominance sake. Now for the Spear Wheel. This is Draco's Torn Spear Wheel about to you, just with the Longsword, Phoenix Blast, and he's going great with it. He's going to be looking to try to use his Longsword. He also has the chance of being able to pick up any other Jades. I'm pretty sure I saw Team Bowda having a Thunderstorm on standby, but also just being able to see if whether or not they can be able to use a Katana in the standpoint, just because if you can combine Thunderstorm with Soul Slash, then you're having a field day. But we're looking at a Meteor that EWG Cookie is able to pick up with the Rupture Gale Orb, as well as a pistol shot with a Thunder Call Jade, seeing a Phoenix Blast on XI as well. Is picking up a Velocity Untold, but that prize fall from Leeway is still in the hands of his own. He has a chance of using a Great Sword for the Aerial Rend, but he also has the Blistering Edge alongside Overlord. So for these teams, if the Great Sword Matari comes out, it's a lot of damage. If it's a Pole Sword Matari, it's a lot of damage. Either way, they can succeed with the motion. They have 18 kills in this game alone, and we still see Team Bowda kiting out this area towards the Fortress Kaviani and is looking off against KFL Ryomen.
Oh no, Ryomen running into Bowda's you coming in from zone, trying to survive into this end game. Unlikely to survive. Bowda's you picking up the Draco Storm as well. Bowda, they started out yesterday very, very fast, very, very strong, but then they started slowing down. Not today, Surf. They're keeping up the momentum. They got the Draco Storm now. Now they still have to deal with EW, but I've been saying this over and over, ladies and gentlemen. At the end game, this is where Takeda shines. The fact that he gets that gold ultimate online, the fact that the rest of his team gets way more looted, provides him with so much anti-burst capabilities. Zai's power spike really starts tapering off past that second Yang. The gold weapon doesn't really add to her as much, neither does the armor. She becomes very, very vulnerable to these super beefed up Takedas. Now, EWG versus Ares, Yishao popping the ultimate, suffocating EWG. Wait a second. EWG, a little bit of an overheat, a little bit of an overextension, gonna be falling down to the NA boys. Yishao with the white armor finding a kill onto EWG.
YZG want to take initiative on this end, as well as CXZ having the common cannon. Must be needing only one thing, Rupture Gale Orb with the burn. And now HY from Team Hypercube, BLC taking the chance to just denying the chase up from Misu to try to get out of the zone. The counter grapple is strong with this one. The F3 comes out and it knocks Misu right back to the corner where he was trying to avoid. Now he's stuck in the zone, and this tick damage coming in passively in a Force Storm form, meaning that Misu can, yes, he can use F, but these teams now have full positions locked down onto him. Misu going down here for Team Ares. Ares still having one teammate left alive, and EWG XI coming through out here. The Jin Army being the final place where the Moonbane's going to drop here. You can see Team Bowda is going to be looking to try to get away from that Moonbane blast. They still couldn't avoid it, but YZG takes support out, as it seems that DRG want to take any chances. Bowda, you, okay, little bit scary with taking that Moonbane blast, but he's going straight in there.
Yeah, he's gonna punch YZG. Wu Chen porting out of there, diving in with the Phoenix Blacks. You leading the charge, has the Draco Storm right now, sending out the beams, but he is gonna get slowed down by the V1. Doesn't matter though, we're back in there. Chop's gonna be coming down from CXZ, finding the kill onto EWG's Cookie. Bout as you though has 2 more shoves to his name. Can he get some value out of it? Diving into the thick of things. Everyone's running away from you. They don't want any piece of this. Everyone's spreading out. But now, Baudo has to worry about they're giving up the Spirit Well for free. There's a lot of kiting potential right now. Should they go in and contest the Spirit Well? It looks like Yu's going to switch his attention to the Spirit Well.
As it comes out here, he gets the Abs cast. He's going to come down for the Temi, and this is going to be coming all in from Team Baudo. No Takeda ultimate up for you. Having started out at 35%, now up to 55%. But gets caught by the Dazzle and the Roller coming out. Not a lot of damage considering he can get mitigated by going back in that Kurumi circle. But Syra from Kakashi from Team DRG is going back and forth for the Dazzles and trying to connect the horizontals and everything, all the blue focuses. And another Roller spin comes out from the sightlines as Yu gets caught by the Whisk Throw. A little bit dangerous. The Spear Well does not go into the hands of Baudo, but they're still putting the pressure on as DRG are able to pick up that buff, the White Tiger's prowess, and forcing their hands and having that second ultimate to be available.
Yeah, bit of it over here right now. Baudo, no ultimate to the name, and now Kakashi with the Syra ultimate coming in with the microwaves, beaming everyone down. Temi ultimate going to be invested. Everyone's just getting it, but CGS is going to be left behind. Noble sacrifice him, and LXM's trying his best to peel for him, but with blue armor reset, he's not going to be able to. DRG able to fend off from the pressure of GG, and now they have the White Tigers. Now you on the outside, Baudo still sitting there, no walls to the name. Everyone else on the lobby looking from the outside. They have to be careful right now. YZG on the Viper comp got that nice reset. They can come in out of nowhere. Use down to 1 HP situation. Tap dodge, roll over and over, but it's not going to matter. The jumping LB is going to close it out for Kakashi. DRG lost a player though. They're down to 2 players. Both of these teams fully invested in taking each other out.
Now the Roller comes back around, and this is going to be the rotation for the next 3.5 minutes. I can call it. There's going to be a res attempt on Dongqing 9. If they can get this res, this is big. This is their Takeda. He can come back. Armor swap, please give the teammate the armor, please, because now the reset comes out for them to manually heal everything up. But there is the pressure in the background. You can see YZG are putting the line of sight onto the opponents, and they find all the gear necessary right now. YZG up to 6 kills, having Viper ultimate ready for CXE. He's going to probably use it defensively in this manner of speaking and just go straight towards the body of Dongqing, more valuable for them. But Team Baudo having you back in the frame, picked back up by the team, and is able to kind of work out for the next remaining 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
That was some straight oogly boogliness with Baudo and DRG just fully invested into. I'm surprised that YZG waited for so long to go in. They ended up trading rests, getting both up, but luck of the draw, YZG ends up choosing DRG instead. But Baudo is back right now. You and the boys, can they close this out? Can they have another massive game? EWG got cut at the heels. You from the top rope with the flame over, cooking up DRG's Kakashi, but YZG's QGG is going to pick up the kill right now. You on the top ground, wants to secure this high ground, doesn't want anyone coming in with the flank, and now dropping in with the flank with this up. Phoenix Blast into the zone, tons of damage coming out. The parries are spamming, but you holding up, not going to go out there. He is going to get helped right now. Tons of damage coming out. He's going to pop this gate hold. Beams coming out right now, getting juggled by the F3. You in a tough situation, but the Kurumi ult is going to bail him out.
Battery Peak doing the support line is necessary, but the Roller to deny every single one of these, and Yu's still going to go ahead and continue the pressure. He has Furious available, even though it's 4 count for the level 2 V3 variation, he is still going in. You can see how much comes down from Battle Peak. If he can get this res off his teammate, Team Baudo could come in here with a full swing in motion, but there is the V1 from ZXE, the Viper ult, to deny the pressure coming out. A multi-way stun, targeting out the Takeda, allowing for that Merciless Havoc, maybe potentially for that stanchion to come out. CXE finding his own motion against you. Cookie on the offset, finds a kill off against Jiran, going down after that res. That peak was initiated off of, and YZG QGG goes down. Hypercube are looking to survive here with 8 elimination. Kang Hai goes down, their Wu Chen, and now having BLZ with that ultimate with the V1 is waiting for the perfect time and opportunity in this endgame circle for it to end for the last minute.
HY, the EU boys showing up in this endgame. They're already up to 8 kills on the back of this Viper composition. YZG as well. They've kept each other alive. These Viper comps picking off all of these sturdy compositions. Wait a minute, KVL Yak is still alive over here. The Hottie solo player surviving. There's 7 people left alive. Who is going to take this out? HY on the high ground, YZG on the low ground, Yak in the air trying to stall it out. DRG's WX98 stalling out in midair. The zone is closing in. HY trying to get these squirrels out here, trying to get these flying squirrels down to the ground, pick up the remaining kills. But Chili and BLZ are the last two remaining, looking for the focus. BLZ's gonna get one shot, and the stun is coming out. Late stun coming out from the other Viper. The Brawler's gonna be coming through. Wait a second. BLZ has an all-you-can-eat buffet, but CXZ from YZG gonna pick up the kill with the F3 and the Phoenix West and the parry. Wait a second, CXZ's going crazy, and he's gonna close it out as the last man standing.
YZG coming out here, tremendous game, and most likely taking most of the points, that multiplier. Hoping to see whether or not EWG were able to survive out as well. Katie being into victory. That is EWG's MVP. I'm gonna give you the peace sign. Yeah, we want that. And this is gonna be where the motion comes out for EWG, working throughout that time frame of getting the Viper on top.
Yeah, there might be a hair buff going on right now. A lot of these players dyeing their hair, looking like the main characters of their own anime. EWG, massive game from them. They had so many kills going into that game. Unfortunately, Team Aries coming in with the green from Xiao on the Syra, finding the kill on them. They're not able to close it out, leaving an opportunity for everyone else. We see HY getting some momentum going, getting in that endgame with the Viper, YZG as well. This is the first time we saw the Vipers actually survive in that endgame. For the first time, people got away from Valdez U. They saw the Takeda all coming in. Everyone scattered, everyone got to the pillars and kited over and over, and we just saw a full all-in coming out from DRG and Bowda. And I think this is a very big difference between GG and the rest of the league. In these endgames, they are very, very methodical. They don't get into these ego battles between the two most stacked teams. If Bowda and DRG just left each other alone, most likely they would have just fought to chop up the rest of the lobby, but instead they end up going into each other full out. They end up trading the res, but YZG comes in with a third party and finds that flank.
Yeah, and they even been able to pick up the White Tiger's prowess in case of any eliminations come out for this blast that comes out. Team Bowda really did a good job of just trying to invest both the Temi and the Kurumi ultimate, but not having Team Bowda's U with Takeda really became a little bit of a less of a pincer attack, more like a pinch for some of these players. But just like a pinch, I gotta, you see the little, question in the chat, so this means you gotta make sure you answer it correctly. Which hero did this match's winner team use? Is it A, Wei Shan, Fairy Shen, how do you smell? Wow. B, Matari, Zipping, Zaiji. C, Kurumi, Tumulture, Takeda, or D, Syra, Tumulture, Takeda. Full comp listings for you in chat at Twitch, and making sure you guys have everything ready to go for the Whispers to be A, open, and B, have your NARAKA ID set up, because if you do win, you do end up getting that Peerless Treasure Choice gift inside of your mail in-game. So, with that being said, going back to what occurred into that final zone, Jin Armory, somewhere inside of the history of, the history of the NARAKA, seen Jin Armory in those endgame circles, more importantly, the Thorny Roller in the play. A field effect that just creates so much distress. You saw how many times Bowda you got hit by that roller, bro?
Yeah, definitely very jarring with the roller coming in. It's very rare that we see the roller come into play, but with the zone coming in, with the amount of chaos, no one really controlled the space there in that endgame. It was a slugfest. Everyone was coming in hot. If you gave up your back, no one really played that line very, very conservative, but we still, in the end, EWG is able to clutch out with that MVP at 21.5. YZG, though, coming in big right at the end of there, able to get that first place, able to get that multiplier, 4 placement points. Those 4 placement points are nothing to joke about with. That's a lot, giving them 19.6. Bowda U, unable to close it out, but still 12 kills, 13 points. HY EU on the board, showing up build, showing what they're made out, led by No Sense at 11 kills. Nice job from them. Now, looking at the stats, EWG, devastating lobby, and on the old school Zyphon with Zipping. Now, we don't see as many Zais being so dominant. The reason why Kurumi was transitioned into this comp was just Zipping versus Zai. Really, really tough for Zipping to survive, but since we don't have tons of dives running around, we're seeing them utilize keeping those extra character points by putting in a zipping instead.
Yeah, and having that healing on the global front is more important than some team players might realize and how effective it can be. Now, our standings leading out here, EWG actually taking the first day of playing, are placing out in 13th place with 25.5 points. And for them to be at the under cusp, this doesn't mean that this is over for them. They still have 2 days to go out here, or 1 day I should say, to play. It's a day 3 to play into these games. For DRG, 23 points, and they're in 14th, while SYN, in double play day of playing, they're at 21.5. For MVP though, they are at the cusp. They're at their second day of playing at 29 points. 33 points have been awarded to Aries, and Aries is doing pretty good, especially coming through and surviving up until the end of Shadow 3 to 4, and coming out through in terms of the top 6. YZG 66.1 in that spotlight. Alliance taking 67.5, and then seeing about the second day of playing with Team Bauda, they're succeeding here past in second place and getting 90.4 points total. Jay also taking the initiative, you know, having the most points earned in 1 day and still holding down the fort for this game so far in having that sluggish. Now, coming through here with Game 2, there's a lot to catch up on to. That's why we're gonna have some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, Gamers Unite.
Oh, I cannot wait to see some of these guys. I want to see some of these plays that happen across the back. Kakashi with the full sword, with the parry against Yuma, putting on the damage. Yuma cannot get away, chopping him down. Ryomen does get this double grab right here. Ballista shot with the third party, and Kablowy, boom, goes MVP. Now going in the round again, Cookie leading the charge with his Zai for EWG, taking down the Titans. Even the gods will bleed. GG on the old cannonball, cannot survive. Man, I was hoping that GG was going to show me something new, but it still looks like Matari and Zai just caused too much problems for Cannonball. Now on the outside, Valdez, you my guy, the GOAT, devastating with his drop-down kill. Yishao with the creep, slowing down, cutting EWG at the knees, not letting them close it out. And what a clutch play. This is what I want to see from CXZ. I thought his ult came in late, but he was actually the one who went first, and he comes in with the Hepta, pushes everyone to the, look how much that healed, the F3, so much damage, plus the parry onto Yak, the follow-up, just clutching up for his team. 6 people left in front of him, it doesn't matter, he finds all the kills.
Crazy enough, and having the Phantom Set to survive throughout the entire onslaught there was crazy enough, but MVP to be earned out here, and just looking at Cookie's stat, my man, got the glasses, got the hair, he is set up on fleek. He got a meteor, got the rupture kill. And it's at 32k damage, when the 12k came from the bow sword of pulling out the cannon and having the skills and ultimates just to work out here. That's all the F skills, folks, right? We would see chain scythe for the Zai. We've seen that time and time and time and time again. I lost how many fingers I got in my hand right now, because that's how many times we've seen chain scythe to be showing up, but more importantly, seeing the F skill come out for the refreshes and everything in the damage spike format. Now, for that pole sword being brought out here, I know that Meteor and Rupture Gale Orb, the moment that he was able to pick up anything of the nature that involved Rupture Gale, he's going for a common cannon. If the Meteor comes into play, that's all he's using. Everything comes through in just catching range shots, and especially when you're able to use your ultimate as often as possible and catching as much refreshes, just to make sure that you can catch a team with the ensnare, which is gold focus, and the range, you know, at a cone of tech. This is where EWG Cookie just slammed it out of the park.
Yeah. Speaking of slamming it out of the park, we will take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 in the books, Game 3 showing up. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back for a game on Morse.
是的，可能 BB 要成为最大的获利者。
Đến Thượng Hải sắp 1 năm rồi. Bọn mình đã tiến bộ rất là nhiều ở EPBL. Chia cúp năm nay, bọn mình sẽ giành được thành tích cao hơn.
既然已经来到这里，我们只想不留遗憾。
我们的目标不仅仅是打进决赛。
我们会尽全力展现我们的所有。
2024年是属于成都积极的一年。今年一整年，我们没有输过，没有队伍做到过全年大满贯的壮举。但是现在，我们要登峰造极。
第一时间被逼出来的结局比，
大地，你已经把对方最关键的
抓到一个，
再抓一个，
吃了一脚。那再传好像是把达克直接秒掉了，
把司机秒了，而且这一个翻摔大到制产成都老队被淘汰了。震刀突厥，战绩走完，B线抓到。
我们曾经在世界赛上证明过自己，今年的目标也是如此。季姐，黄金之路的美梦该醒了。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 JACA Trios Group A and B. I am Raven Peelsley. I am joined by Surreal. What a fantastic first two games. Miss you and the crew. NNA, slow and steady, wins the race, showing up. But HY, the EU boys, get into that end game. Crazy clutch by YZG. Baudo and EWG, though, setting the pace, absolutely dominating Holleroth. Serve, what do you think about the Syra pick right now? No one's playing it. Do you think this lobby should implement it with a little bit of success that even Ares is showing with it?
You know, it's interesting you brought it up because it reminded me of seeing in terms of the scrims, we saw a lot of value out of Syra, swapping in Wu Chen off and putting her in with the Viper in the test as something that signifies her more about catching those players that are outside of the realm of fights, right? Catching those outskirt players. Instead of disengaging, we're going right back in. We're going to double down onto it. And you saw how fast it came down with the elimination once the Dazzle was struck. That immediate effect of the Dazzle, allowing for the light beam spam to come through, giving the tick damage. It makes it seem that she has that offensive pressure on the capabilities now. Something that you made mention. What's becoming more difficult for her is in the realization are those multi-way fights. Having to try to take into consideration that her ult lasts only for 16 seconds, but more importantly, even inside of the Roman Yang, you can see players just kiting around as often as possible. And the new threat with the Transformers comp and seeing Hadi taking the arrow, taking the teleporter, and just putting out more time for that, you know, Syra not to be able to do anything, but instead heal.
Yeah, like you were saying, Surf, one of the weaknesses for the Syra is definitely that end game where her sustain, those combos though, in the early game and the mid game, something to be desired. Just through her one ultimate, you can win team fights. I've heard from the Chinese teams, from their coaches, that they're using Syra kind of like Temi, one of those old school ways to set the tempo for a fight, to use the stagger, to find the focus attacks, find the surrounds with very little investment. And there's not really much you can do on the fighting aspect. I feel like though this lobby has a lot of very good defensive teams, and we're seeing a lot of teams spawning a Syra and then immediately just grappling out, getting out of there, not letting them execute the strategy that they want. And still though, I think in these endgames, there can be another adjustments from the Syras. If teams want to disengage, let's just ult later. Let's just force the issue, force a little bit of health exchange a little bit of neutral, and boom, I think Syra gets a little bit more value.
Plus, you got to keep in mind, right, when you're in the active state of ultimate, you can open your inventory and pick up a soul boom, something that's crucial upon activating quick kill motions and then finding the soul bloom for that 30% rage over the course of time, right? 10% in initial and then 20% in Immortal War given over the course of 10 seconds. Now, having the teams have that momentum for like such as Takeda with Tumult, right? Just being able to be mobile and pick it up and go alongside of that, even with Kurumi and Zipping, who can extend ultimate because of that that rage gain. It's just difficult for Syra not to be able to do that when that comes through. When the moment comes out and she gets a kill or with her team, she's the only one to use ult. She can't do anything for the duration her ult's still active. For her, having to pick up the soul requires for her to cancel the ultimate, deducting that pressure that the team had just initially.
Yeah, looking at these phases, we are going to get HY, CY, and Alliance and Sin for phase 1. What is their take for Morris? What does phase 1 look like now? Now, initially, before the Syra implementation, a lot of teams were finding success on Siphon. Normally we saw Siphon on Perdoria, on Holoroth, but a lot of teams moved their Siphon to Morris. Now, because of the phasing, you don't really get the comp that you want. Really great strategy if you don't want to fight against the Titans, that's very strong teams within Yang on their Siphons. You want to play it on Morris because all those teams are going to play them on the wide open maps. They traditionally almost never play it on Holoroth. Now, Alliance taking that into account is going to be opened up with Siphon. The rest of the teams are going to be going Viper instead for round 2. Misuse team going to be going again with the classic Siphon. They don't want to move on to the Syra. They're going to stick to their guns, play their aggressive fighting style. Now, they do have to worry. I spoke a little bit too soon. GG with Siphon on the board getting offered. They are going to go Siphon. Same thing with DRG. Now, KFL going to be going with the Syro combination. Can they find these kills off spawn versus these Titans before they get online? Now going into the last phase, Serve, what do you think is going to be the premier pick?
Well, we got a lot of 1-point bans across the board, which leaves Viper Witch and Tessa, and it led right into it. Valda and EWG having the Viper Witch and Tessa to be solidified. MVP having the option to do so as well, and there it is. Making this map have, I believe, to upwards of 4 to 5 teams for the Viper Witch and Tessa. Difficult scenarios right now for which team is what. But this is where it comes down, the staple skill checks. F3 to V1. That's usually what we see from Viper. We don't see any other chance of seeing the chances to switch up unless we saw earlier as Team Ares in the Perdoria map choosing to opt in for the V2 variation, as Misu was able to see it towards the team's usage. But then again, that 5-second stun, just too much pressure coming through, and especially with the opt drop and getting the F3 and just blowing someone's health down. No armor, no gear, none whatsoever. But this is where Morris Isle gives a little bit more leniency. A lot of these players getting familiar with the map, knowing where to kind of go off on. Of course, taking Shadow Jade fights, if it leads down towards the event side, it's up to them to make it happen.
Yeah, with so many Vipers in the lobby, there is an idea of critical mass. When there's so many Viper teams in the lobby, it becomes very, very tough to live off spawn, to even get into Realm of Yang. All the other teams, all the Cypress teams really count on scaling up, getting the loot, winning their 3v3 inside Yang in order to get online. But in order to even get that point, they're going to have to bait 5 Vipers all around the map, and then between rounds have to survive the constant onslaught of third party and all-inning Siphons who lost Realm of Yang. I don't see this game going to endgame with so many Vipers in there. We got Balda's on the Viper, AS's MVP's Hong on the Viper, CYN's Big on the Viper, and XI from EWG on the Viper.
Yeah, and taking a look at the scene, CJS opting in for F2 for Takeda early on, but every single one of these Viper skills from the F3 to V1 is staying to that point. Now coming out to the third round of the skill selections, looking towards Ensima the Cyrus, both of them opting for F2 from both KFL's Yak and SYN's CBB. but more importantly, going through with the amount of chances for those Cyrus to pop off this game, it's a determination yet to be decided, especially with how these drops are concluded from Shipwreck Expanse into the Gamma Mine, or even more so into the Sigma Mine. Now, a question for you guys in the Twitch chat for the prediction: which of the following teams will score the highest this match? Or if they score the same, who will rank higher overall? Is it A, Bauda, or B, DRG? Make sure you guys put your predictions in the chat, and make sure you guys try to put as many points as you have available. But our map spawns are in 2 select locations, and nobody wanted to contest GG as they should.
Yeah, GG has been landing in that cave on Morris for the last 3 years of NARAKA. That is their territory. If you go challenge them, they are the gods of this cave. Now, normally they are actually challenged by Wolves. Wolves not in this lobby today, so they're going to get a free non-contestants, find that loot in the cave in the top right, and then make their way down south into Alliance. But everyone landing in Shipwreck, it's gonna be straight oogly booglies off spawn. We're gonna get Baudas versus CYN off spawn, as well as Ares. All of NA down here. Kimmy and crew, Big and B setting up. Gonna get that wine round reset, but first we're gonna go to SYN versus KFL. Ryomen and the crew from EU have to get it going if they hope to qualify.
Now it's going to be SYN coming through into the Gamma Mine with Mines, 1 HP in a Dream. MVP Hong finds the kill elimination. Sobel picked up immediately upon the access, and 3 grapples to his name. He couldn't find a chance to try to chase down towards the ravine, straight into the heart towards Loves. Now, as SYN's Loves is going to go ahead and get caught by that grapple stacker, this is where the team lines it up. The F2 is invested. That means that there's no escape from Atari. A parry like that off against Loves is a death sentence, and that's where it's going to lead down towards with 2 kills. MVP taking it through. KFL, though, in the background down south, and looking to try to loot around here while MVP takes Gamma Mine for the win.
Yeah, MVP with that third party, but Windy in the background is going to pick off SYN. But now MVP making their way to the White Armor EWG on the outside. Cookie and Luye fading out right now, but MVP wants this fight right now. Tessa ult is online. Hong looking for the backstab with Viper. Light Tech's coming out to Luye. Gold F is going to be popped out. No more combo break to his name, but Cookie's going to come up with the parry, denying Hong's pressure. Hong with the F3. Doing a ton of damage. Tessa ult's gonna be coming out. He misses the focus attack opportunity. They're dropping down. Doesn't matter. He's gonna find Loye. And now EWG on the back foot. MVP. Nice job off spawn. Hong's V1 coming out. Tessa ult's whiffing out. But the stun is gonna get onto Zai. Can he peel over? And Cookie's gonna chop in. Get the parry onto Hong. Hong going for the reset, going for the scale rush. Cookie down to his last minute situation, but KFL's coming in with the third party.
Big cleanup crew coming in aisle 7. That's a V1 teleport. Gotta get the shopping cart out the ways, because KFL is still looking to try to buy that mustard jam. If everything comes out for Yak, he's gonna be spreading it through the toast that he's got on standby. If everything is lined up for this sandwich right now, I'll stop with the analogy. We're gonna have to take a look at Cena because Yak is looking crazy right now. The Tessa check out 3 hits, that's 300 heals, but that's not gonna be enough as Shion gets the R&B spam coming out. The Tessa is gonna go ahead and go down, but the Cyro is just coming back up, Raven.
That definitely made me very hungry and satisfied KFL's hunger for some kills off spawn. KFL now up to 3 kills off spawn, finding a nice timing attempt right there, not backing out completely. Nice job for them. They're going to be scaling up to blue armor. EWG on the outside, though, has 3 ultimates online. You have to be careful versus Viper. All it takes is a well-timed view on a couple trees, setting up for a slick shot play. You see EWG sneaking up right now. Does KFL spot this flank play? Yak backing up right now, leading the flank. They see EWG moving out, but KFL able to lock it down, has that 3 kills, gonna be setting up for the Rumble Yang. Can they win this first Rumble Yang? They have the first kill off spawn. That's the first step. The second step is the next Yang, but you got the likes of GG, and this is how dangerous GG is. When they're uncontested, their macro is absolutely insane. They almost have 23,000 to the name. Purple Armor into Takeda, already at Purple Ult. This first Rumble Yang, someone is gonna have to go against them.
Yeah, people showing up to the Rumble Yang, waiting outside, hands in their pockets, and having the shirt just like, I'm just a chill guy. I'm waiting this one out. And if everything comes for the teams, it's just going to be a chance of what we saw in round 1, right? We saw Padoria. We saw how many teams were waiting outside the realm of Yang. Alliance, a team playing Viper, Wuchen, Tessa at that point in time, rushed it right through because they were recognizing the fact that one of the players didn't have the ultimate. If that happens again, we would see that frame 1 coming out from these teams. And talking about Alliance, playing their Sand Siphon this round, not having level 2 yet for that third variation ultimate. For NY7, this is going to be a time for him just to have him and his teammates pick up the gear alongside the time in the routing into Celestra coming from the Pool of Cleansing. Now, for Bowda U, they're also running a reciprocation of backing away from Team Alliance. This is going to be a Blue Armor Yaron who gets caught by a stagger, and this is the back line that gets pushed as he was losing their pace into grapples. But the F1 from NY7 committing the ultimate. Tomo's going to go through while Tessa Chen forces it out for the team to disengage.
Tessa comes out, NY7 leading the charge, but the Wuchen port very well timed right now. Gonna deny the pressure from that Temi ult, but NY7 still has his Takeda ult. Now, he is only at white ult. That's a baby Takeda ult. Not a ton of pressure, but still the threat of it. You don't really want to fully invest. There's no way to know what the Takeda ult is at until he pops that ultimate. So, Bowda is going to opt to find another better fight instead of hard committing. Now, generally, when you do play the Viper composition, you always want to find a third-party situation. Yeah. Even if you catch a team off guard, generally, you want to catch them when they're most vulnerable. When they're next to trees, you get a drop down, just triple stun. But other than that, investing beyond that just really underutilizes your team's capabilities. It really, really shines when you're able to go in and out, find a quick soul bloom off of one cooldown and continue the hunt. You don't really need to get a full team wipe, but just chopping down teams over and over because there's so many other Viper teams really sets up everyone. It's kind of like endgame when monks help monks. Vipers generally help other Vipers inside the Chinese tournament scene.
Yeah, and seeing the connections that come through their skills and their ultimates just allow for a quick succession, but also using to utilize it at its utmost efficiency. If they see the 5-second stun duration, they're going to try to use their ultimate to extend that stun duration, or even seeing a blow-up coming from both the skills of the F3 and backing it up with their own. Maybe potentially for the snag, right? Always looking towards the yoink of the kills, but seeing how fast they can do it without it causing any sort of consequence. But over by the one shrine in the Sunbelt Dwelling, we're going to see GG take it to the skies as SYN are just in the nearby vicinity. Team Bowda on the southern end of the Sunbelt Dwelling. So whether or not they want to take a chance of just waiting it out here for dear life, they can go ahead and snag. This is the perfect case scenario. This is that third party that we were just talking about, having a chance for Team Bowda. They have the oppositions in their the benefit. They can look towards GG, or they just follow suit and just keep tracking them in case they want to take fights in their own hands.
Yeah, nice talking coming out for Battle, but GG, we saw them a little bit earlier. They were up till around 25,000. You're seeing that investment going in. They buy double purple armor. They're setting up for this Rumble Yang. They're probably the most stacked team off spawn. Now, they don't. This is traditionally how we've seen GG play. They usually only get kills if people contest their loot pad. If not, they generally will keep to themselves until they get to first Yang. That's when the snowball starts happening. They start picking up the pace. They start playing the Yang depletion situations. But still, this slow, methodical play is what GG is known for. Who can beat them on their Siphon composition? There's only a handful within the league who get close to how good they are inside the realm of Yang. I really was curious to see how Siphon plays against the new Syra composition. Unfortunately, not any Syra comps into this. Can GG defeat the more scaled up Zais? I mean, after seeing their loot, I don't know if even a scaled Zai at this point can contest. Purple Takeda or Purple Ultimate Takeda doesn't do a good job, but again, it is Team GG. We've seen such stellar play coming out from LXM today. His flanks have been impeccable. Can he keep up that same discipline?
Yeah, 3-3-0 opting in, having the Jade selection of the Assassin's Lunge, and we're seeing the tune-up proc coming out here, but LXM procking a Sap Jade, Juggernaut, having Poison Splash, having Rupture Gale Burn. This is where GG can take this fight immediately into the realm, and in case of anything, you can see LXM becoming the savior for the team if it comes down towards parries or whatnot for the range shots. But for YZG on the opposite end of the realm, Yang playing their pool pick into the Sand Siphon, having a Hepta Detach, an Explosive Armor and Focus Light on QGG, absolute crazy, and an advanced group heal on 17S. This team's absolutely stacked going to their first realm Yang up against one of the Titans.
Yeah, YZG They absolutely devastated last round. Can they start off this round strong? Nice. Focus slide coming out from QGG. So much pressure coming out of this. Heavy ult is going to be invested. Takeda ult has to come out from CGS. He is going to poke him out, but QGG is going to pop his Takeda ult as well. He's putting on a ton of pressure. Just with the focus slide, he is going to get a giant parry. Kurumi ult are going to be invested. Brawling out right now, and still QGG just sliding, vibing, getting the slashes in, doing a ton of damage in the center right now. He hasn't been used more than one slash. Second slash is finally going to come out. Has 2 more slashes to his name. Focus slide keeps coming out. He's absolutely devastating GG, but they're doing a good job stabilizing, setting up, and now 17S on his team is getting really low. Can QGG peel for him?
Open to see whether or not the focus slide still comes out. The F1 initiated. QGG looks to somersault, goes straight in for the shunt, but 17S being down, CXZ being down. QGG is only at one hand. There's the explosive armor as mentioned, but there is no problem here. The F2 locks him in place. That's GG's victory and putting out the works. They get the gold weapon, they get the buff. This is their last purple armor on standby for LXM this time. Finding gold dual blades to be picked up, and as well as just making sure whether or not that Soul Shatter is going to be utilized. Now here's going to be where that fan has been accrued. It's purple rarity, so whether or not they want to opt in for that or get a hand in using Assassin's List for purple dagger, that's their choice to be made, Raven.
Yeah, it looked like QGG was doing a ton of pressure with the focus slide, but on the outside, we just didn't see LXM doing a ton of damage with those semi-flanks. Now, you do give up some burst damage if you're just focusing on the focus slide instead of just charging up a triple charge over and over. We'll have to see if YZG can bring it back, but first we're going to get Alliance with this Befriending Plus. They have EWG in their crosshairs, MVP in the north versus Bauda. You did get staggered for a second right now on the outside. Hong going to be dropping down with the Dragon Slayer, looking for the double charge. Not even going to hit, but Shinju, his teammate, is going to get the parry. And now Bauda's peak is going to fall. Yerin on the outside, charging up the horizontals. Hong down to the last focus attack situation. Comes in with the F3. He doesn't care. He's still trying to get in there, help his teammates out. But now the 2v1's coming out. He's running for his life right now. V1's going to be coming out. MVP looking to clear out Bauda. Yu's going to use his ultimate to try to tank the damage. He's not able to. Bauda's year-round now on the run, trying to get away, and MVP's going to pick up a nice upset kill onto Bauda.
Now northeast of the Sunwings West, we're going to see Revenge with the parry, the charge of Ryumon to connect as much damage in a short amount of time as possible. Cookie finds a teleport for the Wu Chen to get the teams out onto one of the tree houses. This is actually the tree house that's directly past the Bayuma. Spotting up the Beacon of Light, goes straight in there, and seeing how these eliminations are coming out here, we can see in the kill feed, Bauda's Iran going down in that fight against MVP. For Xi, looking for try to go for a drop down blue focus if we can, but NY7's F1 is up. The test and chant is good for 3, and now it's up to whether or not Cookie can survive it with the F1. But Xi catches the moment that we needed to see from them. They find the connection where all 3 targets are connected and they're all lined up, but then all of a sudden, a drop down blue from YZG.
EWC Xi down to his last little bit. YZG putting on the pressure on the Takedo's going to be coming down, chopping him down. QGG is going to pick up the frag. Now keeping up the momentum, keeping up the pressure. The focus slide coming out. Alliance Revenge is going to fall. Wu Chen Porch is going to be coming out. He sees the flash. He sees EWG Cookie in the distance. Are they going to commit to it? It looks like they called multiple things. Now settling to lock down Cookie, but Cookie with that hesitation is going to create a ton of distance with that max grapple distance. So much terrain to hide from. Can YZG pick up this kill? Cookie making his way back into Sunwing, into the tree line, getting out of there, but SYN coming out of nowhere. Nice shot from YZG to pop this no ult zone. QGG gonna switch up the pressure. Temiel's gonna be coming out, and now the hunters are becoming the hunted.
I see a Cyro coming out here at the back line to try to allow for distress, but the range is done. There's going to be mines going out for this point for the side LMVs. Hypercube are approaching to the scene in the background. I see you, my boys. And they're rushing down hard onto them. They're making sure they can go ahead for these quick eliminations. And there it is. Mines goes down. Hypercube BLZ going ahead and chasing down YZG. Looking for the F3 connection. Doesn't get it. Looking for a parry. Gets caught by Blue Focus in the background. Now BLZ getting a lot of damage. But the team comes in here for the connection. The Forbidden Seal still being active here. So there's no way they can use ultimates in their kit. But they still got enough time here. And utilizing as much gear they got. The Gold Focus comes through. QGG gets knocked back. 1-2's bow shot from this side as Tessa from Chile, and having the spotting of backing away for one heal in the armor swap like that might even give BLZ enough chances of rushing right back into that fight.
Yo, YZG able to ice off a lot of that pressure, and with that neutral engagement, able to build off their ultimate, smacking their weapons over. We see the pulse sword, almost durability gone from how much damage he was doing, but GG's going to be coming in with the third party. Alliance, NY7, no ultimate's name, but doesn't matter. We got a no ult zone right now. CYN's big in the center of it. Is going to pop that V1. Wuchen Port's going to be invested deep into Sunwing, Kimi, and B and Big. Looks like they're going to disengage with this, but at the top roads, we got Hypercube, No Sense leading the crowd, looking for that Viper drop. Alliance has to be careful right now, but like they know it's coming. They sense the danger. They're going to be backing out, getting away from these high trees. Not really a safe location with so many Vipers in the lobbies. The high tree line able to provide the cover and distance so you do not hear that ult dropping down on you.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind for most players, and a shift parry coming from Alexam. Rather, I should say the shunt getting parried. Alexam getting the kill, having 3-3 on his side. CJS getting caught passively res over by Celestra, and now it's up to GG with their 8 eliminations. It's getting a full reset right now. No ultimates on the standby for them, but however, we do see Temi at 75 or 76, I should say right now for LXM. XI from EWG finding a use of that Moonbane, or for use of the Reaper Charm, I should say, on hand to get back into the fight. Spearwell being contested though. Aries up against MVP. This is a spot that we like to see. Basically the full rarity from Aries kind of scales nicely, but no ultimate has been available for them, and it may not be, but Matario comes out here. Kuzo gets caught through for the enchant, but he has enough time on his hands to back away from one heal and then go back in, but will there be enough time for that?
MVP holding on to this Spirit Well, double jabbing, I see, but Miley's hung. We got the jabbing on back, but the V1's going to be coming out of nowhere. Drop down's going to come in. Wuchen Port gets him out. Nice reflexes from the Wuchen to get him out of the bad situations. Now HY in the center, they have to be careful. Hong's going to take to the top ropes, look for the drop down as well. Does HY know it's coming though? Hong threading the needle, trying to wait to the last second. He is going to drop down. They do see it coming. Mirroring coming out, but first we're going to go inside the Realm of Yang. Alliance versus YZG.
YZG with the F1 coming through here from QGG, having the pole sword on standby, looking to try to see about those semicircles, where are they at, and it comes out in full motion for both sides from the Sand Siphons. Now, as you can see, QGG goes ahead, rushes down, focus slide with the action, hold check of Destiny as Revenge goes ahead and gets a parry. This forces QGG's ult, not where he would like to have used it, but CXC is down to the count with his ultimate, or rather his armor to not be at max, so he's looking for the reset in the background. The Takeda Fearance coming out from NY7 is only going to be used to confirm blues or to deny pressure from the backline, but the focus light comes out. The last Fearing coming through from, I believe, from NY7, just one more count left for him, but we have 2 more for QGG. Scare Rush is good. We're looking for the RMBs if he can. There's going to be one Fearing, there's going to be one to deny. Now it's up to whether or not that shun will land, because QGG is going crazy right now.
QGG with the focus slide, just an absolute menace right now, closing out onto Alliance, sliding coming out, no counterplay right now. NY7 doing his best, and they're going to keep him alive right now. Try to stall us out. 50 seconds still inside the Realm of Yang. They want to maximize the amount of time they have Yang so they can delay that buff, have a max amount of time on the outside to hunt other teams, but on the outside we still have Aries, Yishao, Kuzo, Miss You, Purple Armor. My boys are scaled up. NA keeping it up. It looked a little bit hopeless before after day 1, but they're coming out swinging, trying out some of the new compositions, having a little bit of success, and now they're heating up. Before starting out the day with 3 kills, moving up to 5 kills. Now we're up to 6 kills. We're chilling right now. We're up to 10th. We got to get past this 50 to 60 point threshold by the end of the day, but NA is looking strong right now. KFL up to 4 kills this game. We haven't seen them on the board yet. Up to 11 points. EWG at 2. And on the CN side, everyone's a little bit equal. No one's really sticking out like before. The AS Regions MVP Hong with the Draco Storm looking and hunting for the tree line. When there's so many Vipers in this lobby, super dangerous, and MVP showing exactly why. They're staying up here. If you get caught lacking, you're going to be eating a drop-down V1 by MVP's Hong.
Yep, and catching strays left and right from attacks from other sources of damage. Now, we have YZQGG with that 2-minute timer and 20 seconds onto their Draco Storm, having their fan on the forefront of QGG. Now, If he gets himself in catching Misu being one of the first people that they can take a focus into catching, it would be up to them to just make sure that the procs of skills comes out from their support lines. For CXZ right now, though, he is the necessary forefront line of being the front liner for GUGG, as well as making sure that he can get a guaranteed blue focus if he looks for the staggers. And there it is coming out. Yishao goes down as Team Aries loses their Kurumi. This gives YZG just another notion about what they have eliminated from the field. They have 7 eliminations, and for QGG right now, just playing up Takeda, but over towards Zestwiner, or rather the Artisan's Grove, I should say, we're going to see a Team Alliance now making their way towards Noble Cave under the Romiang depletion for another 3 minutes and 50 seconds. It's going to be downward spiral here from this point on, unless they can find a team to fully invest in, while keeping the notion that they aren't a Romiang depletion team, unless they just go out all out with the ultimates just before the moments come through from MVP or from KFL in this region.
Alliance has 3 minutes 30 seconds. They are going to find KFL to the north. Zone's going to be pushing both of these teams in right now. Alliance going to full engage right here. They have to get some Sobel and cleanse Matari. Dash going to be invested. Ult's going to be coming out. Ryomen with the double parry. Wait a second. Windy coming crashing in, getting burned on it. Everyone. The Temmield's going to be invested. Takedo's going to be invested by Alliance. They're all in. They have to find the kill onto KFL right now. Trying to reset, trying to stabilize on the outside though. Windy getting his team out of there. Ryomen waiting on the side, and now Yak on the outside with the Syra. Has his ult engaged. Alliance wants no part of it, sitting just out of reach of him, not connecting at all. Takeda ult still online though. Yak dropping down. Now, no ults to their name. Takeda ult from NY7, and the Kurumi ult's going to be coming out. Windy has his eye ultimate up, holding the zone right now. Windy with the parry right now. Kurumi ult's going to get moved right now, but still, Alliance has to be careful. If this doesn't heal their white health, NY7's getting really low. It's going to send the double charge. Ryomen in the center of it. Windy doing his best to stagger everyone. Ryomen's going to fall right now, but both Alliance Revenge and Yoma are down. Windy going to close it out. Gets the uppercut, putting NY7 against the ground. Trying to get away from this situation. Light attacks are going to be out from Windy. Holds the 3, baits out the parry, and now Yak coming in with the third party, and KFA is going to hold the line versus Alliance.
7 eliminations for KFL, but they're deep in the zone. Weakness escalation to get rid of is up to Yax's position. Having the time to heal up his HP threshold, he's going to go ahead and opt in for the double vitality heal, giving himself the 1,000 health, but now has to really decide upon if whether or not Ryomen's going to survive. Yes, he will. He doesn't have the weakness escalation at max. He means that KFL lives to fight with their full squad. Sunwings rest. A lot of teams here. GG are skating around here, skating, I should say, off of the southwestern end and making their way towards near of the Cosmic Pillars. But for GG right now, having no level 3 ultimate just yet, they're just shy of a weapon rarity in making it through. Their Jade's looking pretty snatched still. They got Juggernaut level 4 for LXM. It has been stacking nicely for him. He's got the Soul Shatter. He's got the enhanced Poison Splash and the Sap Jade. It's whether or not another team wants to contest it, because the YZG are approaching the scene.
Yeah, YZG, QGG, he's been an absolute menace with the boat side. Now being enabled with the fan instead. The Spirit Ball, super critical transition in his endgame. YZG, CXZ trying to keep the pressure on, but Temmield's going to be coming out. YZG is going to invest that Kurumi ult, pick up everyone's health up, staying stabilized, trading it out for this Takeda ult, but YZG still has their Temmie Kurumi ult online. They have to be very, very careful. GG in a tough pickle right now as the momentum is shifting. YZG just happens to have too much loot. GG realizes this, ends up bowing out, disengaging, and this is what I was talking about, sir. GG is the most disciplined team in the league. They have no ego. In this situation, a losing battle, before they get committed, they're going to back off to fight another day and try to play their end game where they do super well.
Yeah, and while they're trying to back away, CXZ is still keeping the pressure on CGS. If CGS gets caught through, might be caught out. One uppercut and a dream doesn't come out. GG missing it just barely, and there's Lil looking for grapple staggers and looking for it, but there's a kill elimination. There's a poison splash being procced out from CGS's pockets. Now off to LXM Team Aries. Still, you know, having Kuzo on the standby, but he's in a 1v2. But oh, the drop down blew into the Hefner from 17S as the approach is to be coming out of a Kurumi's hands with a blue longsword. But it doesn't matter, it's all about the control. And if GG330 can get enough time to kite around here, he might be able to regroup his teammate. But with 2 teammates from YZG to lock him down in this corner as Stoming Soul, there's a parry, there's the RBs, it's tap dodge, it's rollout season, and he's getting caught with the vertical blue focus. And 17S finding their team's 11th elimination into this game.
GG runs into Aries, I believe it was a Kuzo on the outside, and they get delayed. Instead of getting away, getting that nice reset, YZG gets that blue buff, finds them lacking, and is able to clean up the kills. YZG is looking really poised to take all this. They got triple gold armor, blue buff. Now it's just hunting season for them. Everyone's trying to get away. Sunwing does provide a lot of cover to get away, all the way high up, hiding on the bones. We still have HY in the game, looking for those drop down. Viper stunts are up to 5 kills. KFL up to 5 kills. EU starting to heat up at this halfway point. Aries still has 1 live member. Remember, placement points do count a lot, and this is one of the best plays to survive with placement points. All these teams are running for their lives. CYSB is going to get caught out by YZG, chasing him down. Tessa ult, and her combo break is going to be invested. CYB can't do anything. YZG is just too strong, and he will fall.
Now it comes down to YZG finding their 12th elimination to the spread pool. This is going to keep them up nice and in the position of first in this game in terms of kill count. But Hypercube in the distance, seeing nice success here in spacing out and using the crossbow just to poke some damage out. You see the poison bolts coming out here from BLZ as he's been using that crossbow as often as he can. Has 4 repair just on standby just to have that for the standard loadout for the inventory for BLZ right now. Just trying to keep, a little bit, cool, calm under pressure. Draco Storm, though, has arrived for the Spear Whale. This is a buff that will make teams go ahead and go crazy for it. But QGG getting struck by the Moonbane there, not going to have a problem. No other opponents are in the nearby vicinity. But we do see a chance here, whether or not KFL are just hiding in plain sight, or if they're not going to be spotted until the moment comes to strike.
Yeah, 80% Moonbane still ticking away. KFL on the high ground with Windy. First Spirit Well is going to be coming out. YZG gonna pop the mushrooms early. Don't want that to come into play a little bit later. But still, they have to be careful right now. At the top right then, they do have KFL lurking. And remember, Hypercube does have that ult on, and it looks like Kuzo and Miss You are still alive. They got the res, and they're sitting all the way at the tippy top of these bones. BLZ, though, if he gets that drop down onto YZG, they can just get deleted. I'm sure that if we get some of their camera views, they're staring up right now, waiting for that inevitable Viper drop right now. Slowly hesitating. They are protected from the range if they occupy this dome. GG's LXM still alive as well, making it way to the bones. Lots of players just stalling out right now on the high ground, but it's really YZG in the driving seat. Can they scoop up every single kill here, or will some of these teams on the high ground find a nice flank play and steal this game away from them?
Oh yeah, LXM losing a little bit of armor, but if the timing is right for GG right now to have him to be the surviving grace, it would be if he doesn't get caught out. But Aries, oof, look at the walk. He's going up. High ground position. I'm not going to say the movie reference, but you know exactly where I'm going with that. I'm going to cut the limbs off. That's what Kuzo might be able to see from his teammate, as Misu is going to be in the intent of the Zai. But KFL are holding through on the Spiral. Now, for this final zone, this could be a knockoff situation where someone could take the high risk of just trying to look for the pulse sword, grapple strikes into the swipe. And if that happens on someone who's on a crawl up, that would be difficult. Now, QGG pop in here with a Phoenix Blast, Hepta Detach, Scattershot Focus Slide, and Advanced Group Heal. Kind of crazy how he's having that to be going through for 17S, but that's just because then the setup for QGG on the fan would be absolute deletion from that point on. And LXM, he's taking all the pressure, noticing that he's probably the only person left for GG, but more importantly, the Lonely Temmie. This is going to be enough chances for other teams to kind of look for the lockdown. Now, the F-Wiz gets thrown out here from LXM. He backs away, trying to get that cooldown as often as possible, but BLZ from Hypercube working through to the Skylines. And look at the Jade's listing and seeing here. Now, you can see the level 4 Juggernaut from BLZ. It's a high scaling Jade to be available for him, but also Kung Hai having martial art, Octa / Blade, and having Blistering Edge for the team. KFL having Windy Trinity, having a Vajra's Grip on Windy in case he throws any Wild Haymaker Blues, but double the Benthic Descent for KFL before this Spearwell may or may not be popped, because YZG has been hiding this for the past couple of minutes.
We do have 3 compositions going into this last little bit of endgame, and YZG's doing a great job of stalling out this buff, having it go for as long as possible. They're going to pop the double ult right now onto LXM on the outside, and they're going to take it to the Tessa Viper team at the top ropes, and the Zyphon teams. QGG showing up, shoving everyone off the top, crashing the party. What are you guys doing up here? Get down here, come fight us. QGG getting everyone off this high ground, and now bringing him at the pain with the Takeda. He still has another one online right after this. Refresh coming from the Spirit Well, but KFL on the other side watching the action go down, waiting for their third-party opportunity. Alex M's going to get picked off. One of the solos left in the lobby. On the bottom, though, they have to be careful. There's still a Poison Mushroom waiting there.
No, if BLZ gets these crossbow bolts, he's going to force down his opponent onto the ground. And that's where the hell on earth is going to be surviving. That's lava right down there. If everyone is able to hit those shrooms as often as possible. This also forms out a pure usage of the Kurumi F to make sure that burn, or rather the poison tick damage, doesn't really do much into the seconds that it does tick, but it does dissolute over towards, or dissolves the usage of the Kurumi F. Now Kuzo goes down. QGG catching the Soul Bloom, catching as much gear as it comes out, and seeing how many team players are just going through up the top. Aries is Misu, YZG17S, KFL Windy, they are all at the high ground, and while Ryomen tries to reposition up there as a Matari, it will be that heal off for the last minute.
Yak is going to have to pop his ultimate soon, or he's going to fall. He's not going to be able to pop his ultimate. Unlucky by him, saving his ultimate for the NARAKA 2, and now YZG, knowing that both teams are missing critical ults, going to take the action onto them with this Draco Storm. 57 seconds. They don't want to take this all into the last heal off. There's no need for that. They can come up here and contest. QGG holding up the Phantom. Wucha Port's going to be forced down on the low ground, though. Everyone's holding down on this cliff side right now. BLZ and Hypercube don't want to come down, for the party, so the party's going to come out to them. KFL crashing into the party as well. Zone is closing in right now. BLZ's going to fall to the zone. CXZ trying his best to get these last hits off. Takedo's going to be a message. Hypercube Chili is going to fall. Ryomen is going to fall. YGG fighting these kills right now. Yak trying to get some last hits, but Misu is going to be able to clinch up this second place for Team Aries. YZG, though, will close it out, will take the third game down, making it look easy.
Taking all the pressure off their hand, playing Sand Siphon to its utmost, just utmost potency for this game into Morris Isle. They take this third round, they take the MVP, and they got, cool under pressure, this being their second day of playing and earning just, over the top amount of points coming out here. So for right now, seeing YZG, formerly known as CKLA, killing it out here, and especially taking into their day second of playing, meaning that the other team is having a good performance overall, but more importantly, just being able to surpass them into this end.
KFL, Hypercube, heating up right now though. Third round in, it is their first day. They're coming out slowly, and the prep work did matter right now. So as long as they keep up this slow and steady, remember, top 12 are going to be going forward. YZG, DCN teams, they do this on the daily. This is how they've been doing it the entire year. The EU boys, the NA boys, they're here on vacation essentially. They're jumping into the Lion's Den and they're slugging it out, making things happen still. YZG though on the Siphon, I was saying, sir, that on Morris now, a lot of the other teams do pick on that Siphon, and for the first time, we don't see GG really close out when they're on the Siphon. We see YZG instead. Really, really great play. You see the methodical play going from the first yank, second yank, into the Spirit Well, having that complete game, and they close it out. Now, YZG, every time I look at it, I always think for a second, wait a minute, which team is this? And it's KLA. They've always been one of the juggernauts. They've rebranded, and they're showing up big with this rebrand.
Yeah, and doing the works good for J Cup as they're able to go ahead, most likely qualifying for making it to Grand Finals, and just going out and knocking it out the park with everything in place for today. So leading out with YZG playing the Silent Siphon, crazy how enough they kind of contested out GG and still found the cleanup crew even at the very end and just putting out the pressure. Spirit Well upon Spirit Well.
Yeah, and we saw GG go into that first Rumble Yang super stacked. Like, they had double purple, they had everything they needed to win. We even saw with the focus side, they did not care. They still won anyway, but YZG in the end ends up muscling them out for that Spirit Well, critically getting ahead of them in loot, and then closing them out in the end game, not letting them survive, not letting them salvage this game. But at the end, we saw the EU boys at the top roads waiting for YZG to make a move, icing it off, and they do a good job of picking off a couple kills, but unfortunately, YZG has seen this before. They've been here before, and that Draco Storm just makes Siphon so hard to deal with, and YZG ends up cleaning up the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, we see Hypercube actually putting a moment into the stead of being that Viper Wucha Tested team, being at the final moments, but not being able to execute out with an ultimate placement or the nature of coming through, but at the same time, being able to place out high means more placement points for the team. Now, scorekeeping comes out with the multiplier. YCG does take 29.2 points with that chance of picking up 21 kills. Now, MVP having 11 points be earned, in 10.5 points given to GG. KFL take 9 points, 8.5 for Aries, alongside with 6.5 for Hypercube. Bowda takes 6, 5.5 for Alliance, DRT with 4.5, 2.5 for EWG, CYN having 2 points, but SYN taking 0 points. Now, this leads in terms of Game 3 scores. That means the standings overall now allowing for the consideration, but before that, having the leaderboards for the players and seeing the Kurumi here, having from 17S, having 4 kills, but 24k healing nearly to that point, but 9 eliminations for CXC playing, that Temi playing, and Crazy with 25k damage rate.
Yeah, just damage across the board. And I believe the question earlier was whether or not someone was going to have over 25 points. Again, CXZ and the crew, they proved me wrong. I didn't think we were going to go 25 points against. They go out with a massive, massive game with their Cyprus competition closing down. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, NA, CYN at 4.5. Still a lot of NARAKA to play. KFL having finally some momentum, going up to 15.5. Hypercube staying a little bit consistent, chipping away at this, going up to 20 points. GWS is not playing. MVP at 17 points for the day. Aries, 20 points. Do the boys have a chance? They have a little bit more to go. They still have 3 more games to go. This is their last chance to get it going. Third day is going to be outside their hands, so they need to do it now. GG showing us exactly why they're the most dominant team at ready. 53 points on target to get to 100 points by the end of the day. Alliance at 13 points. And YZG, massive, massive game already. Almost at 100 points total already. Same thing with Bowda, 43.5. Almost at that 100 point mark. But at the top, JL, just showing how ridiculous a 100-point day looks like relative to the rest of the lobby. They basically qualified twice over.
Yeah, taking it to that first day of playing trios and hitting triple digits is no easy feat. And they did it flawlessly coming out from day 1. But day 2, we're still at the halfway point. And we had Game 3 just now to kind of work off and seeing where the team players come out between one another. And this is where we're going to get some good overviews of what happened with some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot. Now forcing into the hands in terms of Romiang. This is where Aries actually took their first Romiang victory up against Dongqing. Now Aries Kyuzo coming through, keeping eyes out. His teammate gets the parry, but he still looks to try to keep the momentum going for that backline. And he finds it with the 1-2s and the 3s. But NY7 and the opposite end, and the other Romiang taking their fight against SYN.
Now EWG, the top north, which is a slugfest with all these bumpers coming in with the drop down stuns over and jabbing him down from Zai. Grumio's keeping up everyone alive, but it's not going to matter. Alliance Yuma does fall. KFL winning this critical fight right here versus Alliance. Isolated 3v3 in zone. Zai just burning everyone down. Yag with the flank. Not getting a ton of value off the start, but doing really well in the neutral now this end game. Absolutely a slugfest, a crashing of parties over and over. YZG on the low ground, now finally coming to the high ground with the Draco Storm. CXZ with that pole sword, with that parry, looking to close everyone, picking up the kill onto Chili. Temion's going to be coming out, cutting off the last bit of zone. Aries Missu able to click out that second place. It's not going to matter though. He is going to fall to CXZ.
My man is like, I need some tissues for that white man. Because everything comes down towards this point. He's got a runny nose, folks. And he is clear of any sickness from this point on because he is the cure. He's got himself here for his first MVP, having Desperation as his build. He's got Starfall, Focus Slide, and having Poison Splash came through, but with a Sap Soul Jade. And having a Sap Soul Jade comes in many formats of damage, but also for the sustain coming back. And Pole Sword was really the main majority. Now, he didn't even need to heal. This man had 2,600 healing. He didn't even get anything from a pot off. He just go ahead and he's like, yeah, I'm here. And Nunchucks is the second source, most likely coming from the early game and dealing 1,500 damage with skills and ultimates, not having as many range that you would expect, but then again, being that the enforcer, right? Being able to take that role position of just locking to someone's position. You even saw it where he was able to go up against GG, being able to have his team in that second to last, or the third to last Spirit Well to go ahead and finding himself in the spot of just being out there while his team completes the Spirit Well, and he's still putting that pressure on hand.
Yeah. You see how much damage and how much influence the focus slide has. It's removed from solos for a reason. It's so oppressive, especially with Pulse Sword. He had almost 18,000 damage with the Pulse Sword. Normally in trios and endgame, we see a ton of damage coming out of Cannon, but my man is doing so much work. Every single time we saw a fight, we saw someone sliding through, just caking everyone on at the knees with the Pulse Sword, doing so much damage. It's no surprise to me that YZG was able to clutch it up with how stacked they were, and that's what I was saying. In order for these teams to get going, you have to have a ton of loot. Now, unfortunately for the Vipers, they weren't able to slow them down, and that's what happens when these teams get momentum. They're going to slaughter the lobby. They're going to have these massive 25+ point games. We see the Vipers doing a good job of clutching up, but first, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having an interview with CYN's Kimmy coming up. But first, we have a question for you. Which region does CYN represent? Is it A, China, CN? Is it B, NA? Is it C, SEA? Or is it D, EU?
Yeah, having a chance to answer the question and introducing Alakazam, having Kamoka actually being brought through for the interview. So for you guys in Twitch chat, make sure you guys understand what she says for the answer in case you're unsure, because she's here live to give you going on through. How's it going, Kamoka?
It's going good.
Nice, nice. You know, going through in terms of the first 3 games, this is the first day that you guys are playing for CYN, having a chance of actually being here for the first time at J-Cup. How's it feeling so far?
Oh, it's really nice. Everybody's so good, you know? You learn so much.
Yeah, Kimmy, you being one of the best female players and one of the old school players coming in and representing our region, what do you think the big difference is being here in China versus being at home?
In terms of tournament or just like the general game?
Either or. Tournament?
The tournament is way different. I think like the teams are so much better, and just like also like playing the ranked games is also very different. There's no robust, you know, only real players, so you just get third-partied over and over again. It's like super different. You just gotta run a lot, you know. Yeah.
Oh, I've definitely experienced a difference. The third parties are absolutely insane. Now, your team is starting off a little bit slower. What do you think you guys are going to be adjusting moving forward, if you can tell us a peek into some of your strategy?
Honestly, I don't really know.
Understandable. The Kurumi just doing her job.
I'm just following my team, yeah.
It's good, yeah, because, you know, one thing comes through is, you know, you see the new formats of how these players are playing, both as their roles and seeing how the comp selection comes out. Is there any team that you've taken full, you know, motivation towards and just trying to become or just trying to match out?
Well, I was looking at JL's Hadi, Monk, and Bala comp, and I think they're really good. So I've been trying to like learn from their Hadi, and yeah.
Awesome. I mean, going through though, I mean, players who don't know, right? And she'll give the answer in just a moment, trying to give you guys going through in terms of what the question was. Question was, what side of the region or which region did Kamoka come through from? First was A in terms of being with CN. We had SEA, we had NA, and we had EU. But whenever you're ready, Kamoka, we're gonna start it finally. I can get to do it. Let's go. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
The B is
yeah.
NA.
B for NA, folks. Come on, Twitch chat. If you guys didn't know, you're slacking. You got a good chance of being able to catch the answer and catching the Peerless Treasure Choice gift for that gift. And if you do, make sure you have the NARAKA ID open. Make sure you have your whispers open, because NARAKA BLADEPOINT's going to message you out. But other than that, I mean, we had a good chance of seeing the first 3 rounds we played. But one thing that comes out was that we still have 3 games for you guys, and having the motion to come out. I know you guys may or may not have, the first 3 rounds to go down, but studying first day, was there something that you noticed from that really set you guys going for today?
That it was really hard.
Yeah. I mean, especially coming with all the Tianhai comps coming out into the mix, right?
There's like a lot of new characters that we had to like implement, because also like Syra or Sira, it's also really good. I'm not sure yet if we're gonna play her or not, because like we didn't have much time to like the Hadi comp. We didn't have much time to practice it since it came out, right? So we'll see how it goes.
Nice. So in this new meta, Kimmy, what is your personal favorite moving forward? What are you setting up for the crowd, for the people at home? What are you looking forward to show for everyone watching?
To show?
Yeah, what comp do you really like? It's a lot of new comps right now.
Yeah, that's really a hard question. But honestly, like the Hadi comp is just really fun. Like the ult rotation is like really, really interesting and really different from the other comps. So that's what I'm excited to play.
Well, Good luck for the rest of the day, Kimmy. It's been a wonderful seeing you. We're going to be rooting for you guys from NA. Look out for their hottie composition. CYN, Kimmy, signing out. We'll be shining out right now. We'll see you guys later. We'll see you later, Kimmy. Good luck moving forward.
是的，可能 BB 要成为最大的获利者。
Đến Thượng Hải sắp 1 năm rồi. Bọn mình đã tiến bộ rất là nhiều ở EPBL. Chia cúp năm nay, bọn mình sẽ giành được thành tích cao hơn.
既然已经来到这里，我们只想不留遗憾。
我们的目标不仅仅是打进决赛。
我们会尽全力展现我们的所有。
2024年是属于成都积极的一年。今年一整年，我们没有输过，没有队伍做到过全年大满贯的壮举。但是现在，我们要登峰造极。
第一时间被逼出来的KGB，
大地，你已经把对方追过去，
再抓一个，
再抓一个。
吃了一脚，大再传，好像是把NARAKA直接秒掉了，
把司机秒了，而且这一个翻摔炸了之闪，成都老队被淘汰了。震刀，主角，战绩走完，B线抓到。
我们曾经在世界赛上证明过自己，今年的目标也是如此。GG，黄金纪录的美梦该醒了。
Jail's one thing is sliver of health, able to complete one grab into slam, so he does get a little bit of it back. Finds the grab onto 521's Pampy, but the jabbing takes him incredibly low. Massive play from VV to go through with the F1 coverage, and then one thing's able to find the parry, and somehow the Tianhai is still alive. Wolves waited for the attention to turn onto another Tianhai before taking full advantage of all of the chaos. Exit with the second transformation finds 2 grabs, one of them onto BBE's battle, unless they can find a parry. When they get grouped out of the follow-up with the Takeda ultimate from SS with the Fury shove, and they're going to go down, losing the familiar bird spike, but the huge hit of the Volta V1.
Now Wolves looking pretty healthy for a second round Yang victory, and this is going to be where OUG looks to try to cut through as the King gets a reset. I can't believe the F1 die. R&B release, there it is. King goes down. Xingyu is trying to hide out here, but holding to see the R&Bs. There's the 1-2s looking for the R&B release. He gets 1 kill elimination. He's going back into the turnaround. A little bit of seconds here for the F1 to come back up. He looks for the F1 again. Look for an ACCA in the background. SS with that gold consort. That's a lot of scale damage here. R&B carrying. That's unfortunate. There's going to be an extension. Nope. Just go straight hit off the jump horizontal. And whether or not ZK looks to use longsword, that longsword being comes out. 5 seconds on the clock. No parry with the F1. There it is. Comes out. He turned it around.
DXJ is going to pop that ultimate BDB down to the last hit point situation, but he is going to get picked up. The Syra healing balls coming out, picking him up. Now, but one pocket is going to follow up. TWSS turning this around. Syra not being as aggressive right now. DXJ is going to get parried on that double charge R&B with the Fizz Blade.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with some more trios action. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie, and we are ready. We were sat in the stands watching the games, and it has been a very exciting day so far. You know, some upsets that perhaps some of the teams here weren't expecting. You know, we saw Alliance get taken down by KFL. We saw Aries
get fallen over by Aries in the realm of Yang. So the foreigner team's doing really good in terms of adapting into the new meta coming on through. However, we still have the staple MVPL teams doing incredibly well. Speaking about a staple of these streams is a reminder to make sure that you are scanning the QR code in the bottom right of your screen so that you can have access to that Discord server, because so much goes on that server. You can connect with your friends, you can actually find custom character QR codes, and you can also access our wonderful events that are going on, which include the 2024 J-Cup Honors Comments.
Absolutely, you can get your hands on some goodies on those loot boxes, but only a few will be able to get those, get their hands on those loot boxes. However, anyone can get their hands on these Twitch drops as long as you make sure you link your NARAKA account to Twitch and you know, stick around for the progression for those drops. To make sure that you've done so, go into the top right of the screen on the web page, and you can go to a menu that says drops and rewards, and you can monitor that progression.
Yeah, but speaking of, as we were talking about, some of those MVPL teams doing incredibly well. We've got GG, who are performing today. This is the first time that we're getting to see them in the J-Cup stage, after they absolutely demolished their competition in the Spring, Summer, and Koi Cup. A little bit of a dicey start for them. I mean, they were able to MVP game number 1. However, EWG showing up massively in game number 2. And I mean, EWG has been one of the standouts coming on through. Cookie being one of the best supportive players. His numbers on Karumi is always incredibly high. Very much looking forward to getting to see what that team does with Syra.
Yeah, absolutely. The Syra, you know, it's not like solos. Solos, it's like first round selection, double Syra. But here in trios, it is a little different, as you can't just put Syra in everything, you know. She has to fit into that composition and replace a certain character that facilitates certain utility. You know, in the Zai composition, the Zai, Matari, and then Karumi or zipping, she can definitely substitute that zipping or Karumi and function extremely well, partially because she gives that little bit of healing, but also she acts as a very good disruptive tool.
Lots of CC.
Other Zais, Decadas, whatever, you know, having that shield gives you a little bit of that end game potential, that end game win condition.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about endgame, we're starting to see a lot of these compositions really wanting to push towards the endgame. The Valder and Tianhai Hardy composition has been very much the talk of the town. When we saw them on day number 1, JL MVP'd with it on game number 2 as well as game number 4, and then we also saw it take another MVP in game number 5. So of the 6 games that we saw played, 3 times that composition was able to MVP because of how insanely strong it is in both the realm of Yang situation, but also the endgame with 2 of those heroes able to win the heal off.
Yeah, absolutely. Having multiple endgame win conditions gives you a much better chance going into those endgame situations and coming out on top. Of course, you still have to coordinate, you still have to make sure that you're not using your ultimates when you shouldn't be, you're not using them too early, or you're not getting caught out of position and having those cooldowns that are so important being forced out by these other teams, because that is certainly going to be an objective of those other team compositions that don't have that capability. They can't actually do that, so they have to find their win condition elsewhere, like the Viper team composition. You know, they're looking for drop downs, looking for just quick assassinations, executions on specific high priority targets.
Yeah, the third party situation is insanely strong for that composition, especially when it comes to contesting things like the Spirit Well, because you always know the teams are going to be in that position.
wanting to try and take those fights and keep that contested for the 180 seconds. We're going to be having a look now to see what compositions all of these teams are going to be locking in with. GG, DRG, Aries and KFL all getting the first round selection. What is GG going to feel towards? As we've talked about, this is a really strong team. They have so many compositions, however their bread and butter very much could be that Velda Tianhai, specifically because Free0 is one of the OG Tianhai players, and LXM has been incredibly vocal in trying to push Velda even since the beginning of this year.
Yeah, I also was one of those people who I thought that Velda 100% had a spot in trios somewhere, and it just needed to be found, and finally she has her time in the spotlight. But you know what else is in the spotlight? It is these first round selection. What are we going to get, Moxie? We've got GG looking to lock in that Matari Zai Karumi, not with the Syra, interestingly. You know, perhaps they haven't had enough time to play around with it, they're not feeling comfortable. However, the same cannot be said for DRG or KFL. They seem very willing to bring that out. Aries, I believe, was running that Hardy Velda Tianhai composition.
Yeah, and it's going to be Bauda also opting for that Velda Tianhai and Hardy, with a lot of these teams actually fielding towards the Xiphon variant. However, with Syra on that supportive also, lots of CC. Syra can work really well with Zai. The RMB stun off of both her ultimate and the F1 can be immensely strong at setting up your Zai to be able to come on through with those fire ticks, scoop everyone up into one position, and then you can come through with the golden frame focus and hit that fire tick while getting the follow-up LMB of the Syra ultimate at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I do want to talk about a little bit is the choice for Syra, whether or not to take F1 or F2. We've seen some teams opt for the F1. You know, in solos it's been exclusively F1.
Combo breaker, yeah.
Because of how important combo breakers are. However, in trios we've seen a lot of F2 utilization, and a lot of different, you know, non-combo break abilities, things that give you that utility being utilized on this stage. For that last round, nothing crazy. I don't think we saw anything unexpected necessarily, but we don't have all that many Vipers, and I think that was only the one being picked up there.
Yeah, and I mean, Viper's been going through some really interesting changes. She always goes through a lot of sort of chameleon styles when it comes to that ability loadout. Based on which composition she's trying to counteract, it can be really hard for the Viper to be able to find any form of footing against the Matari teams, because obviously Matari Ultimate just ignores Viper Ultimate in its entirety. However, Viper can still be insanely strong against the likes of either Sand Siphon forcing a Temi to ultimate so that no one gets the follow-up from that Viper ultimate, but also the Tianhai, especially if you take the F2 rather than the F3, because that silence ability means that the Tianhai can't actually go for any form of slams, and your players can struggle out of the grab and escape unscathed.
Indeed. But let's take a look. What abilities have been chosen here? Bauda, interestingly, running that F1, and WX98 is running that F2 on the Syra, F2 as well for YZG. Interesting, because the thing is, you know, the combo breaker is so unbelievably good. It gives you that mobility as well. You know, it's a nice, that you could do it omnidirectionally, send it anywhere you go. Look down at the ground and you'll go up in the sky. It could be really, really useful.
Yeah, I mean, all of these Syras are actually going to be opting for the F2, and we do have to remember it is going to be packaged next to that Matari, so when the Matari uses the ultimate, that is going to not just refresh the Zai F2, that's also going to refresh the Syra F2. And Syra's F2, like you said, it doesn't have a combo break ability, so it can be a little bit more risky in terms of if you do get locked down. However, it brings 300 healing, and if you don't detonate that stun early, it does come on through with that stun dazzle as well. Something to note too is that we have two Viper compositions, both of them going to be running the F3 over the F2, so it is going to be the heal cut reduction coming on out. There's something else to note is making sure that you're keeping an eye on these questions before every single one of our games. This one is going to be which of the following regions will get the most eliminations this match. Is it going to be NA or is it going to be EU? Now, something also to note about this, because I know there's been a little bit of confusion, this is not an answer in chat, this is an answer on the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship website.
Yes, the big event, if you go into the client, you can access it through the sort of mini browser within the client by going to that event center and going over to that event, and you can answer in there and potentially rack up those points. But, you know, we're going to be jumping into our fourth game of the day very, very soon, Moxie. I'm very excited as, you know, some of these teams, this is their last chance to play. You know, they've already played the first day. This is their second time. Some of these teams, it's their first time, and obviously they want to be getting as much done as possible so that the second day, it's not all that much pressure. But here we are going straight into the thick of it. SYN up against EWG. EWG showing very, very strong play so far today. Looks as though they are doing it pretty well so far in this fight. The Dragon Slayer coming through. Luo Ye did get taken down extremely low, but able to pick up that Soul Bloom off of his teammates, taking them down and recovering it very quickly and finishing them all off.
Yeah, Valda F1 now coming into play, closing out some of the spacing inside Yushan Ruins portal space, as Ares Misyu unfortunately going to be held into that stone form with the pole sword, and it is just going to be Bauda cleaning up a fight and getting access to the Firefly cage to build into that Tianhai's V2, as now we're going to get to the Alliance going head-to-head against KFL. Yak goes for the overhold, isn't going to be able to find it, gets clanked against it, and unfortunately Alliance's players just full swarm onto him and are able to come on through. As a little bit of a misposition comes out from KFL, they leave one of their players a little bit too open, and Alliance take full advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and he'd already utilized that F. He had the F2, and you know, if you've used that sort of thing, you need to be very careful, because although it's not a combo breaker, it's still going to apply some utility for you. But hey, look at that, we have some golden fist blades already on the field, ready to go. YZG with this podium strategy, not looking for that early game fight necessarily. They would much rather be able to secure that golden legendary weapon for their Zai, as it is a huge, huge buff for them, a huge win condition met already this early on into the game.
Yeah, that's going to be massive scaling for that Zai ultimate in the first realm of Yang. Major advantage for them as EWG's Luwei comes in with that Cicada F1. Viper ultimate is going to come into play, so it is going to be Hypercube managing to buy themselves a little bit of spacing. However, the Tumultuous ultimate means that EWG do not give up any form of advantage, and the Cicada is still going to be able to continue utilizing these Fear and Shoves to really good advantage. Just splitting off Hypercube, making sure that that Viper gets forced away so that the rest of his two teammates, that Karumi and Temi, can finish off the fight without having to worry about the every shotgun in the back.
And unfortunately, this Tessa ultimate was too little too late, and Hypercube seemingly are going to fall to EWG. Bit split up there, it looked like as well. Luoye in that isolated fight against Chile for a moment, but unfortunately just didn't pay off, weren't able to capitalize on that, and they do go down. But another fight looks as though it's going to be taking place relatively close to where the one that we just saw was. GG flanking, looking for the sandwich third-party situation. KFL very willing to take this fight, it seems, but they're trying their very best to stay on the outside. They do not want to be the team that is stuck in the middle. You don't want to be in between two teams, as it will surely mean your demise. GG pushing KFL closer and closer to this ballista, and I believe that KFL are going to try and utilize this tower and perhaps the ballista itself to try and deter this aggression.
Yeah, but GG already managing to position themselves to blindside of ballista means that it's going to be a fight right on the base of the tower, and GG now looking to try and find this entrance. CJS still has this Zai F2. It is going to be the Matari ultimate coming on through. Karumi Amasoko now invested F2 for CJS to try and find any form of isolation that he can, as it does look like he's going to put himself on top of that ballista tower, understanding that actually EWG have shown up for that potential third party, and GG want an insurance plan so that EWG do not have the confidence of collapsing onto them, and they find the connection onto that Cicada. Really good foresight coming in through from GG to put themselves into a better position, because now EWG have to back on off. It does, however, provide KFL the opportunity to back away, reset, and potentially come back on through if GG and EWG go head to head.
Absolutely, they might be able to dip away, maybe find an upgrade to their armor, or perhaps there is a rage charge station close by, as well as a few Fireflies. They might be heading over to them and seeing if they can come back with their ultimates refreshed. Oh my goodness, Luo Ye biting off more than he can chew and just getting absolutely burnt to a crisp. The ballista shot right to the dome, sending him down, and then that quick follow-up from the pistol from CJS to make sure that he does go down to that burn damage. Very nicely done by GG here. EWG scrambling now, going to try and see if they can recover, but it's not going to be easy. They're going to have to commit a lot of these resources. The Tumult ultimate has already been put down, and Cookie is on the run. LXM hot on his heels, trying to catch up to this Kurumi. Cookie does have that ult armor circle, but it's definitely not going to be looking to use it, I believe, as they would much rather save it for potentially another fight, as they do have these rebirths. Oh, he went for it in the last second, but doesn't lose the actual activation, I believe.
Yeah, Matari F comes on for just to take the Kurumi down because they knew that another team was in the area. Speaking about another team in the area, that is a Moonbane coming on through. This is actually, I believe, GG's Moonbane, just to make sure that someone else can't try and collapse into this team because they're still in a recovery state after EWG, despite not finding a kill, were able to burn through a lot of the resources that GG had active, as well as the fact that they understood that that team that they were fighting prior to EWG would still have been in the area, as CJS with the Zai V2 is forced into fully investing, and Cookie now is actually going to fully invest likewise. He comes on through with that V2 and makes everybody back on off. CJS now with the fire tech will be able to put a little bit of pressure, but the Kurumi armor circle is going to be able to cleanse that one, and CJS just has to bide his time and wait, as with that Moonbane still in play, EWG utilize the opportunity and fully back on off.
They do indeed, but you know what else I see, Moxie? They are running, GG has run straight over to a Firefly on the other side, I believe. There are Fireflies very close by here. There's two in this immediate vicinity where GG currently are. May have been able to re-up those ultimates, but there are so many teams going through the rotations and turning up very close by. Alliance being one of them, who I'm sure would be very happy to try and
YZG too.
for an assassination. Yeah, YZG. They're looking pretty stacked as well, those purple armors. Very scaled up already, exactly what you want. You know, this composition, the Zai Siphon composition, it has been called the budget comp, where you can get away with just a purple armor and some decent weaponry. But when you do get that scaled armor and you all three of you are scaled up, it becomes even harder to deal with, and that much stronger going into this mid game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these compositions really relying on that scaling, the Takeda more than anyone else, because of that V3 scaling with all of the teams, not just the singular players. Like you said, Zai being seen as that budget composition because Zai is the only one really who needs that armor, needs that weapon upgrade, because hers is the thing that scales with both the V2 coming off of the weapon rarity when the ultimate is activated, as opposed to, as you can see from EWG, who yes, have purple weapons on their Takeda, but are not yet even halfway to the golden rarity scaling of that Takeda V3. And the difference between a level 1 to a level 3 Takeda ultimate is felt by absolute miles, as we're going to be seeing Bowder going head to head against SYN. Bowder on this Valder and Tianhai, this is a composition that is designed for Realm of Yangs and endgame zones. Can SYN weather the storm that is going to be the circle ultimate of the Tianhai into the Valder spear to set up the regrab? The F1 from that Valder comes on through, making sure that you don't have to worry about the combo breaker, but Yiran gets stuck inside the Tumult Wisp, has to burn through the F1, puts himself onto the pillar, sets up the scale rush, but he's directly in the middle of the Tumult ultimate. The V2 comes on through for that health reset, and he can start to set up some of these grabs, because we can see that both Peak and you have also invested all of their ultimates. If Sin are going to be able to live the duration of this burst cycle, they should have the overall advantage in terms of sustain.
Yes, if they do make it out alive, if they survive for that much longer, they may be able to clutch this up, but we do see the grab come through for Loves, onto Loves, rather the slam into the follow-up by those Pulse Sword RMB slashes, and he does get eliminated. However, that being said, Sin does have that Kurumi circle, does have that potential Kurumi tether, and they could potentially look for this res. However, this Karumi is not having a good time, trying desperately, dancing around, applying that tether, going up and down this pillar. Might be able to find this resurrection, but I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it at the end of the day, as they might lose a little bit too much health, a little bit too much armor, and they won't be able to clutch it up in the end regardless. But they're certainly going to make the effort. Mines is up. Those purple fist plays, the Dragon Slayer coming through. Bowders, you getting extremely low, trying to stone form with this pulse sword, lives on just barely a frame of health, is still kicking, utilizing that combo breaker, flying away, but oh my goodness, it doesn't matter. Bowder has obliterated the rest of SYN in the backline and takes them down.
Yeah, that Volder F1 doing such a good job of just shutting down so much spacing so that you have absolutely no choice but to try and win up against both the Halberd cross-strike coming on out from the RMB, as well as the RMBs from the pulse of spacing that the Volder is able to threaten. However, Bowder being a little bit aggressive and over-eager in terms of investing those ultimates did mean that the fight went on much closer than it has been when we've seen that composition play out in the past, as YZG comes on through now out of that ballistic control, looking to try and just drop down on some of these players towards the blind side. 17S with that legendary fan on the Syra, as Syra does make this composition a little bit more pricey because just like Zai, she needs the weapon rarity to be able to scale up that ultimate. However, we have to remember, this is a team that invested on Salvation Podium early on, so the fact that they were able to go and win that first realm of Yang means that they got another legendary weapon to be able to put onto that Syra, and 17S now can hold their own, absolutely melting EWG's XI with that legendary fan scaling.
Indeed, that is a rough experience. Nowhere to go, open space, and he's just getting chased down, and he can't escape the fan. Fan is just... It can be really, really strong in that 1v1 situation. He's just not able to stand up to it. It is what it is. Straight 1v1, and he does go down. But we're going to have a straight 3v3, I believe, here between MVP and CYN. Kimoka in the sky, in that Hardy ultimate, looking to try and create some openings, potentially facilitate some more damage from her teammates. MVP does hold strong. Mocha has taken quite a bit of damage to that shield, has been pulled out of the ultimate, but going back up and putting down that cube. The turnaround parry, beautifully done, going up into the sky with the cube now breaking out of that Tumulk ultimate. The Tianhai ult is now online as well. CYNB grappling up the trees, trying to hold down one of these players, but this is a very difficult spot to catch people, isn't it, Moxie?
Yeah, and I mean, MVP has just fully disengaged, waiting that Tianhai ultimate out. B still holding onto that Volder V2 does mean that CYN aren't fully out of resources, but losing both the Hardy ultimate and the Tianhai ultimate is going to make it pretty hard for this team to be able to hold their own into this next fight. Ballista does come on through. CYN doing a very good job of understanding that the team that they were up against had held on to their ultimates, waiting for the Tianhai to be baited out and then resetting. So they're going to try and utilize this Ballista hold as a way of keeping that advantage over their opponents. It does risk, though, one of your players being out of that fight, as it is going to be the Volder ultimate now invested from B. Can we see the spears coming on through to set up some of these damage kills? Kimoka able to find another parry, however, she's not going to be able to take advantage of it. The Takeda Fusion Shot's doing a very good job of peeling any of the follow-up, and unfortunately B does go down, even with the Volder V2 having been invested. One Soul Bloom picked up on the side of MVP, as we can see the Shaolin Jade coming on out from that fan, and Kimoka is just in full disengagement mode as she's lost both her Tianhai and her Volder. Purple armor on the Hardy, but unfortunately 45 seconds left. She's just got to try and find any straggler that she can to pick up a kill and get a Soul Bloom to continue.
Yeah, no, that is not a good spot to be in with that Yang depletion. It might be an inevitable demise at this point, but we shall have to wait and see. EWG, it looks as though they're in a bit of a difficult spot here, being chased down by GG. Luoye dipping into that storm, trying to find an avenue of escape. GG hot on their heels. They want to be able to pick up some of these kills as they recognize the weakness, that vulnerability in them here at the edge of the zone, being a man down already. Now we're taking a look at a replay from the realm of Yang. Ooh, very nice little jump in from Yi Xiao onto this Tamok, onto Shi Yun with that wombo follow-up. Oh my goodness, MVP getting absolutely slammed by the Tianhai into the follow-up spear, into the regrab. LTZ nowhere to go, and now it's just a 3 versus 1 situation, an unwinnable spot for MVP's Hong. No ultimate, no nothing. He's gonna be trying his best, but that is gonna be all she wrote, and they do take that realm of Yang.
Yeah, that is the traditional line that we see coming through from this composition. That is why it is so absolutely terrifying inside the realm of Yang. One player gets grabbed up, and you know that the reverb grab is going to come on through if that Valda is able to cycle through the V2 correctly. Bowder going to be going for another realm of Yang. We did see them win their first one, however, they did space their ultimates, or rather they didn't space their ultimates out at all. So let's see whether or not they're going to be a little bit more staggered in terms of how they utilize them against KFL. Yuran with that legendary katana is going to be doing full-scale damage coming on through from these grab connections, goes up into the sky, doesn't want to go for that V2 just yet, or rather goes for it immediately. Okay, Peak not having that Valda V2 though is going to make this incredibly hard for them to be able to find any form of reverb grab, and as a result he's got to just go for that single grab, hold for the ranged weaponry to come on through, and then go for that slam once the damage is there. Now we're going to see the Valda ultimate coming on out, finds another one, the Hardy getting the triple charge onto them as they're held in the Monk's hands, and there's absolutely nothing that KFL can do. This isn't a realm of Yang fight, Dunk. This is an absolute massacre.
Yeah, that was an execution, unfortunately for KFL. But here we are in the opposing realm of Yang. Ares up against YZG and doing a very good job of pushing this tempo and taking full advantage of this Tianhai ultimate. Now coming out of it, Yi Xiao, along with the rest of Ares, just need to clean up this fight, clean up this this realm of Yang, as it is literally just a 3 versus 1 slap fight.
Oh, no.
Come here, get back here.
We're not even watching it. They're just gonna kite out that fight for as long as possible so that they can have the buff for as long as possible. NY7 now coming on through with a Viper V1, and immediately we can see that all of his team are getting ready to just fully jump onto MVP's LTZ. Now it's a numbers advantage fight, 2 versus 1. White Tiger's Press is gonna be able to pop. The uppercut connection comes on through, and they will be able to take down another player, as Alliance with the Viper test from Wuchang composition, definitely that strongest composition, as this is a team that loves to aggressively just fight, pick themselves up that 12th kill this game.
Indeed, 12 kills is a massive performance from Alliance in this game. You know, we're just getting to that second realm of Yang point. That's the kind of scoreline you want, because as you get closer to that end game, your Wu Chen is progressively going to become less and less impactful, as you don't have all that many places to teleport to. And you know, you can use the teleport aggressively, however it's typically not the best option, as it is one of your only escapes, one of your only supporting utilities in that team composition. You do have a few other things, but you know, once you burn that full cooldown from the Viper and from the Tessa, you need something to escape with. So we'll have to see if they're able to make it to the end game, and potentially, obviously, they would certainly like to get their hands on that kill multiplier, get their hands on that first place, but it's not going to be easy, considering that we do still have these Tianhais in the lobby, this Tianhai Valda Hardy composition coming out from Ares. And you know, speaking of Ares, they are now on 6 eliminations, having gone into both of those realms of Yang and done extremely well. Now picking up that Draco Storm alongside Bowder. We do have an engagement taking place here between YZG and GG. Because of this Yang depletion, they're certainly going to have to make something happen.
Yeah, both on Siphon. However, the mix-up being the support lineup, Karumi versus Syra. Karumi a much better defensive option. Being able to cleanse that fire tick means that V2 from the Zai is not going to have any Manera as much as an impact. However, 17S with that. Syra just needs one R&B stun into the LMB follow-up laser, and if they try and group up inside this Kurumi ultimate, they're just feeding themselves all of that damage, and we can see even though the recast has been burned, GG's health just continues to fall lower and lower and lower as the amount of aggression and DPS that Syra provides is just able to absolutely blitz through the Kurumi's defensive options.
Speaking of blitzing through, 17S blitzing through, that player just now with that fan doing so much damage. It looks as though we have a fight here taking place just to the south of Plume Castle between KFL and Hypercube, two EU teams going head to head. And KFL certainly needs those soul blooms. They need to find that cleanse, otherwise they're going to be going down very soon. And I believe because they don't have all that much time, they are going to be looking to potentially buy one of their teammates back, allowing them to die to storm damage perhaps, or simply to the Yang depletion and try and recover in that way. But we'll have to see if they can manage it, as Ares are waiting here. They've spotted out Chili, and this could be, I mean, they could let him go down, sacrificial lamb, but it's not ideal. It's not ideal at all.
Well, what's also not ideal is the fact that Forbidden Seal got invested, and that is going to be a signal flare, and you can already see on the minimap YZG Moths to the Flame have been drawn in by the prospect of that one going on down alongside Alliance. Every single team in this area who saw that dome being popped has showed up, understanding a fight's going on. Yixiao with the Cloudweaver trying to just pull these players towards him in the hopes of peeling for his players. Alliance making it a little bit harder for them to hold their position though, and seeing that it's a Viper Tessa Wu Chen team, Ares fully decide to back on off. Even if Forbidden Seal wasn't played, the Viper and the Tessa can just stand on the outskirts of the dome, still have the ultimate affecting those who are on the inside of it with all of that CC staggers, and they do not want any part of that potential CC coming on through as KFL decides to take this fight. They have to, they've got 30 seconds left, and unfortunately for them it goes directly into the Syra ultimate. Riemann is going to go down even with all of that 1,800 shielding provided by that Syra V1. It is not enough. Alliance are able to melt through that overhealth, and now with 15 seconds left, I think KFL have just decided to full try and disengage.
Yeah, no, Yak is going to be just going down here. I think they just went for something because Windy did get caught out as they'd given him all of the money since he didn't have Yang depletion, as they've managed to cleanse that for him. So he did manage to disengage, did manage to make it out alive, and now with that money in the pocket may be able to find those rebirth charms. Yeah, we see him there crouching in that building, but will he be spotted out? I don't believe so. Bowder going to be going right past him, but Windy, he's going along with them. Be careful, buddy. Where are you going? You know, go the other way. That's a very stacked Bowder.
Yeah, you do not want to be anywhere near this team, especially since they currently have White Tiger's prowess as well as all of their ultimates. We can see that KFL's Windy might just run now into DRG. Have DRG spotted him, as Alliance are also on the outsides trying to see if there's a fight going on that they can potentially kickstart and third party into, getting to utilize NY7's Viper V1 just to come on through with some form of CC, and wanting to take advantage of teams not quite ready for the ultimates to come through and catch them in the bag when they're unawares. As until that starts to happen, Alliance might just decide to hold their cool and wait for one of these fights, though Ares spotting out that this team is getting a little bit too close to comfort, gonna just be showcasing off that Cloudweaver on the side of Yixiao before backing on off. A lot of these teams tracking on over to the weather effect, the sandstorm, because one of the things that weather effects mean on Holoroth is that all of the tropes that have already been opened get a refresh, which means so many of these resources going to be available for these players so that they can build all of the sources of Vitalia and shield potions before we head into those end games, and those resources become a lot scarcer to find.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You certainly want to be going into those end game situations with plenty of Vitalia healing berries and armor powders in your pocket, as you are going to be poked down considerably by all of these teams and their ranged Jades. But it looks as though, unfortunately, the kill feed, KFL Windy does go down to Kakashi, trying to recover his team, but simply not.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate as well is the Moonbane coming through, though Bardas Uran will be able to dodge out of that AoE before the damage can hit onto him, which is very good news because every single one of these teams is going to be waiting to jump on if any singular player is going to get hit by that AoE and start losing some of that armor, especially if it's the Tianhai. Have these teams identified? Well, they've definitely identified EWG's Cookie, and unfortunately he is going to go down. I believe EWG, yeah, that was his last player, so EWG very much unfortunately just having to go for the hope and hide and seek aspect of that game with only one of their teammates just trying to play for that survival game, but it's not to be. He is going to go down. And now we get to see whether or not some of these teams are going to be able to identify the compositions that are still in place. We still have 2 Balder Tianhai compositions currently in this lobby, which means when Spirit World Contest comes through, you know they're going to be in position. In fact, there it is, Balder setting up shop. Is anyone going to contest this? As we've seen in the past, a lot of these teams more than content to just bend the knee, play for mitigating the consequences, and hoping that they can kite away before Bowder can just jump on them and kill them.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a very scary Bowder as well. You know, you recognize that they're on this composition, they're fully scaled to the maximum. Contesting this is going to be dangerous, and you know, perhaps it's simply the better choice to just try and weather the storm, as you said, you know.
Yeah, weather the Draco storm.
Yeah, weather the Draco storm, exactly, Moxie. But now that they have unlocked this buff for themselves, Bowder are going straight in. The cannon fire coming through. Kakaishi kiting into the building along with the rest of his teammates. DRG, they are fully blue armor. This is definitely, it's painted a target on their back. Now they are surrounded on all sides. Every team is looking in their direction. YZG, though, on the top of this building is getting knocked off. They are losing quite a lot of their health. QGG taken down extremely low, kiting around underneath the building, and there he is. He does go down, walking into WX98, who now coming out of that ultimate is going to be able to pick up that soul blue, but immediately getting engaged upon by NY7 and forced to try and disengage and get out of the window.
Yeah, I mean, that building still very much not safe because of the cannon fire coming through with the Rupture Gale and Flame Breath, and you can see Powder's Peak just taking a little bit of time to repair that cannon. Uran also peppering in the damage, as well as you. In fact, all 3 players of Bowder have cannons equipped and are just absolutely melting any of these players who wanted to try and hide out inside that building, so that if the Tianhai or Balder did go for their ultimate, they had the line of sight protection to come on through. But that just means that Bowder is getting all of the one-way damage coming on out. Ares trying to take cover behind the hyper armor provided by both the Merciless Havoc and the Cloudweaver coming on through, but they're still going lower and lower and lower. As you can see, all of these resources that Bowder are able to absolutely burn out. All of the armor powders, all of the Vitalias going just fully in to just trying to live out all of the pressure before Bowder even have to utilize any form of ultimate.
Yeah, this is rather unfortunate, as Bowder is just fully set up. They have met all of those win conditions. I'm going to be spamming this word because it's what you need to be focusing on. You know, nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy. If you manage to get your hands on the things that are going to make these situations much easier for you to be successful in. Yuma, ooh, a little dangerous. Alliance does fade back. They aren't in immediate danger just yet. Ares are still on the bottom there. They do have that same composition as Bowder. This could go either way at the moment. Ares are trying to bide their time. Kuzo utilizing that Merciless Havoc, keeping him and his teammates somewhat safe, somewhat out of the line of fire with that massive hitbox, sending it into the zone, sending it behind them, making it unparryable. Yeran are now being forced into that ult situation as he was taking quite a bit of damage. But will we see the response from the other Tianhai? We do. Yi Xiao ulting on the other side of this little tent, make sure that he doesn't get grabbed during that ult activation. Yeran on the down, on the low ground. Yi Xiao finding that grab, sending him into the zone, not going to be able to get that re-grab. However, Misyu does get picked up by Yeran. Yi Xiao jumping in, giving him a punch. They're like, get off my teammate, get out of here. Yi Xiao hopping around. He's going to look for one more grab, but not going to be able to find it. Not much time left now, Moxie. This could go either way.
Yeah, Yizhen now going to be out of the ultimate, so too is Yuran on the side of Bauda. However, both of the Vald are still holding onto that V2 to try and have the advantage over the heal-off situation, while the ultimate comes into the field, trying to push some of these players who are a little bit too close to the edges of that zone into the corruption tick damage, as Ares Misyu takes to the sky. Looks like one Valder ultimate was actually forced. Ares Kuzo got targeted down by all of the players in this lobby, so that is one Valder V2 that's still going to be in the refresh situation. I believe Bauda still have access to their own, however, yeah, there it is. Peak can confirm with the fist blades, just going to be going for that continuous air sky grapple to keep himself off of the low ground, because even though Bauda were in control of the situation a couple of minutes ago, the situation has since slipped out of that control. Alliance able to come on through with the uppercut into R&B from the legendary Hongsword, will be able to take down Kuzo. Viper V1 now comes on through, the terrain making it absolutely perfect. So little LOS protection coming on through that the Viper 5-second stun is going to be able to connect, but Bauda's Peak with the Valder V2 finds the double spear connection, has burned through the ultimate, trying to win that heal-off situation, but NY7 able to come on through with so many of the last hits on that Hengsword, and Alliance holding that cool, able to actually, I believe, come out on top, as there it is, confirmation. Alliance, despite Bauda being in the driver's seat for so much of that lobby, walk away with the MVP. And honestly, a huge part of it was the fact that they still have that Wu Chen all the way through, because as we talked about, normally the Wu Chen teleport becomes much less powerful when we go into those endgame zones because there's so little space, and when you teleport, you tend to be teleporting directly on another team. However, with the Wu Chen wind walls being able to block projectiles, Alliance were actually spared a major chunk of damage coming on through from Bauda's free cannon shots coming out from all of those buildings, as well as having the opportunity to hide behind those wind walls without having to worry about being grabbed out by both Tianhai ultimates in play.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually, although they, as you said, they were utilizing that Wu Chen wind wall quite well, and they were positioning very well, I'm still quite surprised that they didn't get focused down by the other teams in the lobby.
Yeah.
We had multiple Tianhai teams, and surely they would recognize, you know, if this Viper gets to endgame and is able to get a big ult off when it's out in the open, this might be bad for us.
Yeah,
maybe
especially
we should
like,
focus her down and
that
get them out of here.
zone, like that zone, you saw it when NY7 went for the Viper V1, right? The only point of cover that players had to be able to break LOS from the tether was actually, there was a very small thin lamppost. But it was it was where the zone had moved. It was where the zone had moved. So you had the full safety of out of corruption tick damage, and then half a meter into corruption damage. There was a lamppost that some of these players basically decided to go behind, eating a little bit of that corruption damage to avoid the 5-second stun, but that meant that the heal cut reduction came on through. And a lot of them were very quickly just getting absolutely chunked down. However, something that you are going to want to make sure that you're very quick about is answering this question. However, you do need to get it right if you want to be in with a chance of walking with a Peerless Treasure Choice gift, and that is, which team has the most points right now? Do you think it's Alliance? Do you think it's YZG? Do you think JL, despite not being in play, still have more points than teams that have played 2 days? Or do you think it's going to be the Bauda, who we just got to see with their Tianhai Valder composition, managing to pick up that Spirit Well, but not managing to pick up a lot of kills off of the back of it?
No, unfortunately not. But yes, make sure to get your answer in the chat and to keep an eye on that chat in case you are the winner, the lucky winner, as there will only be one. But yeah, back to NARAKA, back to the topic at hand. Interesting endgame situation because of these buildings and that sort of thing. I think it was also something that prevented the Tianhais from being perhaps a little bit more aggressive, you know. Going into these endgame situations, we typically see Tianhai take the initiative sometimes, look to utilize that ultimate and try and find grabs as we're getting closer to it. But because of the buildings, because of the lack of line of sight, prevented them from being all that aggressive going forwards. Yes, they try to do it with those cannons, but because they're you know, they're not right next to them, they're just peppering people down with this splash damage, they weren't necessarily able to get all that much off the back of that buff. But they still made it to the end game. They still did reasonably well, as we're gonna take a look here. But Alliance, oh my goodness, 22 eliminations, first place finish, 26.4 kill points with that kill multiplier, 30.4 in total.
I mean, this is something that you and I were discussing when we were sort of watching the games for the first half of the day. Alliances, the way that they play their strategy is very aggressive. And that can go incredibly well, and they can walk away with 22 kills. Or it can be their downfall because they try and take so many of these fights that a lot of the time they get burnt out and third-partied and then just absolutely decimated from the lobby. However, by far their strongest composition is the Viper Test from Wuchang composition because that facilitates the aggression that they want to play. If they want to just continue taking those fights, Tessa gets so many ultimates in comparison to all of these other compositions, they really are just able to go absolutely ham when it comes to piloting that one. And I think that was another reason why we saw both of the two Tianhai teams being very reluctant to go full committal, because as we saw, they had to actually try and save those ultimates to play reactionary to things like the Test Viper ultimate coming on through, because you want to utilize the activation of the Tianhai ultimate to iframe the connection of the Tessa or the Viper. And in fact, we actually got to see it. Alliance threw the Tessa ultimate out, and Bauda had to utilize that Tianhai ultimate to iframe the connection of that Teva, as well as, since they connected onto one of the Bauda's players behind the Tianhai, I believe it was their Valda, they had to utilize the Tianhai's chunkier hitbox when he's in that Vajra state to basically human shield all of the damage coming on through, and that meant that Bauda didn't really get to utilize the Tianhai ultimate when they wanted to, as opposed to getting to utilize it when they had the buff still in play.
Yes, absolutely. But if you weren't sure if you'd gotten the right answer, it is Bauda currently in the lead with 113.9 points so far off the back of day 1 and their day 2 so far. You know, that was only game number 4, Moxie. We're going to be going into a lot more NARAKA later on, but first of all, we're going to take a look at these highlights off the back of that game, sponsored by Thunder Robot Alliance in this fight against, I believe, KFL early on, and then right here, as you can see, they just got split up. KFL Yak not able to stay with the team, and all three of them immediately just converging on top of him and picking apart this team completely.
Yeah, Yuma doing a very good job with these Tessa F1s of just clearing a lot of the space and putting a lot of pressure on the positions of the players that they're fighting up against. You can see Alliance yet again able to isolate a target and turn it into a 2 versus 1, so that one can go for the commitment of the focus strike while the other goes for the light attack of the stagger, so that the option denial is just that whatever you try and choose, you're always going to be caught out and unawares, as the Tessa ultimate is able to come on through, finds the parry with that spear to be able to guarantee Dragon Slayers into that Nesna's Might. Coming on out, focus slide, one of the strongest Soul Jades in trios, because it is a blue focus hit with all of the sagas and with the light attack that is unparallelable, and with the follow-up of that Pacific Edge, absolutely bonkers forms of damage, as we can have a look at Alliance managing to find all of the parries that they were looking for. This is the moment that they were able to take full advantage of that heal-off situation coming on through, with all of these players stuck on the low ground, managing to come on down, forcing them into all of the pressure from those legendary fist blades, but also getting that perfect spacing for the Tessa F1 to fully commit onto everybody stuck on the ground. As Alliance incredibly happy in their communication, as we're going to get to see the Tessa MVP coming on through, because like we said, Yuma doing a very, very good job of being able to throw out the Tessa ultimate, but also utilizing that F1 to absolute perfect degree of being able to make sure that they don't either interact with the Soul Urn or finding those isolated targets that Alliance were able to absolutely jump on.
Finding those parries as well in that end zone. That Merciless Havoc just turned a little bit too early, and they certainly paid the price, but it is what it is. But there we are, Yuma's first MVP, a Focus Slide, Blistering, Overlord, Sap, Jabbing, and Rupture Gale Orb. No surprises there, considering the most damage he did was with that cannon. But a huge game for Alliance, and yeah, perhaps this is going to be their, a little bit of a new tendency for them. They have a bit of a slow start, and then they just pick it up like crazy going into that second half of the day, because that's what we saw day one. You know, day one, they, I think it was the first 4 games, in fact, that they didn't do all that well, and then game 5 and 6, they came in and just absolutely destroyed everyone, and got into that top 6 bracket that, you know, they were lurking in the bottom half, and making it up into that top 6. You know, they probably felt the pressure a little bit more going into that second half. Like, we gotta lock in, boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good stuff for Alliance as well, that a lot of times their highest scoring games are their Testify from Wuchan, which is very, very good when you look at the bi-weekly finals, but also how the grand finals is going to be working, because it is going to be under that MVP points. So if you can get close enough to the MVP eligibility composition with something that isn't your MVP composition, then you're doing incredibly well to be able to navigate around those hero point rules that comes through from Trios, where you have 9 hero points to try and space out between a potential of 8 games. So for Alliance, if they can get close, I believe it's 65 is going to be the MVP eligibility score for Trios this time around. So if they can utilize, I mean, we just saw how many points they were able to get, right? 22 kills, first place standing, kill score multiply guaranteed, over 30 points in one singular round. That's almost over halfway to match point eligibility with a composition that doesn't normally give you all that much point scoring.
Yeah, I mean, I think it fits their playstyle extremely well. We've talked about them in the past. You know, they just like to fight. And then they changed it the other day. You know, I don't know what's going through Alliance's head, what the coach is telling them, because it feels like there's no certainty as to what they're gonna do. You know, we don't know what they're planning. We don't know what's going on, what their strategy is. Perhaps they're simply testing things before grand finals. Perhaps they don't really know themselves, and they're seeing how things go. You know,
there is a sort of surprise factor of the foreign teams coming through, right? Because when we've seen Alliance and MVPL, aggression, 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 aggression. That's because they know that they're fighting CN teams, and CN teams a lot of the time, like, they're not always aggressive. There's ebbs, there's flows, there's these specific moments where you want to be incredibly aggressive, like at the start of the rounds where you want to take full advantage of both the rebuff charms being there, but also the fact that so many of those teams, especially in places like Padoria, Holoroth, have points of interest that they're always going to want to be able to drop on, so you can come through in third party, especially with the Viper Test Wuchan composition, which is designed to third party. That is where traditionally you're the most active, and then you sort of ebb down into the mid game because you can't really go into Realm of Yang. A lot of those teams, when they're running around with buffs, are going to be trying to get much more aggressive with the advantage that those provide. However, a lot of the teams who don't go into Realm of Yang, who don't have a buff but also don't have Yang depletion, hide out because they don't want to be targeted.
Yeah.
So that means that there's less fights coming on through, which means that there's less opportunity to be able to third party. And if you do try and go after a team with Yang depletion, potentially a team with a buff shows up, so you end up getting third partied, which is not something that the Viper Test Wuchan composition want to be in. And then when we head into the end game, you have to be very, very careful about how you reveal the composition that you're playing, because you don't have the power of being able to hold your position into the Spirit Well as the fact that everyone is going to be out to get you, because a Viper and a Tessa, no one wants them to live. It doesn't matter what composition they're playing, no one wants a Viper and a Tessa to be able to make it into the end game, because if fights start and a Viper and a Tessa is still in play, the drop-down third-party potential of that stun going out is just an unnecessary risk that teams want removed.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the disruptive, you know, impact of these compositions, you know, you gotta be really careful, because they're watching for it at all times. You know, they're gonna come up behind you like, surprise, with that F right in the back when you're looking the other way, and they are not gonna give you the time to react, or at least that is the plan, that is their objective all the time. But we'll have to see what's going to happen in this 5th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It is getting closer and closer to those to the end of the series here. Obviously, we have another day, but this is the last day for quite a few of these teams, or half of these teams, in fact, who played on the previous day. But going into this first round selection, we have EWG, Bowder, YZG, and MVP, followed by Hypercube, CYN, Alliance. What are we gonna see here? Are we gonna see more of you know, I mean, last game we had a couple Syra picks with that Zai on that Zai composition, but I don't know. It doesn't seem as though, you know, it has been doing well to some extent, but it's not been getting all the way to the end sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, it's doing well, but you know, you have to make it all the way to the end game typically, unless you're getting a ridiculous number of kills in the mid game.
Yeah, well, I mean, something to remember is that she doesn't bring all that much healing numbers.
No, not.
She's very good in terms of aggression, which can be very good for a composition around burst cycling, right? Which the Xiphon composition, that fits to a T. But when you go into these long-term sustain composition fights, then it becomes much harder for Syra to be able to hold a ground, as opposed to something like the Kurumi, who just gets continuous benefit. In fact, I would argue that the F3 is actually more impactful than the V2 for the Kurumi, because 30 seconds of 25% damage reduction as well as 50 heals per second, yeah, that's really strong.
Yeah. Well, it looks as though these teams don't really like Syra. Because not a single one was picked there. We had triple zipping Zai Matari, which is, you know, interesting because for a long time it was Kurumi Zai Matari that we were seeing be picked up more often than not, but now zipping?
Zip finds more value against the Valda Tianhai. Because like the Kurumi, you get one recast of the ultimate, right?
You have that tether though to prevent the
yeah, but you have the tether, but you immediately have to snap it, is the thing. Because the way that the Kurumi has worked inside something like a Realm of Yang fight is that Kurumi actually gives the tether before the fight properly picks up to either your position 1 or position 2, so they can get aggressive and play a sort of tank role coming on through. And that means that preemptive tethering means that when someone gets grabbed by a Tianhai, you have to immediately snap it, or the Valda Tianhai team actually adapt around it by not immediately going for their ultimates, but putting pressure on the Kurumi to the point that she's forced into snapping the tether to be able to teleport out of the attacks coming out against her. And then if she utilizes her armor circle, she's able to throw it down for the first time, yeah, but the Tianhai just grabs the player and yeets them out of it.
Yeah,
and then if she recasts the circle, the Tianhai grabs the player and yeets them out of it.
Or just jumps away, you know?
Exactly.
Has the double jump.
So
yeah,
the zip, because it doesn't hinge of the ultimate on a specific circle of AoE, having that level of impact, Zip can just use her ultimate wherever you are. Heck, your team can be in the portal and Zip can be out of the portal in the open map and it still impacts the team. So if someone gets grabbed, especially if it's a double grab, Zip is going to be able to save them. In fact, one of the reasons why Tianhai fell out of the meta in the first place was Zip being released into the game, because she could just fully ignore double slams.
True. Yeah, zipping has been nerfed considerably since then, but that is true. And also another thought that I had, that perhaps because Kurumi is a little bit more stationary, you know, when she puts her ult down, she's standing still. When she recasts, she's standing still. When she pops the tether, yes, she can do a little hop, a little glide, but she's somewhat more stationary than zipping is. And, you know, if there's a threat of a Valda spear, a Tianhai grab, that is not ideal. You don't want to be standing still. But we're going to be going into our 5th game of the day very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at these drops. Nothing too crazy, but here is the question for the game, though. Which of the following teams will score the highest this match? Will it be A, SYN, or B, MVP? And if they score the same, who will rank higher overall? Make sure to get your prediction in before the game or as soon as possible. But we've got a bit of action on the east side over there, Moxie, just on the coast. Could get pretty spicy over there, considering it. I believe we're on Fireflies.
We are indeed on Fireflies. So a lot of these teams going to be trying to get their hands on that one. A lot of these teams, especially with the Zai, wanting that Zai to be able to get that ultimate online as quickly as possible, since with Zai, when you have your ultimate, even if you don't have a weapon equipped, it does automatically give you a grayscaled weapon, so you don't have to worry as much about opening a trove and getting Fireflies at the same time, as immediately off of the rip, we're going to be getting to see Bauda, who do have a weapon on that Zai, picks up Grey Nun nunchucks coming on through from you. The F2 comes on out, applying that fire tick damage. Zip with that sustain as well. The Volda does come on through with the F2 combo break, but it's not going to be in time to save QGG. And now the numbers advantage, Bowder just have to clean up. One goes for the slap so that they get staggered. And in fact, it's not just a stagger, it is a kill. CXC goes down to the fist coming through from Peak.
Indeed, and heading on over to that eastern coast that I was referring to, GG up against Ares. And Kuzo just getting absolutely shredded by this Zai ultimate. They managed to get their hands on those Fireflies off the rip and immediately take full advantage of said ultimate. Zai ultimate just in general is extremely difficult to deal with, but at this point in the game, very, very early on, where you don't have all that much effective health, it becomes even more devastating. As we can see here, GG able to pick up 3 quick eliminations off the bat.
Yeah, now we're going to be getting to see over towards Celestial Way. It is going to be DRG potentially going head-to-head against KFL, and there is going to be now Kakaishi, 82% to that first Viper V1. It can be a little bit harder to utilize the Viper over towards Celestial with so many of those boardings giving you that terrain to be able to block out the V1. However, one of these loot pathings that is sought after is this Temple Way, as you can see up on that coffin. Legendary Trove is always going to be guaranteed, but it's not going to be loot that KFL are looking for. It's going to be an engagement up against DRG. Wuchen Windwalls comes in. Raymond eating a lot of damage from that fan. RMB coming on through. Has to go for that Viper V1 to get the damage reduction to tank that full benefit. But the poison splash off of the body into the horizontal swing of that pole sword is going to just absolutely melt his health bar. Tesla Ultimate does come out, catching onto Kakaishi, setting up the focus hits from those dual blades, as Kakaishi has to burn all of his stamina with that V1. The snap comes on through, but the Syra RMB into LMB is going to absolutely laser down all of that health. And DRG get third-partied by SYN.
Oh my goodness, this was looking very good for KFL initially. Although they did lose a member, they did take down the priority target, that Wuchen, making it so that they couldn't teleport away. But heading on over to this fight between GG and, I believe, Hypercube, BLZ has already been taken down. Kanghai in that Tianhai ultimate, looking for those grabs at the edge of this building. Does manage to find one onto 330, looking for that slam, going to be sending him over the bridge. But I believe that Kanghai might be a very sad monk, as not much is going to come off this ultimate. Oh, and on top of that, he had the purple armor. That is so sad to see for Hypercube. They were looking, that's some pretty decent loot to start off with this composition, but having it immediately taken away from them by the hands of GG. That is certainly rough, but very good for GG, as they now have that purple armor. They've gotten up to 6 eliminations this early on in the game. They're going to be able to get that snowball rolling down the hill very, very quickly.
Yeah, purple armor now going to be available for that. Zai's MVP's Hong with the purple fist blade comes on through for that F2. Manages to bait out the Viper V1 early before dropping behind that building to come on through with that Moonbane. Tesla Ultimate has come in play. The Wuchen teleport, though, is good. They're going to be able to disengage away from that fight, and MVP waste a Moonbane, which is really problematic for them because this actually shows that there is a fight going through, and Hong having invested that Zai V2 means that MVP are out of their burst cycle window, so they've got to just try and run as far away from this placement as possible before another team shows up, expecting to come on through for a third-party situation. Ares, with that Wuchen teleport, have not had the downtime to be able to go for a full reset. They're just having to full kite disengage, not wanting to stick around too long, as they don't even activate the Forbidden Steel, because remember, both of those teams not wanting to give away the fact that they're down those resources, not wanting to give away the fact that there's potentially a fight coming on through, do not want to pop that dome, because every single team in the area will be drawn in if they do.
Absolutely. It is effectively a dinner bell to everybody, because, you know, if you've ever grappled to the top of a tree perhaps or something, you can see these domes in the distance from very, very far, and it will just simply tell everybody who can see it that, you know, a fight is being taken place, you know, or someone doesn't have their ultimate available, etc., etc. And it is an excellent, you know, rotation. They can immediately head on over there and look to see if they can pick up some scraps or just find a full-on 3v3 against a team who doesn't have those resources available. But heading on over to CYN, they have a bounty on what seems to be YZG or perhaps SYN, CBB. They're trying to fully disengage, not interested in taking this 3v3 just yet, especially considering that they are they're pretty stacked, not necessarily in terms of armors, but purple weaponry, and then 8 eliminations on mines. That is crazy to have this many kills early on. I thought 6 was pretty solid, but 8 is a little bit better than 8. But damn, that is pretty massive for them. But I'm sure they're going to be wanting to go and spend their Darktide coins to see if they can actually get more value out of these kills that they've had. Bowder's Yu unfortunately does get parried on this Cavalry Bloom, trying to find a terrain situation where he's able to release this one with less risk, but not able to. Does get parried. Yu now, that ultimate from the Matari from his teammate is going to come out, and Yu just all getting parried yet again. Both of these players are invisible, though it doesn't track, not able to get the follow-up. Yu now coming out of stealth, going to be utilizing that ultimate, going to the sky. The mushroom is popped. It could be a very dangerous spot to be in. Yu, he's juggling him down from the sky onto the floor. Hong goes down. Shi Yun is going to follow suit, and Bowder are going to be cleaning up this fight.
Yeah, Bowder just managing to pick up that last elimination to be able to clean everything up. Like you said, it could have been potentially risky, especially with that Toxic Shroom melting the health bars directly. But something that is going to be risky is this Moonbin fight coming on out from SYN. They were trying to lock down some of these teams around them. Does look as well like they were prioritizing control of that Rift Dealers, not wanting CYN to be able to get their hands on it before the Realm of Yang spawns on up, as having a good Soul Jade can be the difference between losing and being stuck with Yang depletion and coming out on top, especially if you're able to get your hands on something super impactful like Focus Slide or any of those Soul Jades of Destiny to change those weapon effects. Something like jabbing would be absolutely huge. As we can have a look and see where those Realm of Yangs are going to spawn on through. A lot of them going to be seeing a lot of fights, especially since the Moonbane was dropped on the shop as opposed to the portal entrance, which means that every single one of these teams is free to be able to contest all of those openings. EWG with the cannons just trying to keep Hypercube at an arm's length. Bowder also showing up to the mix. Hypercube caught between two of these teams. As Dunk pointed out earlier, you do not want to be the team in the middle. However, this is one of those opportunities where it is going to be a little bit easier to survive that sandwich, given the fact that none of these teams really want to overinvest those ultimates, as they would be down them before they can go into Realm of Yang.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen, but we're going to be going into said Realm of Yang. GG up against YZG. Now, GG at a bit of an advantage in terms of loot, might be able to put that advantage to good use, but we'll have to wait and see. 17S grappling up the wall, trying to grapple these players out of the sky, potentially catch one of them with some aerial light attacks, but the F coming through from the Zai, getting that stagger, forcing the combo breaker from CXZ, now trying to kite away, having taken a decent amount of damage. Not all that much just yet, not in the danger zone just yet. 17S looking for that peel, the ultimate's going to be coming through from that Zai. No Monk ultimate just yet, going to be trying to save it for as long as possible, utilizing this Hardy ultimate instead, getting that peel, getting it to come on through, and they have the cube to work with as well. Now 17S dropping down, having used that cube, going to be activating that Vajra state, looking for these grabs on top of the pillar, finds one, looking for another one. Is he going to be able to get it? No, sir. He's going to be dropping him down. Going to be getting that follow-up with the Valda Spear, taking him down. Oh my goodness. However, QGG has gone down. It cost them. It has not been for free. One of them is down for the count. They're bound to be trying to get this player down as quickly as possible. Getting the double grab as well. But look at that healing, Moxie. They're not getting chunked down at all.
The Zip F comes on through, and that sustain means that GG will be able to keep themselves alive. Now, out of the burst duration, it goes back into the neutral. 17S with the halbert's not going to be able to find the setup as he gets interrupted by the Scourge coming on through from that pulse. So Valda F2 does set up for the parry to come on through. 17S incredibly low, goes for the chase down with the pulse sword and eats a RMB charge from the fan to the back. goes down off of the back of that one, and GG, we said that the Zip would be problematic for the Tianhai teams to deal with, and that's exactly why Zip has started replacing Kurumi yet again in these compositions.
You may have been right, Moxie. That was quite a lot of healing. You know, it's... Unless you're able to immediately burst someone down, that constant healing from anywhere, you know, you don't have to be within that circle.
Yep.
It's looking pretty top tier, but we'll have to wait and see as J-Cup progresses whether or not these teams are going to look to continue taking that zipping pickup. But here we are with Bowder and SYN out in the northwest of the map. Bowder, you pulling the trigger on that Zai ultimate, getting that juggle onto CBB. Unfortunately not able to stand tall and stay alive, but they do have that Vermilion Burst Might, so they're not going to be getting fully knocked out just yet, but they're going to be putting up a fight regardless. Mines trying his best to find something, but not able to, just getting chased down by Bowderzu and his teammate, and there it is, Bowder picking up yet another 3 eliminations, going all the way up to 12.
EWG now going head-to-head against Hypercube. Hypercube with that Yang depletion. Kanghai holds on to that V2, Biz as well holding with the Valder ultimate. The Tianhai does get interrupted by that Zai F2, has to go for the health reset, now tries to come on through with these grabs. However, the rest of their opponents doing a very good job of just full disengaging before any of these grabs can come on through. We can see Ares just waiting in the wings, looking for that third party situation, wanting to wait out all of the ultimate fluctuations before they come on through. One grab into Slam comes now from Kanghai to get a little bit of healing. We'll be able to find one other grab onto EWG's Luiwei. Biz coming on through with that Valder Spear, setting up the reverb grab. Now Tianhai out of the ultimate has to come on through with the F1 and goes down because here comes the third party situation. Ares dropping on in with the Viper V1, and all of these players who are currently fighting forced to scatter away as Ares able to come through with 1 kill. Hypercube having to just full run for the hills as Chili is being hunted down both by Kuzo and that Vipers looking over towards Artisan's Grove. We've got Alliance going head-to-head with YZG. YZG who just respawned off of that Soul Altar, trying to come on through. 17S holds on to the Tianhai ultimate, has that purple pole sword, wants to try and heal back some of the shielding before he commits into that fight. Tumultuous ultimate now invested on the sort of Alliance is going to make it much easier for 17S if he does opt in for this Tianhai V2 to find the grabs, especially since he's utilized the Hardy Cube to be able to position himself directly behind Alliance and potentially look for a surprise flank.
Perhaps. We got the ultimate coming online right now. 17S going to be monking up, going for that jump in, not getting the slam, unfortunately. Just barely missing the slam there, but the double spear coming through. Alliance, boom! The damage coming in. Revenge does go down. The re-spear from the Valder. And then we have that third party from DRG coming in. He's got 2 people in his hand. Can he get the grab? No. The Tessa to peel. But it doesn't matter. NY7 still going down. 17S picking up another kill for YZG. Now the Viper ultimate coming on through. He does get stunned up. WX98 is the only one going to be in the vicinity to be able to follow this up. Will he be able to survive that 1v1 situation considering the disadvantage? The focus attack comes through, the bell coming out, keeping him alive, but it's only for a moment. He's not able to get away. That's a big surge right there.
That's so unfortunate because it was a perfect Tianhai ultimate.
It was huge. It was really good for them.
Perfect Tianhai ultimate.
And,
everything from the flank set up by the Hardy ultimate and then the double grab, but then he's griefed by the Tesla ultimate, griefed by the Viper ultimate. This is what we can see Alliance going head-to-head against Bowder. NY7 on the Cicada, 3 Fear and Shoves to his name, playing inside that Kurumi armor circle. Tumultuous trying to set up for the extension, but NY7 having to burn through a lot of those Cicada shoves just to keep his players safe from that Zai cone tick coming on through both the Kurumi and the Cicada, trying to put the pressure onto the zipping and take Bowder's peak down, but he's doing a very good job of utilizing the wave roll glyph to just escape absolutely unscathed, and you setting up into that position with the Zai ultimate, taking advantage of the fact that the Furin shoves are just no longer available to try and just keep this Cicada occupied, as now we're going to be seeing the Clanks coming on out. Longsword into fan neutral. NY7 almost getting caught up into that toothpick. Has to burn all of his stamina and does go down as bad as you. What a connection from the Zai F2 in mid-air. Yuna coming on through with his own F2 to put himself up into the sky. Lovely utilization of Peak's F1 to catch onto that Zai to track his location down. The Meteor ultimate into jump LMB with the pole sword as Bowder trying to position 2 versus 1 against GG's LXM. Now comes on through with that Zai ultimate, using the F2 reset to keep up the pressure and force that zipping ultimate to come on out early.
This is looking pretty back and forth. No significant advantage just yet. They've both lost effective health, and they've all kind of used their cooldowns at this point. Valdazu does take a bit of, quite a big chunk of damage there, responding in kind, but it might be looking very GG favored now. All of Bowder just on their health, but immediately turning it around. Valdazu gets a big chunk of damage onto 2 players. However, the healing's coming through. The F2 into the RMB follow-up from that pulse sword. You trying to make something happen, trying to get those tech chases. Goes for the parry just out of range. LXM in the back, but it looks as though Valdazu is more... He's more interested in taking down this support. 3-3-0, if he gets that zipping ultimate back up and running, it could be extremely bad. Taking down that priority target, but sacrificing his own support in the meantime. Yeran and you now have their work cut out for them, trying to make something happen. The scale rush comes through, the uppercut, but it immediately gets disrupted by their teammate. The Matari ultimate coming back online now. Yeran does go down, unfortunately, having not had enough time to get that rage. Valdazu turning it around with these fist blades, the RMB coming in. The empowered Matari Dash tries to make something happen, but oh my goodness, that is sad to see. It was looking pretty even for a while there, but GG just able to stay topped up. Perhaps, you know what, perhaps they may have had advanced group here.
It definitely feels like they had advanced.
Because that's usually the separating factor in a lot of these situations. Unless there's a big loot discrepancy, you know, that we can see in terms of armor or weapons, is usually something along those lines.
Yeah, and it was a full mirror as well, so it feels like GG definitely have advanced heal, group heal, and I believe that is advanced heal. That is going to be on the side of 3-3-0. As it is going to be them just taking a little bit of a pit stop over towards one of those.
That's a Mortal Defiance as
That
well.
is a Mortal Defiance on the side of GG too. And that's something that we're starting to see a lot of these teams really prioritizing, having that soldier. As we'll speak about that in a moment. We have to watch EWG and SYN now going head-to-head. Cookie with the F2 into Cavalry Bloom follow through off of the stagger set up by that Zai utility. Even if you know it's coming on through, you're not going to be able to parry it. As now we're going to get to see the Syra come on out with that V1. However, Cookie with that Matari ultimate into the Zai ultimate activation will be able to get a second refresh onto the F2. The RMB sets up the fist blades from the connection of the RMB, but Loves is going to go down. Cookie now without that armor sets himself up for the golden fire tick damage coming on through. The zip sustain as well, aiding EWG's position so they can continue this aggression. CBB going incredibly low, caught with absolutely no place to go. If he runs to the right, he goes into the fire cone tick from the Zai. If he runs to the left, he goes into the whole horizontal pole sword swing. EWG doing a very good time of just full option select, denying every single thing that SYN could have done to be able to avoid that one.
And speaking of SYN, here they are. It do have that one purple armor, but having taken a look at the loot of the other teams, might not be enough. They're going to certainly have to try, though, as this Yang depletion is ticking down. But speaking of Yang depletion, Bowda also have this Yang depletion that they are afflicted by, and they're going to have to find some Soul Blooms pretty soon. I'm not sure if they managed to spot out SYN that were kind of close by, or if they just happened to choose this Rebirth Altar, you know, just because it was more of a safe choice at the edge of the zone. They're not going to have anyone to their back, and they can simply look forwards. But here they are, SYN very close by. Both of these teams need the fight to happen sooner rather than later.
Ooh, Fire Cage is going to get activated. Not close enough to Bowder's U for the stun to come on through, but SYN definitely thinking about trying to take this engagement. Slusher is a really good space to fight, especially since there were so many buildings and you wanting to cover your back in case of that third-party opportunity. As you dodges the F2 from that Zai Zip utility, from the F1 comes on night, as well as the Matari ultimate that Bowder decided to open up with. They're still holding on to this V2. SYN have invested theirs. However, the Syra just not providing that same level of sustain that's available to the Zipping means that SYN have already lost one of their players. Yuna coming on through with a late V2, having all of the options of being able to try and take some of these players down, but he has absolutely no damage reduction in that Zai ultimate, and SYN actually still going to be able to come on through, taking it to a 2 versus 1 cleanup. Ooh. And Bowder's Uran is going to go down. They did trade, however. One of their players, Loves, was taken out of the mix before SYN were going to be able to find that full team kill against Bowder, and because this team had Yang depletion, there is no availability to stick the revive on that body. They have to try and find a rebuff charm that is going to be available in the open map, as GG potentially going head-to-head against some of these other teams in this lobby. However, with that Xiphon composition, you do not want to put yourself into the opportunity of getting third-partied, so it looks instead like the call has come on out to back on off and full disengage.
And perhaps head over to that Spirit Well that has spawned up over here at the edge of the zone. And GG, you know, they do enjoy their Spirit Wells. They're certainly going to be looking to try and get their hands on this one, even though it is only Mystic Might. You know, it's no Draco Storm. It's still a very solid buff to get on your team, as you're going to be able to spot out all of the players in the vicinity. You're going to be able to stay very aware of what's around you. You know, it's very important to do so, as we've talked about a few times today. You don't want to be stuck in the middle of two different teams. You know, if one team is lurking in the bushes or in the trees behind you, you want to know that before you take a fight with a team that's directly in front of you.
Well, there's going to be a lot of potential third parties and teams in front of Ares currently. Tester ultimate comes on out from Kuzo, trying to lock down some of these players from SYN. Missing out with that Viper V1, going for the full tap dodges to trying to find anyone, but unfortunately he does fall down, and as a result will not be able to have any tether connections. It does seem like GD are coming in for that third party opportunity as well. CJS with that Zai holds on to the V2, just putting full pressure onto everybody. Now coming on out, trying to just keep some of these teams held into that zone. Remember, GG have Mystic Might, so they have full information, despite Slusher being an absolute labyrinth of buildings and where all of these players are. So they're going to know exactly which teams are currently taking all of the storm damage. And Merciless Havoc is going to make sure that they stay in that zone even longer.
Oh my goodness, that parry was very nice indeed, but immediately mitigated by the F2 of that Zai. Sin now being put under a considerable amount of pressure. CBB forced to use that ultimate to try and stay alive himself and potentially save his teammate, but unfortunately not able to do so, as one of them does go down. GG lurking, trying to find an avenue of entry, an avenue of aggression. There are so many players, so many teams lurking on this side of the storm. As you can see, if you look at the map, there's so many people everywhere. It's just insane. Although they do have the Mystic Might, can they really differentiate between who's a solo player and who's fully stacked up with a team, because there are just simply so many people around? But it looks as though they've managed to spot out this player and take him down. Sin, CBB unfortunately not able to stay out of their radar, stay out of danger, and does get eliminated. However, thankfully, one of their teammates is still alive.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think GG really care if they're going up against a full team.
No, I mean, that's true. Look at how stacked they are. They don't really care.
They're seeing these players a little bit too close to that storm damage, and they're like, okay, you're going to have to either hold your ground and fight us, or you're going to have to run into zone, and then we can just hold you to zone.
Yeah, but thankfully Sin has two of their players now still up and running, and considering the number of kills they have, that is exactly what they want. They want to be able to potentially get their hands on that kill multiplier and skyrocket up the standings and secure their potentially secure their spot in the Grand Finals. But it looks as though, oh my goodness, I thought Mines was about to eat the dust, eat the pavement on that Moonbane hit, but fortunately not. He does stay alive. MVP is still chasing him down, though. The ultimate is going to be expiring relatively soon. F2 goes out, taking him across the way and forcing these players to run by everyone else and potentially, you know, deter it, but it doesn't look as though they're going to be too deterred, as GG's more focused on the Spirit Well. But oh my goodness, the double merciless. How do you get into the Spirit Well here, I don't know.
You don't.
You don't.
That's the answer to that question. You don't.
I can just imagine one of them looking over the hill, seeing the double merciless. Aye, buddy, you're good. You have that one.
No, it's the exact same thing as when it's the Tianhai setup. Yeah, unfortunately, Kakashi does indeed misclick the Viper V1. Rather unfortunate. However, all of these teams are very much just going to be playing towards the outer edges, away from the Spirit Well, away from GG as much as they possibly can be. The problem becomes, though, when Merciless Havoc is in play, the closer you play to that storm damage, yes, you're playing further away from the Spirit Well, but you're close to that storm, and Merciless Havoc is just going to push you even closer into it. So a lot of these teams are going to have to be very smart about how they reposition, because you can already see that GG, they don't care about whether or not you're going to fight them. They are literally just coming on through with that Flamer and Merciless to act as a deterrent, so they can close up that distance with one of their players looking for that legendary fistblade connection off of how fast the RMB comes on through.
Yeah, they just wanna to try and fully obliterate at least one person and then weaken the entire rest of the lobby with that. Oh my goodness, that shockwave, the Merciless keeping him in place. CJS just following up with the fistblades into the ultimate, pulling that trigger. We are gonna be seeing the shredder coming out now. CJS finds himself a zipping on the side of EWG, trying to kite away, utilizing that ultimate, utilizing that F to try and stay mobile. But now EWG responding with their own Zai ultimate. Cookie does eat a little bit of damage. Oh my goodness, grouping all up together. The follow-up from the halberds. CJS getting to just absolutely blend through their health bars. The Matari is going to be forced to use that ultimate now, using that empowered F2 to try and dash around, potentially heal up a little bit and stay out of danger. But this is going to be tough. And is that a Mortal Defiance I see on the floor? It is indeed.
Just, you know, a Mortal Defiance.
You know, just in case you,
Just a backup as GG. I mean, it's over.
It's looking
we know GG are most likely going to be MVPing this round. They're 80% to the next IV2. They've still got Merciless Havoc. They've got a Flamer. Even though we do have one Viper team in the form of DRG, Matari ultimate means that you can ignore it entirely. Kakaishi, absolutely a sliver of health, having to just pull the cord of the emergency Viper V1. Unfortunately, WX98 had to burn through the Wuchen teleport at the same time, so that stun is not going to find anybody, and Kakaishi is going to go down. GG finally able to claim one of these kills. The Flamer coming on through, absolutely barbecuing all of the players in that low ground as LXM with those halberds just swaps over towards that Flamer, continues applying this fire tick to start melting through all of the resources, as well as punishing the fact that the zipping as opposed to the grouping does not get that frequent cleanse. Coming on out as there are 10 players left in this lobby. LXM with that Matari F, not finding the connection that they're looking for, but EWG still backed up into a corner entirely before GG make that move with the Merciless Havoc. And there it is, CJS closing up the distance with the Fistblade RMB into the Zai V2, trying to scoop up as many of these players as possible, holding them in position for his players to come on out with all of the follow-through damage. Every single player left in this lobby is just having to play full reactionary to GG's every single move, and they're the only ones that are in control of this match.
Yeah, they certainly are. They are certainly the server admins at the moment. But is that an Aurora burst I see on LTZ? Tries to look for the drop down, not able to find the confirmation, but we have a lot of confirmation from this Merciless Havoc. CJS now going in with that scale rush, finishing off at WX98, pushing him into that storm and eliminating him for the moment, grappling up to the sky to try and hold on to EWG's Cookie, the other Zai in the lobby. Unfortunately, he's not able to make it back into the zone and stay healthy and stay alive in the face of GG. They are simply unkillable, undeniably oh my goodness, they are in charge. They are in the driver's seat. DRG, MVP, 2 members of these different teams are going to try and do something, but I'm not sure if they're going to get all that much. I believe they do find 1 elimination technically, but other than that, it's looking up for GG. They came to play today. They are gaming, and I want to see how many kills that was because I didn't catch it. I was too focused on this. Oh my goodness.
I think it was 20. The last time I checked, they had 17, and that was before we saw them get those last 2 kills, one of which onto MVP. Something that we should note, however, is that even though they were the ones in control of that lobby, they were the ones with the Flamer, the double Merciless Havoc, as well as all of the double Ultimate Cycles coming through because they picked up the buff. Some of those kills actually got grabbed away. DRG and EWG both actually able to do a very good job of spotting out when GG were trying to shark a target down and coming on through with some of those last hits. And that's sort of where you can see a lot of the experience that these teams have had, where they've been able to spot out the teams that are in the driver's seat, and instead of making sure that they're going to be targeted down, they swap over to things like the ranged weapons, keep an eye on the targets that are going lower and lower and lower, and then are able to come on through with the last hit so they don't have to burn their ultimates, nor are they putting themselves into too aggressive a position that they get turned onto once that original kill has been picked up. So no surprises that DRG and EWG, 2 of our very best MVPL teams, were able to take advantage of the situation that GG had been able to set up.
Yeah, you know, it's not always that you have to be in that position one. You know, you can let other people do the work. You know, yesterday in solos or in the previous days as well, we've seen that sort of tendency, and same can be said for trios as well. You let other teams do the work. You jump in, you know, try and get the kill. If you don't, you just dip out, maybe get the Soul Bloom or something. But you know what? Something you can get your hands on, and you could potentially let the other people in the chat do the work for you. If you want to get your hands on, get your answer to this question in the chat now. Which team was the MVP of this match from? Where are they from? Which region are they wait, no. Which MVP of this match?
Which team MVP?
Oh, which team MVP?
Yeah, was it GG? Was it MVP? Was it SIN? Or was it EWG? I mean, hopefully you don't need to copy an answer off of your friend for this one. It was pretty obvious given the fact that they walked away with as many kills as they did. And I mean, GG are one of the best teams when it comes to that endgame situation, right? Even though they were coming into that endgame with so many kills already to their name, they're very good at identifying the win condition that they're able to set up, and having that double Merciless Havoc, having that Flamer, very, very much a staple of the GG playstyle. It was sort of first engineered all the way back in 2022 of MVPL by TE. They were the first team to really start taking advantage of what Flamer could do as a weapon. It's since been picked up by FPX, but GG very much as well adopting it into their strategies and getting to utilize it to control a lot of spacing, as there's no way you can parry it.
No, there's nothing you can really do against it.
Just burn all your
throwing out a
stamina.
flamethrower and just getting toasted. But here we are looking at that scoreboard. If you didn't know the answer, it was indeed CDGG getting that MVP. 30.4, 22 eliminations, 26.4 kill points, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of healing.
Quite a lot of healing as well. Yeah.
Advanced Steel Group heal.
It must be, surely, right?
It must be. I mean, we saw it in the realm of Yang. 100% that's Advanced Heal Group Heal coming on through. And that is 13 assists as well on the side of Free-Free-O, who is a very good Tianhai player, but he is also an incredibly strong supported player. His zipping is absolutely nothing to sniff at, as we can have a look and see how that has influenced the overall standings, because remember, this is GG's first day of play. You were saying to me earlier in the day that you thought no one would be able to overtake JL. I don't know about that. GG are definitely making a name for themselves.
They definitely are. They, you know, usually when you see a team starting off, you know, they haven't played a day yet, they're usually in the bottom, you know, in the bottom 12, but no. We haven't seen them on the leaderboard yet.
No, we're still waiting.
They're still waiting. But DRG, EWG doing pretty well. You know, solid days for them so far. But take a look at that. GG are on 87 points. That's kind of, that's pretty solid, I would say. If they can, you know, they can get a pretty pretty big game in this final game of the day. They will certainly be overtaking JL's 102 for a single day. Obviously, we're still looking at the top of the leaderboard where Bowder are at 128.4, but that's combining 2 days worth of play. Still insanely well done by Bowder. All of these teams up here in the top 6, they have certainly been popping off, and I look forward to seeing all the NARAKA that Jacob has to offer. But here we're going to take a look at the NARAKA that we've already seen, the highlights off the back of that game, sponsored by
OV 3-3-0 with that zipping ultimate, able to come on through, continue that sustain while also providing all of the aggression with the RMB of those first plays. Does get parried, however there is absolutely zero follow through coming out from him. This is the realm of Yang fight coming on out. Lovely usage of the F1 to connect onto those players in the grab from that Tian Hai, so that the double slam doesn't result in a kill. Spacing the out with that pulsar comes on through with the RMB, just trying to put himself onto that pillar to be able to charge up the skill rush into the vertical swing from that guaranteed connection onto the Tian Hai. Loses the pole sword, but is able to space away from the Valda with the F1, providing that additional tap dodge coming on through so that the Zip is able to stay alive and go for the 2 versus 1 alongside his Matari.
And then this was just the end game of death, you know, for anybody who doesn't have GG in front of their name. The Blenders, the Merciless Havocs, the multiple Merciless Havocs, making it very difficult for anybody to just take any space whatsoever and find you know, any kind of aggression that would give them anything in return. GG just running the lobby. We do see the kiting out into the zone. Very happy to just go for a heal that might heal up the rest of the team, as I believe this is indeed group heal. And then they just, you know, there wasn't anything too special. You know, they got everything that they wanted. They met those win conditions, and then they just played good, solid NARAKA and took it home. Here we are taking a look at LXM from GG, his second MVP with Razor Swift, Martial Art, Will Form Hook, a little bit of damage reduction, Ripple Step and Phantom Step, Soothing Boon, and a whopping 29,000 damage.
I mean, look at the damage coming on through from skills and ultimates too. That is a lot of successful connections with that F2. 6,124. However, the 10 kills and 6 assists, just speaking to the coordination that GG is able to pull off. And do you know what was really impressive about that endgame too? So many of the kills that we saw from GG, none of it was ranged weapons. Normally when we see GG, it's coming off of things like the musket shots, the bow, and the cannon. However, they were able to, as we said, identify all of the win conditions that they were provided. The fact that no one contested them on the spirit well, that everybody stacked on the other side of it, which cannibalized a lot of the space that was available for safety for all of the other teams. So all of those players clumping up in one spot, yeah, that's prime real estate for most of the Havoc.
Yep, and Zai as well. You know, you got the Zai, the fist blades, everything put together.
The flamer.
Oh yeah, the flame bringer. Like, what do you even do?
Take your hands off the keyboard, you know, and go next lobby.
All right, that was okay. Nice game. But anyway, we're gonna be jumping to a short break before we end off the day with our final game. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
是的，可能 BB 要成为最大的获利者。
Đến Thượng Hải sắp 1 năm rồi. Bọn mình đã tiến bộ rất là nhiều ở BBL. Chia cúp năm nay, bọn mình sẽ giành được thành tích cao hơn.
既然已经来到这里，我们只想不留遗憾。
我们的目标不仅仅是打进决赛。
我们会尽全力展现我们的所有。
All
2024年是属于成都积极的一年。今年一整年，我们没有输过，没有队伍做到过全年大满贯的壮举。但是现在，我们要登峰造极。
第一时间被逼出来的接近比，
大地，你已经把对方追过去，
再抓一个，
再抓一个。
吃了一脚，再传好像是把NARAKA直接秒掉了，
把司机秒了，而且这一个翻摔炸成之闪，成都老队被淘汰了。震刀，主角，战绩走完，B线抓到。
我们曾经在系列赛上证明过自己，今年的目标也是如此。季姐，黄金纪录的美梦该醒了。
Hello everyone and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2024 J Cup. We're just about to head into the last game of the day. I'm got Moxie, I'm joined by the wonderful Dunkin' Donuts. And Dunk, we just saw GG, our current MPPL defending Spring-Summer champions, absolutely eviscerate the lobby, coming on in with 22 kills and putting themselves up in terms of that leaderboard to a very close, almost first place position off of the back of just one day of play.
They have certainly been merciless. Because
how long were you sitting on that one?
It just came to me, I promise. Just now, just came to me. Merciless indeed, with those merciless Havocs dominating the lobby, dominating the series so far, but will they be able to keep it up in this final game? That being said, you know, considering the scoreline they've already managed to create for themselves, they don't really need to do all that much, because, quite frankly, the scoreline they've achieved you could potentially say that that would be all they need to qualify into the grand finals at this point. However, you know, at this point they might be looking to do something else, you know, a little bit of testing, you know.
Yeah, I
heard that from JL.
JL, yeah, with the cannonball, the Syra variant of the cannonball, with the Yushan Ferrier Syra didn't have
the Matari as well.
The Matari too. It didn't have too much levels of success, but then again, when they tried to play the cannonball, the Ferrier was always the first to die, and she's kind of a key component in Cannonball, given the fact that the entire composition rotates around the Ferrier V3, dropping her ultimate, giving the mech to whoever burns that ultimate, and is then seen as that more vulnerable position. But like you said, we could potentially see some testing coming on through. I think for GG, there's a danger that comes with testing, and that is you don't want to reveal your hand a little bit too soon, especially since we have a little bit of downtime between both pre-finals and grand finals, and we've seen very quickly how these teams can adapt if you compare both the day one of trios to what we've already seen in day two.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving too much away. You know, I think that is probably definitely on their mind. You know, you don't want to be giving away too much strategy, too many potential comp ideas if you've managed to come up with anything, because unless you're actually in danger of not qualifying, you don't need to.
Yeah, I think that's what JL were also wanting to try too. Like, JL know their reputation. Whenever we saw anything new come through from MBPL, a lot of the time it was devised by JL and TXJ. So I think what they're doing is sort of almost meta in terms of breaking the fourth wall and making these teams think, oh, hold on a minute, is it worth putting time to a Cannonball composition? Is JL serious about Cannonball potentially being good with Syra? Because like that is something that we have to think about, right? A lot of these teams have very small amounts of time and a lot of compositions for them to have to try and learn, so you really do not want to be putting time and effort into a composition that you're not actually going to run.
Yeah, you don't want to be wasting your time and effort in there's not all that much time, you know, that you have at this point. You know, it's kind of make or break it for a lot of these players and a lot of these teams. But here we are with the first round selection. Hypercube, CYN, Alliance, and Synergy are going to be kicking us off, and we're going to be going over to Perdoria Midnight. Moxie, the Fireflies are in play. What are we going to see these teams pick up in that first round? I wonder if we're seeing if we're going to be seeing some Syra, because we saw a little bit earlier, we saw not so much in that previous game just now, at least not in the first round selection. Will we see it? Now we're going to be finding out very, very soon. Alliance, going to be opting for that Zipping Xiphon composition, and then CUN with that Kurumi variation instead, and then another the same again, you know, basically.
Yeah, it feels very much like these teams between the Zip and the Kurumi are having to sort of pick what composition they want to directly counteract us. We've seen the Kurumi struggles more than the Zip into the Tianhai. However, the Kurumi has much more of a benefit up against the Xiphon Mirror with just the ability to ignore that Fire Tick cleanse coming on out. Sand Siphon is going to be picked up from DRG. Sand Siphon always very strong, just consistently very, very good in both the neutral when ultimates are out of play, but also incredibly strong when the ultimates are in play, as opposed to something like the Valorant Tianhai, which, as we've seen, really has a lot of its damage derived from when that burst cycle is complete, as it is going to be YZG coming on through with that Valda Tianhai and Hardy composition, one of the only ones in this lobby though, and that is going to be problematic because, as Tianhai does like, for every single one of the compositions that Tianhai has been a part of, the more monks there are in the lobby, the better. If there's only one of them, when you go for that ultimate, you are a major target to everyone in this lobby, and there's not really a lot of blocking out the damage, especially since it's not even really something like a Sandformers where you can hide your Tianhai in the Tumultuous ultimate, or with the Kurumi where you have the ability of tethering him and healing.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that, considering they could definitely see that Matari had been picked quite a lot, that those teams in that last round selection opted to go for the Viper composition there. Obviously, you know, Viper has evolved now that she's less so, you know, she's less about trying to get that ultimate and making sure that you get the stuns, etc. There's a lot more avenues to try and find CC with this composition and get that burst damage out, but still, it is a little surprising because you still have to execute the actual, like, the engagement very well.
I think part of it as well is down to the fact that it's Perdoria, and Perdoria a lot of the time has specific rotations that you have to make. Floating piles, those points of interest, are very, very strong for the Viper Tesseract Wuchang compositions to be able to camp and just jump out on some of those players, especially since it being Fireflies. Those floating piles come with Fireflies. Yeah. So you are going to be able to get your ultimate, and if a Tesseract was able to come on through picking up one Firefly, guarantees one cast of the ultimate, as opposed to some of these other heroes who are required to.
Yeah, no, that is a very good point. And camping those floating piles, they spawn at specific times of the game. So if you've mapped out those spawn timings, you're going to be able to incorporate that into your hunting and loot paths. But I'm sure that a lot of these teams who have put in the work to make sure that they're ready to be here today, and Jacob, they've probably considered this. So there's going to be a little bit of a back and forth. You know, will we get immediately jumped the moment we go for this? Are we safe to do this? Maybe we are. We should try, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we're keeping an eye out just in case a Viper comes out of the bush and just immediately fully
Or the Mercury River.
Yeah, exactly. Just comes out of the river, punches you in the face, you know, get out of here!
Oh, that's terrifying. The prospect of a Viper hiding in the Mercury River and just jumping out with the F-Ray. However, terrifying is the prospect of not keeping up to date with these questions. And remember, this is the website question, not the Twitch track question. Will the top scoring team include Zai? Do you think a Zai from composition is going to be able to walk away with the MVP? A for yes, and B for no, as we can have a look into these drop locations. No surprises, Predoria having all of these different points of interest that we've already covered. A lot of them going to be seeing a lot of action right off of the rip, Arcadia being the main one, as everyone wants to be able to get those Thunder coins so that they can have 12-point essence, because having that safety card, having that Mortal Defiance is really, really strong when you go into the first realm of Yang, with the prospect of potentially going up against the Tianhai.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going just anything, having that in the back pocket, that safety net is always going to be a very nice, like, oh, we could fall back on this, it's okay. I could go in, get Turbo Oogly, and we are all good. We're not going to go down just yet. And it's really good as a bait as well. You can bait people into trying to full commit and put themselves in a bad spot. But here we are, speaking of a bad spot, we did just have a player have to kite away, getting taken down to extremely low HP. Oh my goodness, Loves is getting absolutely obliterated off the back of this parry, followed up upon by a different team. Ares jumping into the mix, the third party. The Tessa ultimate is going to come through, though, to prevent their immediate aggression, but it's not going to mean that Cookie is going to stay alive. However, are they going to be able to stay alive themselves? Kuzo jumping in and tries to find that peel with that lunge on the spear. Goes for the parry, the jump parry, but the turnaround F from that Viper is going to shut him down immediately. Miss you now kiting it away, trying to find that focus, trying to peel himself. It looks as though EWG, instead of chasing him down, would rather look to engage upon a wounded SYN.
Yeah, Liu comes on through with the second cast of that Tessa ultimate. Doesn't find the RMB with that hang, so that gets clanked up against one of the players from SYN. Liu now was able to commit again, but he throws it a second time and gets parried on the second frame of focus. SYN's Minds now with this Matari ultimate comes on through to refresh the F2. Zai V2 comes into play. He does get connected onto by CYN's own Zai F2, utilizing his ability now to put himself onto the rooftop and potentially look for a surprise drop down with that golden frame focus on this ult. Minds looking for that opportunity of opening SYN, having to have both of their two other players back on off and go for a little bit of a reset, both from Loves and CBB. Minds gets aggressive, comes on through with that fire cone tick, managing to stagger out Ares' Miss You, and he is going to go down off of the chase down coming on through from that Matari F2. Now CYN's Kamoko, though, finding a huge parry. The terrain grieves the follow through, but she's still able to connect that Kurumi Tether. Snaps it early for the 70% damage reduction coming on out before turning on through into the melee with the fan RMB. Manages to dodge out of the follow-up from those dual blades. Matari ultimate sets up the Tether to come on through a second time if she wants to use it to reposition, as we can see that Ares' Miss You is about to be brought back up. In fact, there he goes. Ares able to get the other player online, and CYN not in a position of being able to shut it down, especially because Matari utilized that F2 to blink into the Kurumi armor circle AoE, and Miss You has been able to fully recover.
Oh my goodness, it's going back and forth though. This Kurumi circles, they got a little bit too aggressive. They didn't stay within their healing circle, and now CYN have been able to fully negate all of this pressure coming in from Ares. They did secure this resurrection, but unfortunately it has not fully paid off for them, and they do get eliminated. CYN and SYN still in the vicinity. Miss You is still clutching to life for the moment. However, a lonely Matari is going to be a tough situation to be in. A tall order indeed. He's going to try and make his way around, see if he can find a tap on one of his teammates, catching at that horizontal into the uppercut. Miss You looking to try and focus down Kimoko, or at least deter the onslaught. And looks as though CYN, the rest of the teammates, are being focused down by SYN jumping in, but now turning their attention over to Miss You, who is dashing away, trying to stay alive.
Yeah, Minds was actually brought back with the Kurumi Tether from CVV, who was giving the information that the fight was still ongoing and that Ares had burned through through all of their ultimates in that state of recovery, and now SYN make the comeback, managing to come back on through, having reset, now taking the fight once again against CYN. Kurumi Teva on towards those players to make sure that they have the damage reduction to try and survive the numbers fight turning up against them, but B goes down regardless, and Lions with the IV2 just about to burn out. Goes for a little bit of an information gathering spot, going for that rush up onto the rooftop, managing to find another fire tick application onto Kamoka, who tried to live the duration of it with that Kurumi ultimate, but it is not to be. B trying to buy themselves a little bit of extra life with the knockback activation of that IV2, but this is just delaying the inevitable. Big is about to go down, and SYN with a lovely comeback into that fight.
Absolutely, going up to 5 eliminations, Sin on 4, but oh my goodness, what is taking place over here? Moxie, Alliance, EWG all scrapping it out within this Moonbane, I believe is on the side of Alliance. They're picking up all of this loot while they still can. Bowder was also in the mix, and it looks as though Yearun is still alive and kicking. He's on the run now, though. EWG, having teleported away, is looking to chase down this player, this lonely member of Bowder, who may be able to disengage and get out alive, but no, it is not to be. Alliance have picked up the chase and are going to be trying to take him down, as they do so in a very fast and precise fashion.
7 kills.
7 kills already. They are gaming. And
Aggression.
What are they on? 110.4 in total.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance are a very momentum-based team. Whenever we see them do well in one game, they tend to do well into the next, especially when they're playing these really enabling, aggressive compositions for the early game. As we've talked about, the Zai in comparison to things like the Takeda and the Tianhai having a much earlier power spike into these lobbies, not relying on a successful first Realm of Yang fight win, just needing either one set of purple armor or one set of purple weapons, which in a Mortal War, if you get a couple of kills or you get some of those coins from quests, you can immediately go to a Rift Dealers and buy.
Yeah, you can. However, you do have to do it sooner rather than later. They do have a limited number, so you know it's not just there forever. You have to get in quickly, unless you want to end up having to spend more money, because more open up later on as the game progresses. However, it costs more, and there are also a limited number of them as well. So you have to choose what you do very, very mindfully of the time that it takes you, how much you're actually going to be able to get, where the shops are on the map, and whether or not someone's going to be there waiting or trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, GG now. Alex, potentially thinking about engaging onto EWG, the Viper being in that first position to try and go for that F3 connection as the fight starts on up. Does seem like EWG not really wanting to take the action of this fight. Realm of Yang's gonna be spawning on up, and this is really interesting. Realm of Yang and Spirit, well, both spawning next to each other means that these Viper Test from Wuchen teams that normally go for the Spirit Well when the first Realm of Yang comes on through are potentially going to have an opportunity to third-party grief the entrance of that Realm of Yang portal and separate some of those players on the compositions that want to take the Realm of Yang fight, things like the Xiphon, as well as that Valda and Hardy with the Tianhai composition, which normally prioritize a Realm of Yang fight over the Spirit Well contest.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially in the early parts of the game, you know, they're certainly going to be looking to go for those Spirit Wells in late game when there isn't a Realm of Yang to contest. But for now, they certainly want to get into that Realm of Yang, but will they be able to do so, as they are immediately getting pressured by MVP? But a beautiful parry coming out onto Hong by 17S, preventing the potential further damage onto his teammate, and now teleporting away. It looks as though 17S is hot on their heels, trying to catch up to this Wuchen LTZ with this Hexa Harmony Spear. Soljade has actually done an excellent job of icing up this pressure. The silence is coming through, though. I believe this might be V2 coming out from the Viper. Oh my goodness, the F is going to come through and take him down. Hong does pick up the elimination, and now YZG might be in a really bad spot. All three of MVP are still alive. However, ooh, MVP, they're falling apart as well. Shi Yun does get taken down. This spear from the Valda is doing work. CXZ, a wall that is extremely difficult to climb at the moment. It looks as though they have definitely managed to more than equalize this fight and fully obliterate them. How dare you do this to our monk?
Well, heading now into that realm of Yang, we do see the Kurumi armor circle already going down for both of these players. One with the Temi Elemental going to be coming on through with that interaction. Donkwing on the Cicada outside of that ultimate doesn't have any more Furin shoves to be able to keep this side staggered. As we can see, the fan RMB comes on out trying to just take them down as quickly as possible, but it's a numbers advantage going to the side of SYN. And DRG for a second time in the day fall to a foreign team inside that realm of Yang. Going to the open map now, Alliance who'd already won that realm of Yang, going to be showcasing that legendary scaled weaponry for that Zai ultimate as YZG with 17 S's for Tianhai ultimate looks to try and set up some of these grabs, gets fried by Alliance's Yuma, who got a little bit too close. NY7 mispositions. The double grab is there. It's not going to be enough to go for the kill as Yuma gets caught up into that Valda spear. 17S even outside of the Tianhai ultimate is still going to be able to confirm the kill damage coming on through from his team, utilizing those wave rolls to be able to try and navigate away from the damage coming on out from NY7's legendary dual halberds. But the Tianhai out of that ultimate, out of that F1 is going to be vulnerable, and NY7 now is just going to try and live as long as possible as YZG, the numbers advantage, went to their side. They lost the Tianhai, yes, but the Valdren Hardy was still alive and in the mix, and they're going to be able to eventually come out on top.
Huge for YZG, able to weather the storm, weather this aggression from Alliance, but it looks as though Alliance, and they're ready to go right on in yet again. They are very happy to take this engagement. You know what? We're coming back, buddy. NY7 diving in with that F2, immediately activating that Zai ultimate. But oh no, what has happened? 17S, Ooga, Monk angry, turns around. You wanna step to this, buddy? Nah, he stomps on his body for good measure.
That's really smart coming on through from YZG. They must have left the Soul Blooms for that Tianhai to be able to pick up so that he had the V2 ready to go when Alliance Soldier ran back on them.
Mindful indeed. And it looks as though Ares are taking an engagement here up against Hypercube, and it's not looking too good for Hypercube. BLZ goes down. Kanghai now up against a wall, trying his best to get out of there, but a lonely zipping is definitely struggling against this Zai. But the third party is coming through from DRG. I believe they still have Yang depletion. One of them has been cleansed, but two still yet to do so. But they are fully unleashing all of these cooldowns, all of these ultimates, and Ares are struggling to stand strong.
Oh, those Furin shoves setting up all of the extensions off of the staggers coming on out. It's going to be both the fan and the staff follow through the RMB the second that you get hit into by one of those Furins, as we're going to be looking at GG taking down SYN. SYN still having the Million Birds Might, so they are going to continue in this lobby. However, GG showcasing their aggressive prowess with this Viper Tessa and Wuchen composition, going to be starting to really scale up in terms of loadouts to those weapon rarities, as with the Viper Tessa Wuchen. Since you don't traditionally go into the realm of Yang, the way that you upgrade your armor in the mid game is by absorbing it from teams in the open world. As we can have a look at Alliance going head to head against Ares, this is how they were able to win their realm of Yang. NY7 coming under a lot of pressure, managing to navigate out of that staff RMB with that Zai F2. Vitari ultimate coming into play. NY7 still holds on to that Zai V2, had that pistol, was starting to pepper some of that damage in from the sidelines. Now gets to utilize that Zai ultimate, connecting onto all of those players, taking advantage of Ares having to position into that Kurumi armor circle to feel the benefits of that sustain. And the F2 dead, connecting onto Ares' Kuzo. Alliance NY7 Zai just looking absolutely textbook.
Alliance, you know, they're certainly pretty oogly. They are as we've said before, no strategy, just fight, bro. Just fight, that's all you need to do. And this is certainly a very good comp at doing exactly that. So they are very well versed in the mirror matchup, in every matchup, I would say. Alliance racking up a, I believe that was 11 eliminations. They have 7 and 2 and 2. Very nice indeed for them, picking up the speed in that latter half of the day. DRG, you know, they've not had the best day so far. It's not been going so well for them. They've been fumbling. They've been losing their realms of Yang, and you know, they've been losing to. Although you know this. They've been losing to foreign teams, and although that's not necessarily something to be all that ashamed of, the foreign teams, they've definitely put a lot of work to be here. However, considering the environment that they have to practice here in China, it's not typical that we see that happening as often. DRG, there seems to be something going wrong within the team that might be making it a little bit more difficult to stay coordinated and be successful in those realms of Yang. Here we have GG up against Bowder, contesting this Spirit Well Moxie, and it's looking pretty good for GG so far.
Yeah, especially since LXM does have that jabbing. However, they're having to deal with this Takeda ultimate. Viper V1 is going to come through. Bowder going to be investing the Tumult ultimate, so if someone gets stunned, GG have to go through the wind wall, but Peak gets caught in the middle of the Temi ultimate, and GG do not have to navigate through the sandstorm to be able to pick up the kill. Tesla ultimate is going to find the CC that they're looking for. They just have to stop Bowder from being able to interact with that urn, as LXM tries to find the peel, manages to shove the Takeda away from his low health Tesla with the connection of that Viper F3, but Bowder with the overall better sustain in terms of Sand Siphon, going to be able to try and find the kill. However, GG able to take down Yiran, now turning it into a 2 versus 1, and CJS with the dual Hallies takes the Takeda down. GG against all odds come out on top.
That was crazy. That was actually huge. Able to survive in that 1 HP clutch situation, but we're jumping into the realm of Yang with Alliance up against KFL. Team from Europe up against Alliance, who are residential in CN right now. They've been here for a long time. They've been doing extremely well today, but it doesn't look as though they are rolling over this team. Yak pushing a little bit too far forwards perhaps, but perhaps it was simply a bait. Windy round the pillar, catching him through the terrain with that ultimate, picking apart oh my goodness, Alliance fall to KFL, and you can see it on their faces, on the cameras. They are very pleased with themselves. Props to them. Not sure if that was Windy taking advantage of Yak being, oh, I'm just out in the open, well, or if it was planned from the beginning.
He's on zip, so if you have the F, then you just throw it down, get the extra tap dodge, and then you can space
Moxie, you shouldn't be out in the open. But just say it's all planned, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all planned. Big brain KFL coming out and taking down Alliance in the realm of Yang.
Really good stuff coming through from them. I mean, the foreign teams have really impressed in terms of those realm of Yang fights. You can see that a lot of work has been put in for them to be able to get ready for that situation, because I mean, Realm of Yang is such a deciding factor in terms of the overall gameplay. Having Yang depletion, especially when it's second Realm of Yang, can be so detrimental. In fact, it's pretty much a death sentence coming on for a lot of these teams, because even if you're able to take a fight and cleanse the bloom, you have to all in a lot of these fights a lot of the time, which means that you still die. Yeah. It's just a case of it comes a little bit later, probably after the fight, that you're able to find that cleanse through. As we can have a look at YZG coming out of their Realm of Yang, it is going to be 17S on this Tian High. However, YZG still not utilizing their ultimate, and just off of neutral pressure, they've been able to force the Karumi into throwing out that armor circle, the parry into Cavalry Bloom, the Hardy ultimate doing work. QGG from the skies just being an absolute menace with the drop down R&B from that pole sword, and YZG didn't even need either the Tianhai or the Valda. They just parried Cavalry Bloom and a Hardy ultimate.
Yeah, no need. just gaming. YZG, they are on the ball in this game for sure. That entire early game sequence as well, they were performing extremely well, and then going into this Rumble Yang and not even needing to use their ultimates to actually get the win. Massive performance coming out from them, but here we saw a little sort of assassination attempt perhaps from GG. They spotted out DRG hiding at the base of the cliff, throwing out that Tessa ultimate, but only able to catch one, I believe, and then that being the Karumi. Props to him for iframing the charm with that Karumi tether. Karumi mechanics. Karumi tech coming out right there. Massive. That's not easy to do.
No,
it's not easy.
It's really not. Like, you have to time it perfectly, and it's an even shorter gold frame focus than the Tianhai activation.
Yeah, you have to be very, very precise and very well versed in that the Karumi tech. But we're going to be going into a fight, a skirmish here between Alliance, and it seems like DRG's in the mix, SYN's in the mix. Who else? I believe that's it. I do think that GG was close by. They might be turning up relatively soon, but for the moment, nothing too aggressive so far. However, SYN and Alliance both certainly need to have this fight take place as they are afflicted by that Yang depletion.
Yeah, unfortunately for Synergy as well, I believe that there was that Karumi armor circle from their side.
Yeah.
So Alliance able to bait that out before resetting and coming in with the Sai ultimate before Synergy have the opportunity of being able to sit in that sustain. Is going to make it even harder for them to try and hold their own into this fight. Unfortunately for all teams involved though, this particular terrain is really good for kiting. So much potential for scale rushing around those really enclosed hallway spaces means that a lot of these teams with Yang depletion and only 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock aren't going to be able to find the full isolated lockdowns that they're looking for. The Karumi Tether comes on out, giving that 70% damage reduction to Synergy's Mines, who has to utilize that Zai F2 to rejoin the fight. NY7 are going head-to-head, but Mines, without that damage reduction, is going to eat all of the damage from the Cavalry Bloom coming out from Yuma. And Alliance with the upper hand now in terms of that damage burst, still having that Zai V2 on the cards, are just going to rip apart these players from Synergy. 2 Soul Blooms now picked on up from the side of Alliance. Can they take down CBB, or are they going to lose their Mataris? I believe they have only about 30 seconds to be able to bag this kill before they have to bring their Matari back.
I think a lonely Karumi is likely going to die here. Yep. I was gonna say.
Yeah, they don't get the kill though.
But they don't get the kill.
DRG's Kakashi is able to come through with the bow shot.
That was a pretty big snipe, actually. That was props to him for getting that snipe. That was not an easy shot.
But they also gonna be able to find the Soul Bloom.
True. Yeah, they cleansed the Yang depletion. They are in a decent spot now. They're not in danger. The desperation has subsided, but the action has not yet stopped. We have YZG, GG, KFL, Alliance now, all trying to secure this Spirit Well, it seems. But YZG, they're in that position 1. They're on the floor. They're in the bottom. They're in that Spirit Well dome, and they're able to get their hands on this Draco Storm. And immediately, as soon as every team recognizes that that was an inevitability, that they all scattered into the wind, tried to get as far away as possible. But unfortunately for DRG, YZG has them in their sights.
Yeah, there was a token resistance coming on through. We did see a Viper ultimate connecting onto 17 as some of these teams had a little bit more time to be able to break away. Something that we're starting to see from these teams when they know that the Tianhai is set up for that Spirit Well is that they have their Valder and their Tianhai stick in that space, but they send the Hardy out to be a little bit more proactive and aggressive in holding some of those teams into taking a fight, forcing them to just keep that position being a little bit close so that when the Spirit Well does get captured, the Tianhai and Valder are in position to immediately take advantage of having the double ultimate buff coming on through. So it is going to be a full reposition, like you said. YZG very much wanting to try and take a fight, but none of these other teams wanting to opt in for that. CYNB, unfortunately, is going to get caught a little bit out, just trying to run away. KFL, though, takes the kill. Matari F2 with how quick it's able to come out and catch on to some of these players. 17S as well gets held into that Tumult Wisp. Does still have that ultimate to fall back onto, but it does look like it's just going to be a drop down over towards the cliffside to break LOS from these teams, to go for a full armor powder reset as opposed to coming on through with the V2 health replenish. Moonbane comes out into the field as well, so a lot of these teams going to be trying to utilize that to put between themselves and YZG, who currently have that buff and are not going to want to have to kite through the Moonbane to access some of the teams around it. As 17S, oh, risky play. We are incredibly close to the Moonbane. However, they are just going to be going through some of these bodies and picking up resources to make sure that they have everything in the pocket when these teams start trying to turn onto them, as DRG's Kakaishi does only have the blue fist blades, but the reason why that weapon is still going to be equipped is the soldier that is attached to them. Cloudweaver is immensely strong in its own right in both solos and trios, especially if you can grab some of those players and vacuum them into the follow-up fear and shoves coming out from Donquing.
Absolutely. Sectioning off that space is going to be invaluable when it comes to trying to contest this Spirit Well that is going to be coming up very, very soon. I believe it has now come down onto the field. DRG, having been holding that space, have now been forced to disengage, forced to fade away, as one of their team members does take a considerable amount of damage, and they are not looking to risk fully getting taken down in what could be an absolutely chaotic engagement between all of these players who are trying to find their way in. GG being one of them, YZG, all, you know, they're trying to find some avenue of aggression, they're trying to hold their ground, but GG seems as though they're going to be the ones coming out on top in terms of this aggression. They're holding that space, they've pushed away YZG. I believe the Hardy may have been pressured by a separate team, forced to use that ultimate, and now having burnt that resource, being forced to fully disengage and try and hide away, even though they are in a very good state in terms of loot, armor, and weaponry. You know, we've got the triple golden armor, double golden weapon and purple weapon there for that team. A very good spot to be in, especially on this the Valda Tianhai Hardy composition. You don't want to be risking too much, especially when a Viper is involved. Here we see it, CXZ does get stunned up by that Tesla ultimate. The Viper V1 is coming through, but it looks as though it's not going to net too much.
The
wait a second, whoa, he got melted!
Yeah, GG, it was so smart. They used the Tesla ultimate before the Viper ultimate to force the Tianhai into iframing with the activation, so that they did not have the iframe availability to stop LXM's 5-second stun from that V1. Swapped over to the repeating crossbow with the Venom tip and absolutely butchered the Tianhai's ultimate health bar. Yeah, GG, that's so smart. Like I said, win conditions and final circles. GG are one of, if not the best team at understanding how to utilize the situation that they find themselves in. That is the Tianhai immediately removed, and it's not just the Tianhai. YZG lose the Hardy as well. They might be able to bring him back up, but still having that Valder in play, it might just be trying to live the situation as long as possible, as Tesla ultimate into LXM, getting to close up that distance with the F3. Shotguns down CXZ, and that is YZG entirely eliminated off of the back of GG's macro.
That is very sad to see. They were in a very good position. They've done extremely well in that game as well. 11 eliminations, but now looking as though KFL is in a bit of danger here now, having to fend off GG, who are just standing there like a firing squad. Windy just standing there, nowhere to go, knows that if he tries to grapple, knows that he tries to scale rush, he will immediately get just headshot in the dome with one of those bows, the muskets, what have you. He would immediately have been taken down, trying to stay there and be as inconspicuous as possible and hope that he doesn't get noticed. But unfortunately not. KFL Yak is going to be following suit, and KFL not having the experience in this end zone, and GG just being a massive force to be reckoned with. You know, it's so unbelievably difficult to take down GG in these end games. They're so well versed at staying together, working together, and consolidating all of their resources in a very, very optimal way so that they get the most amount of value. KFL, I do believe we still have one member of... Oh, no, wait, no, they're all dead. No, they're all down. I thought one was still alive, but no, sadly not. Those who are alive, though, are DRG, 2 members of Alliance, and of course GG. 8 people alive in total. Dongxing trying to work up some of that ult charge to try and start, you know, pulling that trigger, but it looks as though GG aren't going to give them the time of day. They're not going to let them do it, and they might be taken down, but the Kurumi cycle is in play, but it doesn't matter. The burst damage from the fist blades, Moxie. The jabbing, it's too much burst.
Yeah, that's Clyde Weaver and Jabbing and Blistering Edge all available for GG. LXM looking for the jump parry, the rest of his players taking advantage, and DRG's WX98 is going to go down, taking us to a 6-player situation. GG the only one who are going to have full team left over. LXM does get caught out by a sliver of that Zai ultimate, but unfortunately NY7 has to trade his life for it. LXM now utilizing that Viper V1 to zone other players into that storm damage, as there is absolutely no place of safety. The terrain absolutely perfect for GG to come through with that Viper ultimate finish. And back-to-back, GG will be able to pick up another MVP, showcasing that this is really the team that you want to be watching. It's not often that we get to see a Viper Tesla Wuchen team take control of a Spirit Well, but GG doing an admirable job of taking advantage of their surroundings, getting to spot out that the Tianhai was forced into repositioning with the Hardy Cube coming on through, and that left a absent spot for the Tesla, Viper and Wuchen to slide into, even though they don't normally have a lot of staying power if they get challenged for the long term. No other team was ready to be able to contest them, as everyone else had already scattered in anticipation of a Tianhai team being in control of the buff.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they came in, YZG, they came in, they were holding, they pushed those teams off, they pushed DRG out of that Spirit Well, and they thought they were safe. But what's interesting, you know, when I pointed out that GG was hiding, they were right behind YZG, and they could have pounced at any moment.
Yeah.
They chose their moment very, very well, waiting until that time when YZG thought they were safe, having pushed DRG out of the vicinity, and then immediately contesting them with the Hardy not even inside the dome, off doing what Hardy does. And they thought, you know what, we got the buff, we're chilling, we're gonna get another ultimate, no problem. But no, they're forced to go across the way. GG pick up the buff, and then, oh my god, they melted that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Vajra gone. Absolutely disintegrated. I mean, we theorized when Tianhai started coming back into the mix, repeating crossbow and venom tip is always going to be one of the best counters coming through from it, especially since no Kurumi, no Temi, no way of being able to block the damage, because the way that the Tianhai in this composition is able to sustain himself is if he's able to find those grabs, which is why a lot of the time we see some, especially even in the mirror, we got to see it a little bit earlier. I believe KFL did this inside a Realm of Yang. Tianhai was able to pick up a player and hove them in the grab, and then the other Tianhai actually jumped on top of the Tianhai so that they were staggered and weren't able to find the slam. And GG just absolutely getting to melt down the Tianhai because he was in the 5-second CC of the Viper stun, did not have the opportunity to look for a single grab, and therefore did not have the opportunity to be able to go for a single heal.
Yeah, that was rough. And I think on top of all of that, they threw off a Wuchen wind wall at his feet for good measure.
Just in case.
No chance. He was just, I jump away, and then the crossbow's just coming through. No, wait. He's just down. He's down for the count, falls off the cliff. Very sad, but here we are. Speaking of GG, 24 eliminations, first place finish, the 4 ranking points plus the multiplier, netting them a total of 32.8, and I believe that is indeed enough to break JL's record of the first day. Alliance in second with 15 kills, 17.5. Still very, very solid indeed, and oh my goodness, the healing.
Yeah.
That's a lot of healing. 31,000 healing coming out from 330 on the Wuchen. Definitely advanced this field.
Oh, 100%.
CJS with 36 7,000 damage on the Tessa.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
7,000.
It's not normally that we see the Tessa having the most amount of damage. Viper F3 tends to push her just a little bit ahead of both the Tessa and the Wu Chen coming on through. But no, we really can see, as well as the assists coming out, GG incredibly organized in terms of how they're able to just go 3 versus 1, player after player after player, absolutely blitzing individuals down as a full team unit. Very much a hive mind when it comes to those endgame situations, as we can have a look and see the overall standings after the full finish, the culmination of day number 2. For some of these teams, it has been the 2 days that they've had to play, so the amount of points that they're able to put up is going to end here. They do not get to play another day to try and make sure that they finish inside that top 12. And whether or not it is going to be a first place finish for GG, we will have to wait and see. But like you said, that last game, that MVP, the 24 kills plus the last team standing with the kill score multiplier, does indeed rocket GG past JL. Both of these
quite
teams
a lot.
able to come on through with over 100 points in one singular day of play. But like you said, GG 119.8 points in total picked up for them in 6 games. Is absolutely crazy.
That is absolutely massive. But here we are yet again, ladies and gentlemen, with the highlights off the back of game number 6, sponsored by Thunder Robot Alliance, doing work, coordinated, calculated, eliminating a KFL off the rip in this hot drop situation. An unfortunate situation for them. I mean, KFL, of course, very nice for Alliance, not so good for KFL, although they did somewhat recover as the game went on. MVP here up against GG, and GG didn't have the best start here. MVP running the off spawn situation, eliminating them, but GG, you know, as we now know, the MVPs is right there on the screen, able to come back and massively blow everyone out of the water.
Yeah, NY7 are getting to melt everybody with that Zai V2, so it's just going to be a 3 versus 1 up against Ares' Miss You. This is the moment that we got CQGG come on through with that pulse on horizontal swing, taking down MVP's LTZ. Another horizontal goes for the stagger to set up for the follow through from his teammates, as now we get YZG double parry back to back coming out from 17S. This is the moment that they didn't even need to use the Tianhai or the Valda ultimate to be able to confirm that realm of Yang win, as GG with that Viper F3, the nail in the coffin for Alliance's revenge. And it will be a Viper MVP coming on through for the team of GG, as we can have a look at the statistics. 27,000 damage total, 10,526 of it coming through from that staff alongside the jabbing to be able to prop it up. Overcomer was in play, however, Pulsar was not. It is just a stat stick, that one being a little bit easy to parry, especially in anticipation of it. But we also get to see the Venom Tip and Barbed Bolt duo Soul Jade making a comeback for that repeater crossbow. As like you said, we can see 1 kill before rebirth. GG not having the greatest of start when it comes to that hot drop situation, but something that GG have become absolutely known for is their ability to bounce back if they do lose that hot drop fight.
Yeah, absolutely, and their coordination in those end zones. One thing I also wanted to note, that was 8,000 damage with skills and ultimates, which for Viper is just F3.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. There's quite a few F3 confirmations. You know, if you've got a purplish weapon, purple, gold, you know, you're going to do around 400 to 500 damage. So that's a lot of F3 confirmations able to not only do the damage, but also accomplish, you know, peeling, etc., peeling for his team, or facilitating even more damage as their teammates are ready to follow up once that knockdown comes through. But massive performance from GG, you know, undeniable, able to come in on their first day and absolutely run the lobby. There's nothing more to really be said. It's very surprising that they're able to do that in that final game with the Viper team composition as well. They weren't playing that Tianhai, they weren't playing the Hardy Valda, none of that. They were playing the Viper comp, and they make it to endgame. They very calculated, they come in at the right time, take down the priority targets, and they come through with a massive MVP.
Yeah, I mean, even more respectable as well, the fact that that final circle did not really have any high ground terrain. Like, normally when Viper teams are able to find that foothold in the end game, it's because there is things like treetops or really high buildings for the Viper to be able to drop down so that the V1 is able to come through and you don't realize that it's in play until the Viper has dropped down and the entire lobby is stunned on up. It's just the fact that GG were able to utilize all of their players as well as the fact of that F3 being able to come on through and close up the distance, doing a lot more of the work. They didn't want the V1 to be able to stun the entire lobby, they just wanted to be able to deal with that Tian high threat coming on out because that was the threat to win the heal-off situation.
Yeah, exactly. They eliminated the right target. The win condition for them was to make sure that that team couldn't take advantage of their win condition, but we're going to be jumping over. You know the drill, Moxie here. Moxie, we've got the answer for treasure coming through. Take it away.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing one question come through, and that is going to be which hero did EWG's Cookie use in game number 6? Was it A, Hardy, was it B, Wu Chen, was it C, Tessa, or was it D, Viper? And there's one reason why we're asking about EWG's Cookie, and that's because we have EWG's Cookie joining us for an interview.
We have Cookie, and please say hello to our audience first.
Hello guys, I'm Cookie from EWG. Hello everyone, nice to meet you again.
Good English.
Very good English.
Okay, thank you.
It's lovely to be able to meet you, Cookie. One thing to ask immediately, since you play for both MVPL and J-Cup, with the foreign teams coming through, do you think that that changes any approach that you have to the game?
Can you please say maybe more slower?
Yeah. So you play for both MVPL but also J-Cup. There's a lot of foreign teams, so maybe surprise factor coming through. Does that change any way that you play?
节杯会有一些不同，就是其他赛区的选手加入到这里，你既打过 NVPL 也打过节杯，那你觉得这样打下来有没有什么不同的地方？你感受？
我觉得其实 I think 战局中其实能遇到国外队伍次数挺多的，而且也都能感觉出来嘛，因为我们国内的打法跟国外不太同，所以说其实一下能感觉出来，其实感觉我们外国友人打的其实还可以。这一天的就打法下来，感觉还可以，可能只是运气稍微差一点，得分没有那么高。
Okay, so we meet a lot of like the team from other regions in the game as well, and I think it's just we have different strategy in the game. We have a fight, but after the whole game, after we met so many times, I think they're pretty good.
Can you tell when you're playing a foreign team as opposed to when you're playing a Chinese team?
听懂了吗？是外国其他的就是赛区的队伍。就是你在打的过程中，就是你面对我们 NVPL 赛区的队伍和面对其他赛区的队伍打的过程中，觉得有什么不一样？
我觉得就国内队伍的话，可能技能方面用的偏好偏多一点。在打国外队伍的时候呢，明显他们就是可能技能用的不那么好，但刀法上面明显跟国内队伍不太一样。
So I think maybe for NVPL's all the players, the teams, they are good at using skills like F and alt, but for the other regions, maybe they are not that quite good, but still very skillful for the weapons, like that.
You have a lot of fans in the Western region, especially since your last interview with the Cloudweaver Souljade. Can you do another impersonation of the Souljade and Leah and I will guess?
In English way, please.
Okay.
Okay, he's gonna start. Okay, give him some space here. Okay.
I will show hero use 英雄的用法。
Lessons for one of the heroes.
Like Zai.
Zai.
Yeah,
Zai. These lessons, okay.
就今天拿 MVP 那次。然后我将给大家展示一下这个英雄该怎么使用。
He gonna give us a lessons for Zay.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, just do it. Do it.
First,
Okay.
we
first.
use F。
use
F
F？
技能，先跳起来
And jump
撞过去，
And go rush.
然后开启我们的大招，按 V 开启大
You
招，
start.
然后先上去一个蓄力就要
You start charge attack with web.
Yes 然后进行一个升龙，
And go up.
然后1、2一个甩边3，就把他带走了，
Use 3A and then kill him.
非常的有操作含量。
That's it. Okay. Like, how do you guys think Cookie's lessons? Is he a good teacher, you guys think? How do you think about me?
Very good teacher, very good teacher.
You want to be a student with Cookie?
I will, yeah.
Well, let's, I have an idea for Cookie. So you already gave us the lessons. How about this time, like Cookie teach you one of the Chinese?
Oh, yeah.
I want to teach you our
slogan?
Yes, slogan.
战
不凡，
超不凡，
画得满。
大不凡。No?
Yes.
More slow. Slower. 慢点。
战
One by one.
超
不凡。
凡。
Yeah, good.
超不凡。
然后第二句 second 画得满。 Wow. That's good.
How about tell us the meaning about that? 就是给我们讲一讲这个的意思。
战斗不停止。
In English, please.
Okay.
English, please. Try it.
Fight not finish.
Oh. So you
Fighting. And 霸气怎么说？霸气。
Competitive? Aggressive?
Aggressive.
It makes you fight with really like high spirit. And you never give up.
Yeah.
And do you remember the slogan?
Yeah, 超不凡。What was the second bit?
霸
得
满。
超不凡，大不满。
霸得满。
大得满。
Okay, how about like we say that slogan as the ending for this time's interview?
Yeah.
So I say 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
How about that? Okay. 那我说3、2、1，我们一起说这句 slogan，然后 to everybody and we end the interview， 我们结束这个，来吧 ？Okay， 来 ，3, 2, 1。
战不凡，画得满。
Okay, thank you very much. Good Chinese, good English, both of you. Okay, that's up for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye.
Thank you so much to Leah and Cookie. Absolutely amazing to be able to meet him as we can have a look and see the overall standings for the rest of the day.
And I am back, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Yes, that was a very enjoyable interview to watch. I too was a spectator from the sidelines. What was it? Cha Bu Fan. And then I can't remember the last bit. I can't remember the second part. What was it, Moxie? Remember?
Bafuman.
We'll have to ask afterwards. We'll have to make sure that we've got it locked in for the next time. But here we are taking a look at the total standings yet again. Bowder sitting atop the mountain, but that is all that we're going to get from Bowder along with YZG and Alliance. They have played both of their days. But speaking of the days that are coming up, solos, the final day of solos is coming tomorrow. Moxie starting off with a Perdoria midnight game, and that is going to be the very end of the solo group stage. So tomorrow, once it's all finished, once it's all said and done, that's going to be it. We're going to have our players locked in for the pre-finals.
Yeah, and I mean, all of those players in B and C definitely going to be feeling it, as well as those players in Group A definitely going to be watching very, very nervous to see if they're going to be able to make the cut. Something to note as well is that Spider is in Group B, and he has been having an absolute stellar performance so far in J-Cup. He always performs incredibly well in the regular and trying to get from those group stages into those finals. So hopefully he
he's going to be able to continue his performance, as we can see some adaptation coming on through. More than likely, Cyrus still going to be incredibly strong. However, as of day 2, we did get to see a little bit of discrepancy coming on out in terms of those Realm of Yang fights against the Valda.
That is true. We did see that a couple of times. The Valda, you know, they've gone back to the drawing board and figured out maybe if I a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and they don't put themselves in that situation where they're very, very low HP and they're forced to try and do that ult fight, and Syra just blows her out the water. But here we are, again, another quick reminder, if you want to be staying up to date with all things J-Cup, all things NARAKA, and throughout the year, once J-Cup is over, there's still plenty of things to watch out for in the NARAKA Discord. You have to scan the bottom of the screen, the screen, that QR code, and then you can also take part in these events, can't you, Moxie?
Yeah, the honest comment is going to be a full channel dedicated to J-Cup where you can share your thoughts and opinions. Something that you can also dedicate your time to, though, is watching those streams with your Twitch account linked to your NARAKA account, especially when it gets to those pre-finals that are going to have access to that Brighton avatar. That being said, unfortunately, Dunk, unfortunately, we're going to be ending this stream as we've had our 6 games, we've had our wonderful interview, and that is going to be all the time that we have for. I've been Got Moxie, this has been Dunkin' Donuts, this has been the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship, and we'll catch you with the solos action tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone.
This undertaking that you've chosen